Hello friends. Welcome to the Fiction Quest. How are you all? So in this video, we will see what if Naruto had the power of the devil fruits and become the Pirate King. But before we start, if you want more amazing stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video. Also, if possible, share this video with your friends. Now without wasting any more time, let's begin the story. Naruto ran as fast as his little 5-year-old legs could carry him. He kept running, not even looking back. "Release me, and I will make them go away," whispered a soothing voice. "Who said that?" said Naruto as a beer bottle hit the ground right in front of him. He surprised himself as he was able to jump a clear foot into the air over the glass and continue running. "Trust me. If you release me, then I will make sure no one ever bothers you again. You will be free, trust me," said the voice. "It's a dead end up ahead. That demon has nowhere to go." Okay, I release you. Please help me get out of here," shouted Naruto. His body froze as dark crimson chakra swirled around him. "Ah!" the little boy screamed as his body was ripped to pieces by the vile chakra. That is all he could remember before everything went black. Naruto slowly opened his eyes and found himself staring at an unfamiliar ceiling. He blinked a few times, wondering where he was. Strange, he couldn't remember anything except for his name. Uzumaki Naruto. Nothing else. Not what he was doing here, how he got here, or anything else for that matter. "I wonder what happened to me," he thought as he stared down at his heavily bandaged chest. Strange, he didn't feel hurt or anything. He hopped out of bed and grimaced a bit. Okay, maybe he is injured a bit. Still, he wanted to find out where he was. Like all children his age, he had the inability to stay still and a huge deal of curiosity. Opening the door, he headed into the next room. It was a nice living room area. A curious look appeared in his eyes as he realized no one was home. Did he live here? The sounds of something coming outside made him turn around just as the door opened and in walked a tall, handsome man wearing a white jacket. Naruto tilted his head curiously as the man had short black hair, a bit on the thin side, and brown eyes. "Oh, I see you are awake," smiled the man. "I am Dr. Higurashi. I don't think you should be out of bed with the type of injuries I found on you. Tell me, were you attacked by a wild animal?" "I don't know," blinked Naruto, scratching the back of his head. Dr. Higurashi frowned as he pulled out a small flashlight and walked over to Naruto. He gave the boy a reassuring smile before kneeling down. "Keep your eyes open for me and follow the light." Naruto blinked a few times, uncomfortable before doing as he was told. It seems you are fine, mentally. I think perhaps you are suffering from amnesia, not surprising taking into account how you were found." A confused look appeared in Naruto's eyes. "Forgive me, amnesia means that you are suffering from memory loss. Do you remember anything at all?" smiled Dr. Higurashi. Naruto shook his head. "I remember my name. Uzumaki Naruto." "Well, that is a start. I shall ask around to see if you have any relatives within the other town on the island. It may take a few days, so until then you can stay here," smiled Dr. Higurashi. "Arigato," smiled Naruto brightly. A loud grumbling sound came from Naruto's stomach and Dr. Higurashi chuckled before brining the boy over to the kitchen to get something to eat. 3 years later, the door to the tavern swung open and in ran a small 8-year-old boy. He had short blonde hair with light red streaks in it. His eyes were a sparkling ocean blue. A large fox-like grin graced his face as he ran past the patrons and jumped onto a stool. "Hey old man, have you seen Pirate San around?" grinned Naruto. "My name is Grim, not old man," grumbled a tall fat man with a frown. Grim owned Grim's Tavern in Shimaki Town. A man who was known to not care who he catered to as long as they followed his rule of no violence. "Bob is over there." Grim pointed to a booth where a man in his early 60s sat drinking down a pint of rum. He had a white beard that fell down to his chest and a faraway look in his eyes. The old man wore a red pirate outfit and had a sword hanging from his waist along with a pair of pistols. Naruto hopped off the stool and over to the booth. "Pirate San. Can you tell me another story about the Grand Line, please?" Bob raised his tired old eyes and smiled slightly as he looked upon the grinning Naruto. Ever since he had came here 2 weeks ago, the boy had been hounding him for stories of his adventures. Especially when he had told the boy that he and his crew had traveled through the first half of the Grand Line. "Don't you have anything better to do than bother me?"
How about friends or school? Grunted Bob, pretending to be annoyed by Naruto's presence. Meh, school is boring. My friends just want to play. I want to become a pirate, and travel the world just like you. This place is so boring, pouted Naruto. A hearty laugh escaped Bob. So young, so full of life. Being a pirate isn't easy, lad. I know my stories sound fun and full of adventure, but the danger out there. Talking the talk is easy, walking the walk, now that's the hard part. So many of my friends and I were unprepared for the Grand Line, and many of us were lost. A hard life a pirate's life is, said Bob seriously. A look of understanding appeared in Naruto's eyes. Hi, I understand. I watch people die all the time from illnesses or injuries that Dr. San can't heal. But I don't want to worry about things like that. Hee hee, we all die, I just want to enjoy it while I can. I dream of going on the greatest adventure ever. Meeting tons of new people, fighting strong opponents, and kicking their butts, grinned Naruto. Bob smirked. This kid had what it took to be a pirate as long as he carried that attitude. He could see this kid becoming one of the greatest pirates ever. All he needed is the proper training and guidance. You want to do something fun? How about you and I get out of here and I teach you how to use a sword? I may not be the best swordsman in the lands, but I am pretty damn good. Naruto grinned widely and nodded vigorously. The two left the tavern with Bob laughing at Naruto's enthusiasm. 2 years later, woods. Naruto sat on the ground patiently as Bob taught him all he knew about the world government, marines, and Grand Line. Bob may not have ever fully explored the Grand Line, but he had managed to make it through the first half before his crew was killed in what was now known as the New World. Not many knew it, but Bob had a bounty of 85 million berry on his head. In fact, no one on this island knew that Bob had been a rather infamous and powerful pirate back in his younger days. The world government controls the Marines, who have most of their forces in the Grand Line. They are Marines in each of the 4 oceans, but they are nothing to the forces located in the Grand Line, said Bob, taking a swing from his flask. If the Grand Line is so hard to navigate through, then how come so many Marines are able to do so? Asked Naruto curiously. Simple, they have ways to move through the calm belt and use eternal poses to get to whatever island they need to. Now, there are many uncharted islands, but once you have an eternal pose to somewhere, you don't need to wait like you do with a log pose, explained Bob. Naruto frowned. Doesn't seem fair. Bob laughed. Nothing in life is. A pirate's life is all about facing insurmountable odds and overcoming them. Life ain't fair, boy. You either accept that, or be crushed by the weight of the world. A grin appeared on Naruto's face. Unafraid. Tell me more about devil fruit, grinned Naruto. Leaning back, Bob told him the limited knowledge that he knew. Not much is known about them. Heck, all I know is that when you find a weirdly colored fruit that tastes absolutely horrible, you probably just ate a devil fruit. Each fruit is different, impossible to tell what will become of you until you take a bite. Bob's eyes became hard and serious. In the Grand Line, be prepared to fight those who have weak powers of turning into slime to those who can call upon the very forces of nature. The weakness of all devil fruit users is the ocean, of course. They are all hammers in the water, but no true warrior will be stupid enough to land in the ocean. Listen closely, because this is the best advice I will ever give you. Naruto leaned in close. Everyone has a weakness, smirked Bob. Huh? Everyone has a weakness. No one in this world is a god. Everyone, and I mean goddamn everyone, has a weakness. Do you think Gold Roger became Pirate King without any devil fruit powers off of pure luck? Hell no. Bob pointed his finger at Naruto and spoke with a hard voice. That man never gave up and always fought on. He knew better than anyone that there is always a way to win. One just needs to look for it. He pointed at his head. I guarantee if you use your head to win a fight, then there is no one in the world you can't beat, smirked Bob. A fox-like grin appeared on Naruto's face. I plan on being one of the strongest with or without a devil fruit. Though it would be cool to have some awesome power, grinned Naruto. Then you wouldn't be able to swim, smirked Bob. Oh well, I was never good at swimming. I feel like a hammer already in the water, the two burst out laughing. Break. Dr. Higurashi sat in his chair with a sad look in his eyes. The Marines had come to town today and they had took Bob, Or should he say the infamous pirate cutthroat Bobby, whom had a 85 million berry bounty on his head? He had known the man's identity all along but had kept it secret, seeing how much Naruto loved to spend time with the former pirate who just wanted to live in peace for the remaining of his life. Naruto was out learning how to hunt from Kaiser, so he wasn't here when they came. It seemed he would have to be the one to break the news to Naruto. "Dr. San, I am home," yelled Naruto, running inside with a large smile.
"Look, I managed to kill 2 rabbits, grinned Naruto proudly. "I am proud. Put those in the kitchen sink and come back out here. I have something to give to you," smiled Dr. Higurashi.
Naruto nodded as he did as he was told. The boy had become a son to him and he hated to have to tell him this news. Bob is someone that Naruto idolized, and it was never easy to see one's idol disappear. The boy came running back and sat down on the couch next to him anxiously. "Okay, so what do you want to give to me?" smiled Naruto.
"I want you to read this. It is a letter from a friend of ours," said Dr. Higurashi. Naruto didn't like that tone or look. Something bad had happened. Did Alex's dad finally die from that illness? Or was it something else? "Dear lad, if you are reading this letter, then I guess the Marines have come for me, or I have been captured by a couple of bounty hunters. I could stay and fight them, but I am getting old and my fighting days are behind me. The truth is, I always knew this day would come, and I swore when it did, I wouldn't start a fuss. I had a good and long journey. I have no regrets.
These last 2 years have been great. Being around you has reminded me of the days when I used to sail the sea.
When nothing in the world mattered except drinking, partying, and drinking some more. Ha ha ha, the good times. Nothing lasts forever, and it is time for us to part ways. If you dare start crying like a baby or any of that other girly crap, I am going to pretend we never met when it comes to meet again in the afterlife. Think I am joking? Just do it and my ghost will kick your ass." Naruto smiled. "Now listen up, lad. You got the spirit to become one of the best pirates. Not those rookies who talk big then run away at the slightest sign of danger. No, I see greatness in you, lad. If you don't want to become a pirate, at least don't become some pansy-ass marine, or I'll kick your ass. Nah, I am kidding. Be whatever you want, just make sure you live life to the fullest."
"Sail the seas, cutthroat Bobby." Naruto put down the letter and smiled. "They took him while you were out. He didn't want to make a scene, so went quietly," said Dr. Higurashi. I'll have to kick his ass next time I see him for allowing a bunch of pansy-ass marines to take him in so easily," grinned Naruto.
A light laugh escaped Dr. Higurashi. Naruto truly is something else.
"Yeah, I guess you will, but first, this is now yours," said Higurashi, standing up. He walked over to the fireplace and picked up a medium-sized antique box with rubies all over it. A confused look appeared in Naruto's eyes as his adopted father placed it down in his laps. "That old pirate left it for you. Said it was the greatest treasure he found while sailing the Grand Line. All the remains of his great adventure. Wanted you to have it. Whatever it is now yours. Do with it as you please." Dr. Higurashi ruffled Naruto's hair before leaving Naruto alone with the box.
Slowly, Naruto opened the box and his eyes widened. There inside the box was an albino white pear with red stem and leaves. He immediately knew what the item is. A devil fruit. That old pirate bastard had left him a devil fruit. There was a note on top of it which he picked up. "Eat or don't eat. No one is invincible." Naruto grinned. Everyone had a weakness. That is what Bob made sure to ingrain into his head. Picking up the fruit, Naruto wondered which one it was. If it was something stupid like turning into jello, or if it was a cool one. Only one way to find out. "When I get free from this, I am going to kill you both," glared Zoro, as he watched as Johnny and Usopp swam off when they saw the first signs of Merman. They left him tied to the mast of the small ship. Those damn cowards. He was going to make them pay for this. A humming sound reached his ears and he turned to see what that could be. Zoro turned his head to see a small single-man boat heading towards Arlong's park. In it was a man humming a song. He had long light blonde hair that fell down past his shoulders, a loosely fitting orange shirt that hung open revealing his muscular chest, and a pair of black slacks. His eyes were closed as he hummed a light tune while relaxing in his boat. "Hey pal," yelled Zoro. The man stopped humming and opened his eyes. A curious look appeared in the man's eyes. Yo, do you know that you are tied up? Pointed out the man.
Zoro gained a tick. Of course I do. Can you give me a hand? Sure, smiled the man. He stood up, stretched his arms and legs. Zoro gained a slight twitch as the man took a good 3 to 5 minutes to stretch. Name is Uzumaki Naruto. Roronoa Zoro, now get me out of this. Naruto jumped from his ship and landed in front of Zoro. Just as he was about to untie the ropes, 3 blurs burst out of the water and landed on the ship. Look what we got here. A couple of humans, smirked one of the mermen. Yeah, one is already tied up for us, smirked another. This doesn't look good, blinked Naruto. I am going to kill Usopp and Johnny, thought Zoro. Arlong's Park. Arlong smirked as he looked down at the 2 tied-up prisoners. What have we got here? A couple of Pumans. The mermen laughed while Zoro frowned and Naruto tilted his head in confusion. What is a Puman?
You humans are so filthy and disgusting that I decided to call you Pumans to describe what you truly are, laughed Arlong. This incited another round of laughter.
Dude, that is the stupidest thing I have ever heard. I have heard 3-year-olds come up with better insults, deadpanned Naruto.
An angry look appeared in Arlong's eyes. Zoro smirked. He is starting to like this Naruto. Man wasn't afraid of anything. What is going on out here? I can barely concentrate up in my room, demanded a feminine voice. Out from behind Arlong came a pretty orange-haired woman. Nami, what are you doing with him? Frowned Zoro. You know this man Nami? Asked Arlong. Nami smirked. Yeah. This is one of the pirates I tricked into believing I was his friend. What an idiot. Arlong and the others started to laugh as Nami looked down upon Zoro. She ignored Naruto, who blinked in confusion. Zoro's eyes widened as Nami showed him the tattoo on her upper right arm. The tattoo that was identical to the Jolly Roger that Arlong flew on his flag. So you really are with them. I thought you hated pirates, but it looks like that was all a scam, glared Zoro. Ha ha, idiot, I only joined you to get your treasure and money. Now that I got that, nothing else matters, smirked Nami.
Ha ha, that's my girl. You would sell out your own mother as long as it meant making a quick berry, laughed Arlong and his gang.
It was then that Naruto and Zoro noticed the look in her eyes. That look of pure hatred towards Arlong and his pirates. She was putting on an act. Why? They didn't know, but it had to be a really good reason to put up with this bunch of pirates. Really? Well then, if that's the case, Zoro never finished as he used his legs to jump back into the water.
They were all surprised by this action. What a fool. Saves us the trouble of having to deal with him, laughed one of the mermen. Nami clenched her fists before kicking off her shoes and diving in. Arlong narrowed his eyes as Nami came back up with Zoro, who was coughing up water. Idiot, she started to kick Zoro over and over again where he had been injured by Mihawk. Zoro coughed up some blood as Nami looked down at him dispassionately. Ha ha, looks like you're not as all bad as you pretend to be, smirked Zoro before grunting as he was kicked again.
I'm so confused. You hate humans yet you have some hot girl working for you. And then hot girl saves the swordsman. I'm so lost, frowned Naruto.
Arlong looked right at Nami. What do you plan to do with these two? He completely ignored Naruto.
Nami put her sandals back on and scowled as she looked at the two. Lock them up until I can find something to do with them. I'll make sure it is very painful. Arlong smirked, glad to see where her true loyalty lied.
Hey swordsman, can we break free now or is there something keeping us here? Asked Naruto. Zoro raised an eyebrow. You can get free. Naruto nodded. A tick appeared on Zoro's forehead. The mermen grabbed the two and started to push them towards the dungeons located beneath Arlong Park. Too late now. Damn her for reopening my wounds. I need a bit of a break to rest, grumbled Zoro. Sure. I wouldn't feel right kicking all their asses when you seem to have some personal grudge against them, grinned Naruto. A smirk appeared on Zoro's face. Naruto reminded him a lot of Luffy, but just a bit smarter. Though they both had the same carefree attitude.
Cell. The doors to Zoro and Naruto's cell opened up. They both looked up to see Nami standing in the doorway. She tossed a knife that cut through the ropes binding Zoro before tossing his sword down in front of him. Get out here. Just take your ship and leave. What is going on here doesn't concern you at all. Okay, so just leave. ordered Nami angrily before leaving.
That is one bipolar, hot chick. I like her, grinned Naruto, standing up the ropes that were binding him lying on the ground. How did you do that? Asked Zoro, placing his sword on his waist. Naruto blinked before Zoro pointed to the ropes. He grinned as bones in the shape of spikes started to emerge from his arms. Ate the hon no mi. Bone fruit. Allows me to manipulate the bones in my body however I want, explained Naruto.
Sounds painful, winced Zoro slightly. Man, you have no idea how hard it was first learning to control my powers. But, you know, eventually you get used to it, grinned Naruto. The two walked out of the cell and up the stairs leading out of the place. Naruto placed his hands behind his head. So, what is the plan? Do we just beat everyone up? Kill them? What do we do? Zoro smirked as he placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. I promised my captain I would bring back that idiot girl. Can't go and break a promise now. So, first thing I am going to do is kick all those talking fishes' asses, then look for Nami.
Naruto grinned. Bet you I can take more out than you.
You're on. All right. The two ran outside to begin their contest. In less than 10 minutes, all the mermen were knocked out cold. Aha! I got one more than you, cheered Naruto victoriously. Zoro scowled. You got lucky is all. If the rest were here I would have won. Naruto just nodded, humoring the angry swordsman. Zoro had to admit, Naruto is a strong fighter. He didn't take a single hit and didn't even use his strange powers. Most devil fruit users that he had met or fought, relied heavily on their powers. Naruto seemed to enjoy fighting whether using his powers or not. I got to say, I expected more. I heard mermen were physical stronger than humans in water and on land, said Naruto sitting down on the ground. Guess we ran into a weak bunch, said Zoro sitting down in Arlong's chair. So what now? Wait for them to return or go looking for them? I hate waiting, said Naruto. Let's go into town. I need to look for some idiot nakama of mine and kick their ass, smirked Zoro. Naruto hopped to his feet and the two left Arlong's park. Gosa village. So, you are the one who had all the weapons, smirked Arlong looking down upon the human. The merman towered over the man by at least 4 feet. Genzo looked up from his spot near the fountain as the pinwheel on his hat spun around by the sudden breeze. Hi, it was me. I am a mere collector of weapons. I always have been, he lied expertly. He was well aware what would happen to him but did not care so long as the other villagers weren't hurt. Arlong started to smirk widely as his large webbed hand grabbed Genzo by the throat and lifted him high into the air. Stupid poo man, weapons aren't allowed. It could give people the wrong idea and start a rebellion. That is something I can't allow as it is my duty to protect this island and everyone on it, the fishmen laughed loudly. The villagers were about to step forward, but Genzo stopped them. No, none of you interfere. It is not your problem. We must remember our promise to not fight and create violence. This caused the merman to laugh even louder as Arlong tightened his grip around Genzo's neck. You're pretty smart for a poo man. Still, I think it is time I made an example of you. Time to die, smirked Arlong. Stop. They all turned to see a pretty woman with lavender hair and a tattoo on her right arm that went across onto her chest. She had a hard look in her eyes. Leave Genzo alone. He has paid his tribute tax every month like the rest of us. Those weapons are just things he collects, that is all. There is no reason to harm him, shouted Nojiko.
Yeah, leave him alone, yelled the other villagers coming out of their homes. Arlong smirked. No, all turned to look at Genzo. Stop it now, otherwise we will all be killed. If you truly wish to honor me, then don't throw your lives away needlessly. All the villagers gritted their teeth as Arlong and his mermen started to laugh. Arlong smirked. Time to die, Puman. Just as Arlong was about to finish Genzo, a whistling sound was heard. The large merman turned just in time to get hit by an exploding pellet. All turned to see a young man with a slight shot and long-shaped nose standing on the roof. Fear not, the brave warrior Usopp shall take care of this, announced the man.
I am going to kill him, roared Arlong. All the mermen grabbed hold of Arlong. Hurry, get the boss back to the base or he'll destroy the village. They all started to drag an angry Arlong back to Arlong Park before he went on a rampage. Three fishmen gave chase after Usopp, who ran like a bat out of hell. Break. I'm bored, yawned Naruto. You do realize that technically you don't have to help me out, stated Zoro.
Ah, don't say that. If I left now, how would you ever get the chance to prove that me beating you in our last contest wasn't a fluke? Don't you want to know for sure that I am better than you? Naruto grinned widely. Zoro gained a tick, watch it.
Naruto laughed a bit before Zoro shut him up by pointing ahead. There up ahead was a town. They walked into town and Naruto blinked. Yo, what happened to that house? Zoro looked to see a destroyed house as if it had been hit by an earthquake. Yet every other home seemed to be fine. That is strange. Hey you, said Zoro walking up to one of the villagers, I am looking for Arlong. Have you seen him?
Arlong, he just left after being attacked by some long nose guy with a slight shot, said a villager. Long nose with a slingshot? Naruto tilted his head. That's Usopp, groaned Zoro. A village came running through the village panting heavily. What's wrong, Jim? Asked a villager. That long nose guy. I just saw him get captured by a group of fishmen. They took him to Arlong Park, panted Jim heavily. Zoro's eyes widened. That idiot, he'll be killed after what happened after we left. I have to hurry before he is killed. The swordsman took off with Naruto running right beside him. Mind explaining who Usopp is? Asked Naruto, matching Zoro's speed with ease.
He is a friend and a nakama, that was all that needed to be said. The two picked up the speed. If the situation weren't so serious, Zoro would be impressed that Naruto is keeping pace without any problems. The two ran down the trail when a sudden noise made them stop. It sounded like someone was screaming. Both turned and their eyes widened as a small boat came crashing through the woods with a man with a straw hat yelling with a large smile. Zoro.
Oh shit. Naruto, Zoro said before getting clobbered by the ship. It hit the side of small plateau and completely destroyed. We made it, yelled Luffy with a large smile. Luffy. What the hell are you doing? Yelled Zoro angrily. Aw man, that hurt. But man was that awesome, laughed Naruto. Luffy blinked in confusion. What do you mean? I came here to help you get Nami back. How come you haven't got Nami back yet? And where is Usopp and Johnny?
Who is this guy? Asked Sanji pointing at Naruto.
No time. We need to hurry. Usopp was captured by Arlong and if we don't hurry he will be killed. Yelled Zoro about to run off.
It's too late. Usopp is already dead, said Johnny showing up with tears streaming down his face. He fell to his knees as everyone turned to look at him. Johnny punched the ground. He is dead. Nami murdered him. A stunned look appeared in everyone's eyes except for Naruto, who truly didn't understand what was going on. What? Don't say something like that, yelled Luffy, grabbing Johnny. Johnny continued to cry. I am not making it up. I saw it with my own eyes. She killed him. It seems she has been a member of Arlong's crew this whole time. Shut your mouth. Never in a million years would Nami kill Usopp, yelled Luffy angrily. She would never do that to a friend. But, what was that you said about friends, Luffy? All turned to see Nami standing there with a bow staff. She had her arms folded across her chest. What are you doing here? Luffy blinked. What are we doing here? You are our friend. We came to get you. What a pest. Nami had an emotionless look in her eyes. I am so lost, stated Naruto. Me too, admitted Sanji, but doesn't Nami's swan look beautiful? Naruto's sweat dropped as a heart appeared in Sanji's eye. Friends, huh? Don't make me laugh. You're just pathetic enough to deserve each other. Damn you. You killed him. I watched you do it, yelled Johnny, pointing a finger at Nami. He started to shake. Now big bro Usopp is gone. Nami smiled. Yep, that's right. So why don't you kill me and get your revenge? Johnny stuttered in confusion. Word to the wise, because of your friend's stupidity. Arlong is prepared to kill Zoro and his crew. I don't care how monstrously strong you think you are no match for the real monsters. Naruto scratched the back of his head. That was mean. I promise you that if you stay on this island you will die. So you have a choice to make, smirked Nami, life or death. Zoro glared angrily. Sanji was smiling. Her heartless face is so hot. Hi Nami, it's me Sanji. Let's run away together. Strange guy, but she is pretty hot, grinned Naruto. Nami, where is Usopp? Demanded Zoro. With the fishes.
Cut the crap, he drew his sword and charged forward, but never got close when he was forced to dodge a kick from Sanji. What are you doing? How sad, a swordsman drawing his sword on a lady, frowned Sanji.
Idiot, don't you see what is happening here? You are starting to piss me off. Sanji smirked. If someone had stopped me that easily I would be mad too. Zoro narrowed his eyes. What? Watch what you say or something bad might happen to you. Big bros, calm down. Now is not the time to be fighting, yelled Yosaku, stepping between Sanji and Zoro. He's right. You outsiders have no right to interfere with the affairs of this island. Don't you get it yet? The only reason I joined up with you is so I could rob you of everything you owned. Now that I have that, there is really no reason for us to associate, stated Nami coldly. So go find some other lame navigator and go travel to the Grand Line. She pointed her staff right at them. Now leave here, you are an eyesore. Luffy looked at her before falling back on the ground. Big bro Luffy, shouted Yosaku and Johnny. I'm sleepy. How can you sleep at a time like this? A nap does sound good, said Naruto, finding a seat in the shade.
I am tired. Don't want to butt into their affairs, but I am not leaving either. Good night, said Luffy, closing his eyes. Nami clenched her fist. Fine. Whatever, just go ahead and die. She ran off, not bothering to look back. Naruto leaned back and put his hands behind his head. So, is this your whole crew, Zoro? A sigh escaped Zoro as he took a seat on the ground. Yeah. Guy lying down in the middle of the road is our Captain Luffy. Johnny and Yosaku are old bounty hunter partners of mine. The idiot with the cigarette is our chef.
Cool. Big bro Zoro, we should leave the island. Now that we know the truth about Nami, there is no reason to stay here. My reason for staying is right there. Zoro looked at Luffy, who was sleeping. As long as he stays, so do I. If you two want to leave, then go.
Fine. You stay, but I am not. My role as a guide comes to an end, said Johnny. Yeah, I am with him. Guess this cuts our reunion short, said Yosaku. The two bounty hunters waved goodbye as Zoro turned to look at Luffy, who continued to sleep. Can you make ramen? Asked Naruto.
I can make anything, said Sanji. But ramen is the best food in the world. Why would you want to make anything else? Grinned Naruto.
Sanji raised an eyebrow. Ramen is not the best thing in the world. Yes, it is. Number it isn't. It is not, is two. Is not, is two. Is not, shut up. You are both giving me a headache, yelled Zoro angrily.
Naruto and Sanji fell silent. As two, Sanji glared as Naruto looked away innocently, pretending as if he hadn't said a thing.
You said Usopp had a long nose, right? Blinked Naruto. Yeah, why? Asked Zoro. Naruto lifted a finger and pointed down the road. Zoro and Sanji turned to see Usopp running towards them. I knew she couldn't have killed him. Nami Swan is a sweet girl, smiled Sanji.
Zoro, Luffy, yelled Usopp. Luffy woke up slowly and Usopp, unable to stop in time, tripped over the young pirate captain. Usopp, did Nami do this to you? He lifted Usopp up, who now had a bent nose from crashing face first into the ground. Naruto laughed loudly while Zoro and Sanji shook their heads. You know, we kind of heard you were dead, said Zoro. Stupid Johnny. He was spouting nonsense that entire time, yelled Luffy. Well, in a way it's the truth. But I am alive, because she saved my life, said Usopp. Break Najiko walked towards her house after tending to the tangerine trees. She saw a teapot being thrown out the window and frowned. Walking into her home, she looked to see her sister sitting at the table with a treasure map in front of her. Mind telling me what is wrong? Said Najiko, taking a seat across from Nami. Nothing, just a little upset is all, lied Nami. Those guys, huh? Nami looked up with wide eyes. You know. Yeah, that one with the long nose, Usopp. I spoke to him. He told me that you were their nakama. Told me you laughed and smiled, smirked Nojiko. Nami looked away, not meeting her sister's eyes. I thought he was crazy. But I guess he was telling the truth, seeing as how you are here. Come on, tell me who these guys are. A silence reigned between the two. I had planned to forget about them. I wanted to erase them from my mind. Nojiko listened closely. The more I stayed with them, I just kept having more and more fun. For the first time in years, I felt free. The truth is, if it were possible, I would join up with those guys and sail around the world. Nami fell asleep with Nojiko looking down at her fondly. Luffy, Usopp, Zoro, Sanji, and Naruto. So that is how Nami saved my life. It appears she has some hidden agenda, said Usopp.
Man, you guys sure have some crazy times, but I don't think this concerns me. I'll see you all around, grinned Naruto giving a small wave.
Luffy blinked. Who was that? Everyone face-faulted as Naruto had been here the entire time and now he just noticed him. How slow could Luffy be? Naruto walked away with a large fox-like grin. Man, I am starving. I think I'll go get something to eat. I wonder if they have any ramen here. Arlong Park. Arlong. All the fishmen turned to see Nami with a look of pure anger in her eyes as she ran towards Arlong. The leader of the fishmen wasn't in the least bit intimidated and smirked. Nami, you seem upset. What is wrong? Smirked Arlong. Nami clenched her fists. We had a deal. I give you 100 million berry and you hand over the village to me. You promised. She was breathing heavily while the other fishmen started to smirk.
Arlong smirked widely. Yes, I remember that deal. Have you got the money?
The Marines took it. They were being paid off by you. Can you prove it? Nami's eyes widened as Arlong started to laugh. Soon the other fishmen started to laugh as well. Did you really think I would let you go so easily? You belong to me. Arlong continued to laugh as Nami stood there frozen. Go, collect me more money. I did promise that I didn't care how long it took you. While you are collecting the money, don't forget to draw me my maps. They all laughed loudly as Nami went running off. Tears streamed down her face as she ran back towards the village as fast as possible. She didn't even notice as she ran past a familiar blonde-haired man who was walking calmly towards Arlong Park. He whistled a light tune as he continued on his path. Man, that had been some good ramen that they had served. Am I going the right way? Blinked Naruto. He shrugged and followed the road at a slow pace as he thought of all the ramen he would get once he got his boat back. What should have been a 5-minute walk turned into a 15-minute daydream. Pathetic. You weaklings don't come back here or next time we will finish you off.
Naruto tilted his head as he saw two familiar men get thrown out of Arlong Parks. Johnny and Yosaku were their names if he remembered correctly. They looked like they had seen better days. You both look like you got your asses kicked, stated Naruto looking down at each man.
Have you come to avenge Nami as well? Grunted Johnny. Nope, I came here to get my ship back, smiled Naruto. Your ship? Blinked Yosaku. Yep, they took my ship when they captured me earlier. I came to get it back. Nice to see you two again. Johnny and Yosaku watched as Naruto entered Arlong Park humming an unfamiliar tune. Arlong and his fishmen turned to see Naruto humming a tune. His eyes lit up in delight upon seeing the human that had managed to escape them. A smirk appeared on his face as his men surrounded Naruto. Ha ha, thank you for saving me the trouble of having to find you. For that I will grant you a quick death, smirked Arlong. Actually, I came here to get my ship. I want it back, smiled Naruto. Ahahahaha, laughed Arlong and his men. Fool, we destroyed your puny ship after capturing you. And even if we didn't, do you really think I would give it back to you? Naruto frowned. Well then you owe me a new ship. I'll just take whatever you got. I'm not picky. Fool, you are not leaving here alive, said a fishman wearing a blue karate gi. Listen, I really don't want to have to kick your asses again. It was barely fun the first time, sighed Naruto. That earned him angry glares. They were about to attack when a loud banging sound was heard. All turned just in time to see the wall be destroyed, and there standing with his fist forward was Luffy. Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, and the villagers from the town stood behind him. I am looking for Arlong, said Luffy.
Did he take your ship as well? Asked Naruto. This made everyone sweat drop. You came here for your ship? Said Zoro. Yeah, remember they took it after we got caught. I want it back, smiled Naruto turning to face Zoro. The fishmen took this time to attack, running towards Naruto with his back turned. Look out! Yelled Nejico.
Naruto just continued to grin. The 4 fishmen who tried to sneak up on Naruto froze inches from him. They stood there with their eyes wide in horror. There stood Naruto with 10 bone spikes 2 feet long and 3 inches thick sticking out of his back, piercing through each fishman. A dark look appeared in Naruto's eyes. Only cowards attack a person when their back is turned. I can't stand cowards, said Naruto coldly, turning his head. All 4 fishmen were shot backwards as the spikes propelled from Naruto's back, launching them at their friends who dived out of the way. A devil fruit user, said Arlong. Whoa, that was so cool. Hey, become my nakama, yelled Luffy with a large smile. Idiot, now is not the time for that, yelled Zoro. Naruto blinked and shrugged, sure. But the chef there has to make me a big bowl of ramen. No way, deal, grinned Luffy. Sanji kicked Luffy in the head. So guess the question is now, who gets to fight who? Grinned Naruto. 2 bones in the shape of handles slowly emerged from his shoulder blades. He grabbed each bone handle and pulled them out, revealing them to be bones in the shape of swords. Oh Zoro, you're not the only one who knows how to fight with a sword. Zoro smirked as he drew his own blade while Luffy used his Gomu Gomu no pistol to punch Arlong right across the face. Belmir's grave. Nami couldn't believe it. After 8 years of stealing and working for that bastard Arlong, it was all over. Arlong had been defeated. Now here she sat in front of her mother's grave as the village celebrated the defeat of Arlong. A large smile appeared on her face as she stared at the grave. Finally her village was free, and to add in an extra bonus, Luffy had gone out of his way beat up a corrupt bunch of Marines who had tried to steal all the money she had gathered over the 8 years. I figured I would find you here, stated Genzo, a smirk settling on his face. Of course, smirked Nojiko, coming up besides Genzo. I take you plan on joining that pirate crew, huh? A large smirk appeared on Nami's face. What do you think? Do you think she would have approved? Asked Nami.
Nojiko turned to look at Genzo. She would have never let you become.
Yes, stated Nojiko, interrupting the older man. He looked at her surprise. She would have wanted you to do what made you happy. Besides, even if she did say no, would you listen to her? Nami stuck her tongue out and laughed. No way.
Genzo started to laugh. Nami and Nojiko looked at him curiously. You two truly are Belmir's daughters. He laughed even harder as he remembered when Belmir had left the village to join the Marines. They were both so much like her.
Break. Wow, this is your ship. It is way cooler than mine, grinned Naruto. Yeah, this is the Going Merry. The ship that is going to sail through the entire Grand Line, said Usopp proudly.
I'm so hungry, is there any more meat? Groaned Luffy.
I just cooked the last of the food, stated Sanji regretfully. Nami pulled out a map and laid it out on the deck. She pointed her finger at a small island. Here, there is an island called Logue Town. Luffy looked at her curiously. Are they famous for their meat? He asked hopefully. Naruto smirked because he liked Luffy. The man had his priorities straight. Food before all else. Now if only he could truly understand that ramen is the food of gods, then all would be perfect.
I hear it is called the beginning and the ending town, said Zoro.
This is the place where Pirate King Gold D. Roger was born, and where he was executed, said Nami.
Gold D. Roger? The Pirate King was killed there? Whispered Luffy in awe. Man, that is so cool, grinned Naruto excitedly. A smirk appeared on Nami's face. Want to go? Luffy had a hard look in his eyes. Let's go. I want to see where the man who had everything, the man who was known as the King of Pirates, was last at, smiled Luffy.
Logue Town. The crew of 6 stood at the entrance to Logue Town after docking the Going Merry. It was a very large town. Much bigger than Cocoa Village. Wow, this place is huge, gasped Usopp. Yep, this is where all pirates come to stock up before heading to the Grand Line. We should be able to find everything we need here, smiled Nami. She was thinking of all the people she could rob, then use their money to buy what she wanted. It was the perfect plan. I want to go see it. The place where the Pirate King died, shouted Luffy, taking off running. Wait, we haven't decided what to do, yelled Usopp. It didn't make a difference as Luffy had a one-track mind. Geez, he really doesn't listen.
Zoro shrugged. It doesn't matter. I have something that I need to buy as well.
Oh, how do you plan to do that? You are totally broke, teased Nami. The swordsman frowned. That was a problem. Unlike Nami, he wasn't very good at stealing, so he would have to find another way to make the money. I would lend you some money, but I only have enough for myself to tell the truth. I need to get some new clothes, apologized Naruto. Zoro cursed inwardly as Nami smiled while holding out 100,000 berry. Marine base at Logue Town. Sir, Captain Smoker, we have an emergency alert from Marine headquarters, shouted a Marine. He coughed a bit as he entered a room full of smoke. Not steam, but smoke. In the middle of the room lying down was a large man with short white hair. He opened his mouth and waves of smoke came out of it. What is the alert? Asked Captain Smoker, not liking to be interrupted. The Marine saluted. Sir, we have just received word from Marine headquarters that Straw Hat Monkey D. Luffy and his pirates are heading for Logue Town. Captain Smoker stood up as the smoke in the room intensified. It seems I will have some more pirates to catch. Tell Marine headquarters that I will deal with it, said Smoker. The Marine saluted and went off to report. If there is one thing that Smoker hated, it was pirates. Break. A large smile appeared on Luffy's face. He had finally found it. The gallows where the Pirate King had been killed. It was so awesome. This is where he died. Now I just need to get to the top, smiled Luffy. Wait, how was he going to get up there? It was so tall. Oh yeah, he would climb up. Smoker pushed past the people watching as some fool tried to climb the gallows. He smirked as he recognized that certain idiot. Monkey D. Luffy. The pirate worth 30 million berry. To be honest, he was a bit young to be worth so much, but that must mean that he was very strong. Perhaps he would finally get a challenge, though he doubted it. Hey you're Monkey D. Luffy, right? The pirate, said Smoker, somehow able to speak just fine despite the two large cigars in his mouth.
Luffy turned around and blinked curiously. Me? Yeah, I am a pirate, he answered. The name is Smoker. I am captain of the marine base that is stationed here. I have come to arrest you, said Smoker. Oh, I refuse. I am going to be the Pirate King, so I can't be arrested, smiled Luffy.
Smoker frowned. Pirate King. Hi, I am going to the Grand Line. Someone as young as you become Pirate King. I was here 20 years ago when the Pirate King was killed. For someone like you who hasn't even been to the Grand Line to claim they will be Pirate King is a joke, stated Smoker. If you truly want to be Pirate King, then you have to beat me. If you can't beat me, then you have no right going to the Grand Line. Luffy smiled largely. So I just have to beat you, do I? All right then. He was about to attack when he started to fall and bounced around.
Smoker's eyes widened. So he is a rubber man? A devil fruit user like me. Maybe this would be a challenge after all. Aw crap, I'm stuck, yelled Luffy, trying to get free. He finally managed to get free and fell right on top of his head. What is he doing? Frowned the captain.
Okay, I'm ready. Luffy brought back his arm and shot it forward. Captain Smoker jumped over it as it hit the ground, forming an indentation. Too slow, smirked Smoker, appearing besides Luffy and punching him in the face. The Straw Hat Pirate flew for a bit before smirking as he gained his balance and fired another pistol punch. Smoker dodged it with ease, kicking Luffy right in the chest before delivering a punch to the face. Pathetic. You are worth 30 million berry. I don't even have to use my powers, scowled Smoker. Luffy stood up and smirked widely as he brought back his leg and swung it forward. Smoker ducked around it and it got wrapped around a fountain. Uh-oh, blinked Luffy before yelling as he was shot off into the distance. What is up with him? Muttered Smoker. Monkey D. Luffy had to be the strangest pirate that he had ever met. Elsewhere, Naruto grinned happily as he checked out his new outfit. A simple white shirt with no sleeves and was cut down the middle on both sides. This allowed him to move it out of the way so that when he used his powers he would rip or poke holes in it. Plus he now wore a pair of black pants that were bandages up at the bottom near his ankles. To finish the outfit he wore his favorite open-toed sandals that Dr. Higurashi had customized for him that let his toes breath. He just hated regular shoes and those floppy sandals were a big no. These sandals were perfect with rubber soles and very comfortable. I'll take 3 more pairs of these shirts in red, blue, and purple. Plus, I want 5 more pairs of these pants in white and black, grinned Naruto. That'll be 200 berry. Anything else, sir? Asked the lady with a friendly smile. Oh yeah, is there anywhere around here where I can have shoes made for me? I would like to get a few extra pair of these sandals made for me, smiled Naruto.
There is a shoe store near the gallows, but I am not sure they do special custom jobs, answered the woman.
Naruto sighed, just his luck. Oh well, just have to send Higurashi Tusen a letter and ask for him to deliver more through Yami.
Yami was a large eagle that Naruto had made friends with while in the woods of his home island. It would sometime deliver packages for him. He never know how, but somehow that bird was always able to find him no matter where he was. Thank you, smiled Naruto, taking his bag of clothes and leaving. Time to check out the gallows. Luffy wasn't the only one who wanted to see them.
He started to whistle a light tune. Naruto disappeared into his own world as people started to run by him in the opposite direction. They were screaming about something, but he tuned it out. Not his problem. Man, he wished someone on the crew could play an instrument of some sort. That would be so cool. A musician, that is what they really needed. Naruto grinned as he arrived at the gallows before blinking at the sight in front of him.
Buggy laughed loudly as he raised the sword above his head. The skies started to darken and rain fell down heavily. There, lying trapped in the bindings, was Monkey D. Luffy, unable to escape. Down on the ground, Zoro and Sanji did their best to get to their captain. Time to die, Monkey D. Luffy. Now all bear witness to the flashy execution, shouted Buggy, raising his sword high. Zoro and Sanji continued to fight, knowing they needed to hurry. Luffy saw the sword heading for his neck and looked up to smile. Sorry, he started, I'm dead. The Straw Hat Pirate continued to smile as the sword grew closer. Buggy smiled widely as he was about to kill the Straw Hat Pirate who dare mock and humiliate him. It was never to happen, as several pinging were heard as the sword was knocked out of Buggy's hand. If that wasn't enough, a sudden lightning bolt struck the tower, electrocuting the clown.
Man, that sure was a close call. Good thing I have semi-perfect aim, grinned Naruto. He had his right hand with his point finger pointed at Buggy. Basically he had made a pistol with his hand. Nice shooting, smirked Zoro.
Surround those pirates now, ordered Smoker. The captain was staring at Luffy. He was smiling. Could he have known he would be saved by his crew? No, he had accepted death and prepared for it completely. Only one other man had that smile upon his death. An image of the Pirate King just as he was executed appeared in his head.
Down on the ground, Zoro and Sanji caught up to Naruto and Luffy just as 100 Marines came rushing in from all corners. This is so cool, what a large fight, smiled Luffy.
The gallows collapsed and out of the debris emerged Luffy.
Buggy had swirls in his eyes from just being electrocuted. Hon Gatling gun, smirked Naruto, firing a barrage of bone finger digit bullets at the approaching Marines. He could fire 5 at a time at a speed of 5 shots a second. The Marines screamed as they were hit in the legs and arms. Naruto decided not to go for killing shots. We need to get back to the ship or we will never make it to the Grand Line, stated Sanji, knocking out a pirate and a Marine. Oh, well, let's get going, said Luffy, taking off. Sanji led the way with Naruto and Luffy taking up the middle while Zoro covered their rear. They ran towards the docks without stopping. Marines were running after them from behind. Sanji's eye gained a heart in it as he looked ahead to see a pretty woman. Oh my, who is that beautiful woman? Yelled the cook. She had her head down as the rain poured. All of them came to a pause as she looked at them through betrayed chocolate brown eyes. You lied to me, yelled Tashigi, glaring at Zoro. What did you do to her? Shouted Sanji angrily at Zoro. The swordsman stepped forward. You never asked my name. I never lied to you, said Zoro simply. That sword doesn't belong in the hands of a scoundrel like you. Unforgivable. I shall confiscate that sword from you, shouted Tashigi, placing her hand on the hilt of her blade. Just try it, smirked Zoro, drawing his blade. The two moved forward, clashing blades against one another. Tashigi glared at Zoro, who continued to smirk. They clashed blades a few more times before Sanji yelled. Zoro, how dare you attack a woman? Yelled Sanji. Stay out of this. Sanji was surprised to hear Tashigi speak. This is a fight between Roronoa and I. No one is to interfere, she finished with a determined look. You heard her. Go, ordered Zoro. Luffy smiled as he ran by with Naruto following. Sanji sent one last warning to Zoro about not harming her before following the other two. They ran ahead knowing that Zoro would be fine. Sanji was more worried about the woman as she was out of her league.
The group was almost at the harbor when they came upon another marine. Monkey D. Luffy, I told you would not be going to the Grand Line until you could defeat me, stated Smoker.
Oh yeah, I remember you now, smiled Luffy. Play dumb all you want, glared Smoker. Luffy, Sanji, Naruto, go ahead. I can handle this, smiled Luffy confidently. Sanji and Naruto hesitated but Luffy told them to go again so they left. Smoker just let them go knowing that they wouldn't get far in this weather not when his marines were already at the dock with the cannons.
Going Merry Nami gripped the edge of the deck as the rain and wind grew stronger.
If the others didn't arrive soon they would be stuck on the island and she would be out on the sea all alone. Worse, she would be stuck with that idiot Usopp. Nami-chan, I'm Bach, she smiled as she recognized that voice anywhere. Her eyes turned toward the dock to see Sanji and next to him was Naruto. The two were running on the dock keeping up with the Going Merry that was getting pulled further away from the island.
Behind you, shouted Usopp pointing at the group of marines.
Naruto and Sanji spun around taking out the marines with ease. However, it seemed for every one they took out, two more showed up. They were like roaches. Suddenly, strong green winds blew through the entire island blowing everything and everyone. They all got up groggily and looked into the distance. The ship, it is pulling away. We will never get to it now, shouted Usopp.
I got it. Smiled Luffy in that way whenever he got an insane idea. He grabbed a railing and pulled himself very far back. Gomu Gomu no Rocket. Sanji, Zoro, Naruto, and Usopp were all grabbed by their crazy captain. They flew through the air towards the Going Merry and collided with its sail then fell down onto the deck. Luffy laughed happily. Guys, smiled Nami happy they had made it. A few minutes later they were all aboard. How about a proper toast as we make our way to the Grand Line, smirked Sanji. He raised his foot and placed it on top of the barrel, to finding all blue. Holy shit. Dude, that is one huge ass whale. I mean I have seen sea kings that don't even compare to this whale, whistled Naruto.
Stop admiring it and help us turn the ship before we all die, yelled Zoro.
I got an idea, yelled Luffy heading beneath the deck. Is this the end? Nami froze in fear as they got closer to the whale. They had just made it down Reverse Mountain and now they were going to die the moment they entered the Grand Line. It just wasn't fair. Naruto grinned widely while Zoro, Usopp, and Sanji all tried to turn the ship. Suddenly a loud explosion went off and a cannonball hit the whale. Everyone was surprised. The cannon? Yelled everyone. A laughing sound came from Naruto.
The ship came to a slow stop with the goat head of the Going Merry breaking off as it tapped the surface of the whale. Nami fell backwards with wide eyes as it came down at her, but a hand grabbed and pulled her up to avoid being crushed. She looked to see Naruto standing there next to her looking at the ornate head. Man, Luffy is not going to be happy about losing his favorite seat, said Naruto shaking his head. Hurry, we got to paddle away, yelled Usopp. Luffy ran up from the deck with an angry look in his eyes. My favorite seat. Nami looked at Luffy praying he didn't do anything stupid. They came up on the left side of the whale and were going right past its eye when Luffy did something stupid. This is for destroying my favorite seat, shouted Luffy punching the whale right in its eye.
Dude. We're so dead, grinned Naruto. Everyone froze hoping the whale didn't feel it but then its eyes looked right down at the Going Merry.
Yeah, and there is more. Luffy never finished when Zoro punched him in the head knocking him down. Idiot, are you trying to kill us? A loud roar came from the whale as it opened its mouth. The Going Merry was ed right into its mouth. Luffy fell overboard. Thinking quick, he used his Gomu abilities to attach to one of its teeth then climb onto its head. Inside the whale, no one said anything. Is this real? Said Zoro. Sure feels real, blinked Naruto. I know what I felt and saw. We were swallowed by that whale, said Sanji. There in front of them was an extremely small island with a house on it. They were surrounded by water and above them is a cloud-filled sky. What is with this island and house? Said Nami.
Illusions, stated Zoro. The water started to rise and suddenly a squid popped out. Well, that looks like a great big squid, yelled Nami, Sanji, and Usopp. Another illusion, said Zoro. In a second, 3 harpoons pierced through the squid killing it. All looked to see that the harpoons had come from inside the house. A pair of eyes appeared in the doorway. Usopp and Nami started to shiver in fear. I know. I'll use the cannons. No wait, I think it's a person, said Sanji. A person? Who would live inside a whale? Said Nami.
Out of the house came an old man wearing a strange thing on his balding head. He stared at the ship before calmly walked to the lawn chair, taking a seat, and pulling out a paper to read. Hey, you just going to ignore us? Shouted Sanji.
The man said nothing as he continued to read. Hey, we got cannons back here. You try anything and we will use them, shouted Usopp from far away.
You do that and someone is going to die, stated the man with a hard look. Nami and Usopp shivered in fear. Sanji smirked. Oh yay. Who is that going to be? Me of course, said the man simply. Excuse me, you. Sanji stopped when Zoro put a hand on his shoulder. Give it a rest. I don't think the old man is all there. That bastard. He is mocking us, glared Sanji. Zoro smirked. Hey, I got 2 questions. Where are we and who are you? The old man's eyes narrowed and a tense silence followed. Dude, how did you get a recent paper living inside a whale? Everyone's jaws dropped as Naruto stood behind the old man looking over his shoulder at the paper. What the hell are you doing over there? They all yelled. Naruto grinned sheepishly. So loud over there. Idiot, they yelled. Name is Crocus, I am the keeper of the lighthouse at the Cape. I am a Gemini and 71.5 years old, started the old man, not in the least bit perturbed by Naruto's appearance behind him. Now it was Zoro's turn to be angry. The old man is mocking them. I would tell you where you are, but seeing as how you have been so rude. All I will say is that you are trespassing on my private resort. Besides, it should be obvious where you are seeing is how you were eaten by a whale. Since when does a whale's stomach have clouds? Yelled Nami. Actually, I think this is quite nice. I wonder if it's possible to paint the inside of my stomach like that, wondered Naruto looking down at his stomach.
It's a giant mural, yelled Usopp. Call it an old man's hobby, said Crocus. Everyone's sweat dropped.
Just tell us how do we get out of here, yelled Usopp. Crocus pointed. The exit is right over there. All turned to see a giant door and sweat dropped. All right, let's get going, smiled Naruto. Soon the entire place started to shake and all gripped the edges. What is going on? Grunted Zoro.
Look, pointed Nami at the island. It isn't an island but a ship with iron on the bottom.
Usopp punched his hand. Of course. The gastric acids would destroy anything wood or flesh. That means we have to get out of here soon. Kind of hard to do with all this shaking, said Nami gripping the edge.
He is angry. This rocking is due to him smashing his head into the red line, said Crocus. Nami's eyes widened. Of course. That explains all those scars on its head that we saw.
Why does he do it? Asked Usopp. It's suffering, said Nami. Elsewhere in Laboon, Mr. Nine smirked as he held a bazooka in his hand. All right, Miss Wednesday, remember the plan, baby. This door here leads to the whale's stomach. First we take care of the old man, then we finish off the whale. The man was wearing a green outfit with a king's crown on the top of his head. Standing next to him was a pretty woman who looked to be in her early 20s. She had long blue hair that was up in a ponytail. In her hands she held a bazooka as well. Right, Mr. Nine. This whale is a precious creature that will feed our town for years to come, smirked Miss Wednesday. Okay. On 3 we will bust down this door and finish off that old man, smirked Mr. Nine. Miss Wednesday nodded. He was about to start the countdown when a screaming sound was heard. Both looked up wondering what is making that sound. Their eyes widened as a man wearing a straw hat crashed right into them and through the door. They went flying through the air over the gastric acids. It's them again, said Crocus, narrowing his eyes upon Mr. Nine and Miss Wednesday. Luffy? Hey Zoro, is everyone okay? Yelled Luffy as he sailed through the air. I could use some help. A long white bone extended in front of Luffy. Grab hold, and swing yourself over to the ship, grunted Naruto, kneeling on the ground with a very long bone coming out of the palm of his hand. Luffy grinned as he grabbed the bone and spun around so he was on top of it. The Straw Hat Captain then shot his hand towards the railing of the ship and flew towards it, crashing right into Zoro. Hee hee. Sorry Zoro, grinned Luffy. Break. So, Who are these two and why did you risk your life to save the whale? Asked Nami, looking at Miss Wednesday and Mr. Nine, who were struggling to break free. They were all on Crocus's ship now that the whale had calmed down. These two are a couple of thugs from a nearby island. All they care about is using Laboon as food to feed their town, said Crocus. Laboon. Nami raised an eyebrow. Yes, Laboon is the name of the whale. He is an island whale found in the West Blue Ocean. The reason he keeps ramming into the red line is because he is waiting for a group of pirates to return to. He has been waiting for the past 50 years, said Crocus. Listen closely, and I will tell you the tale of Laboon. Grand Line. Luffy cheered as they finally made it out of the whale. To wait 50 years, Laboon is a true friend. How can his crew just forget about him? Said Usopp angrily. Don't be an idiot, chances are they are probably dead, said Zoro.
I hate to say it, but he is probably right. The Grand Line had barely been navigated back then compared to now. It was 100 times more treacherous than it is now, said Nami.
Crocus shifted his glasses. One should learn from this that reality is cruel. I heard that his crew ended up leaving the Grand Line through the calm belt. A cruel fate they bestowed upon Laboon, never coming back for him and taking the coward's way out. We can speculate all we want on what happened. All turned to look at Naruto, who had finally spoke for the first time since hearing the tale of Laboon's crew. He leaned on the railing with a hard look. Maybe they took the coward's way out. Maybe they were killed at sea. Maybe 1,000 more things happened to them. Guessing and listening to rumors won't tell us the truth. Until we know what happened for sure, we have no right to judge them. Just as no one has the right to judge us on the basis that we are pirates. Things are never how they seem until you know the full story, smirked Naruto. Laboon believes in them. Who are we to tell him otherwise? Crocus's eyes widened as he looked upon Naruto. Those eyes, those words, they reminded him so much of another man he had met. Ah! Yelled Luffy, running up the whale's back. He was carrying the mast of the Going Merry. What is that idiot doing? Frowned Nami. Who knows, you have to keep an eye on him every minute, said Zoro. Does he realize that is the mast to our ship? Sighed Usopp. Gomu Gomu pistol, yelled Luffy, stabbing the mast into one of Laboon's scars. Laboon's eyes started to water and it roared in pain, causing a massive tidal wave. Naruto laughed loudly. You damn idiot, yelled the crew. Kick his ass, Luffy, shouted Naruto, laughing. Crocus's eyes widened as he looked upon Luffy and what he had done. Soon Luffy and Laboon started to fight each other. Laboon charged forward, intent on crushing Luffy. It's a draw. The whale stopped as Luffy stood up and put on his hat. This match is a draw. I am stronger than I look, and one day we will have to finish our battle. I refuse to lose to anybody. So after I am done sailing the Grand Line with my Nakama, I am coming back here to kick your ass. Do you got that? Yelled Luffy with a large grin. The whale's eyes started to tear up. It released a loud sound that acknowledged Luffy's challenge. Good. A few minutes later, and Luffy had painted a crude Jolly Roger on Laboon's head over its scars. This will be a promise of our battle. It was done quickly, so make sure not to hit your head or it will come off, smirked Luffy. Laboon released a loud noise in understanding. Break. Luffy and Naruto stuffed their faces as they ate the bluefinned elephant tuna that Sanji had prepared. While they were eating, Crocus started to explain to Nami how things worked. Did you all come here to die? It is obvious you came here with no knowledge of how the Grand Line works, said Crocus. What do you mean? Gasped Nami. Things like common sense and the currents of the sea don't matter here. The Grand Line is the most dangerous place in the world, and I just don't mean because of all the other pirates out there. What makes it so dangerous is that it is impossible to navigate using a regular compass. Only a log pose can navigate through the Grand Line. It is specially designed to pick up the magnetic fields produced by a powerful magnetic field that surrounds each island, said Crocus. Wait, if we don't have a way to navigate through the Grand Line, then we are screwed, stated Nami. Usopp yelled, you are the navigator. Navigate us through it. If you need a log pose, I got one, said Naruto, causing everyone to look at him. He tossed a strange-looked wristwatch at Nami. It was a round hourglass with a needle in the middle. Hey, I got one of those too, said Luffy, holding out an identical wristwatch. How the hell did you two get these? Yelled Nami. Bought it, answered Naruto. Found it, answered Luffy. Nami's eyes twitched. You bastards, you ate the whole elephant tuna, yelled Sanji with a horror-filled look in his eyes.
Naruto and Luffy grinned. Delicious. I wanted Nami to try it.
Get her some then. Yeah, Sanji seethed in anger and delivered a spinning kick sending them both flying into Nami. They collided into Nami, destroying both log pose. Nami clenched her fists and in a blur started to beat up all three men. You idiots, now we will never be able to leave here, she yelled, covering them in bruises.
Crocus laughed. Not to worry. I have a spare one you can have. Nami's eyes lit up in delight.
Hey, we need a favor. All turned around to see Mr. 9 and Miss Wednesday.
Journey to Whiskey Peak. The most awesome snowman, yelled Luffy proudly. Please, what I have created is a true piece of art, smirked Usopp, pointing at the beautiful snow mermaid. Luffy's eyes widened in awe.
No way, mine is the best, grinned Naruto. There standing next to Naruto was a snowman twice the size of the one that Luffy had made, with buff muscles and an arrogant smirk on its face. All over its body were spikes, Naruto's bones, giving it a badass appearance. Cool, grinned Luffy. Snowman punch. Usopp's mermaid had its head blown off. Naruto started to laugh before firing one of his snowman's spikes destroyed Luffy's snowman's head. He stopped laughing when a snowball took off his own snowman's head. The three then got into a snow war, every man for themselves. A scream came from the galley interrupting their fun. Nami burst out of the galley and started to scream, "Turn the ship 180 degrees portside." What is going on? Asked Naruto. Yeah, we are on the same course, blinked Luffy. No, the currents have spun us around, started Nami when thunder and lightning filled the skies. It soon started to rain heavily. Hurry, or we will get lost in this storm. Everyone started to do as she ordered except for Zoro, who managed to sleep through the whole thing.
A couple hours later, they were all lying on the deck tired. Zoro yawned as he woke up from his nap. You all sure are being lazy on such a beautiful day, stated Zoro, ignoring the fact that he had just been sleeping himself.
Zoro glanced to see the two that had tried to kill Laboon on board the ship. Why are these two here with us? He asked. Taking them to their town, Whiskey Peak, answered Luffy.
Why, we don't owe them any favors, he stated, glancing down at the two who shifted nervously. Nope, nothing, smiled Luffy. Whatever. I don't care, shrugged Zoro. He then smirked as he leaned forward. By the way, what did you say your names were again?
Mr. 9 Inches. Miss Wednesday. Oh, I feel like I have heard those names before. He noticed them start to sweat and took a seat down across from them. Maybe I have, maybe I haven't. Who? Nami punched Zoro on top of the head. What was that for? Demanded Zoro. His eyes widened as Nami was surrounded by flames of anger. You dare sleep no matter how many times we try to wake you. Baka. Several more punches were delivered and Zoro fell to the ground with a knocked-out look in his eyes. Oi! Land ho! Shouted Luffy with a large smile. All turned to see a large island coming up as they broke through the fog. Miss Wednesday and Mr. 9 smirked as they leapt onto the railing in identical poses. Thank you for the lift, but it is time we get going, smirked Mr. 9.
Yes, perhaps we will meet again, but until then, smiled Miss Wednesday.
Bye-bye baby, they both said as they leapt overboard into the water, then started to swim towards the island.
Strange people, blinked Usopp. They were really in sync, said Naruto with an impressed look. Nami bopped him over the head.
This island won't have monsters, will it? Trembled Usopp. Naruto grinned. I hope so. If it does, then we will leave, said Luffy simply. Naruto pouted at hearing that.
We can't, frowned Nami. Oh, why not? Luffy tilted his head in confusion.
Because the log pose has to have time to adapt to the island's magnetic field. Each island is different, but we can't leave until we get the next set of magnetic coordinates, explained Nami. Zoro yawned. Oh well, then we just stay until we get the coordinates. No point in wasting time worrying about it.
Yeah, I will protect Nami-chan from anything out there, stated Sanji with his hard eye. All right then, let's go, shouted Luffy excitedly. Whiskey Peak. The Straw Hat Pirates broke through the fog to find a most curious sight. Loud cheers, flashes of camera, and music filled their ears. The entire island had come out to welcome them. Everyone was welcoming them with large smiles. Even the mayor had come out. "Come, we must celebrate your arrival," smiled the mayor.
"Yosh, let's do it," yelled Luffy, Sanji, Naruto, and Usopp. Nighttime rolled around and the entire crew had participated in the drinking, eating, and all-around celebration. The whole village had turned out to celebrate. Zoro and Nami were drinking their fill to win the 100,000 berry prize money for the person to be the last one standing after drinking the most. Luffy and Naruto had ate so much that 4 cooks had fainted from overexertion. Sanji was wooing over 20 women at a time. Soon all the Straw Hat Pirates had passed out from the festivities. Outside, the so-called mayor smirked. "So, I see you managed to meet the new guests, Mayor Ingram." Mr. 8, smirked Mr. 9 from on top of the tavern. Miss Wednesday stood next to him before the two leapt down. Mr. 8 turned around with a large smile. "Yes, they are passed out inside as we speak. The town is already on a food shortage and I had a feeling you wouldn't be able to complete your mission," stated Mr. 8. Miss Wednesday flushed in embarrassment. "You don't have to go saying it like that," shouted Mr. 9 angrily. The back door to the tavern opened up and out walked a large nun with dark skin. She had been the final one Nami had beat in the drinking contest, or so the young navigator had thought. "How annoying, we had to put in much more alcohol towards the end there. I say we should have killed them the moment they landed. What could those 5 children done to us?" scowled the woman, tossing off the nun uniform to reveal a very muscular body wearing a polka dot dress. Mr. 8 cleared his throat. "Miss Monday, do not speak so hastily. Those pirates are more than they appeared." He reached into his coat jacket and pulled out a wanted poster. It had Monkey D. Luffy's face on it and 30 million berry bounty beneath the picture. 30 million berry. They yelled except for Mr. 8. Mr. 8 nodded as he put the wanted posters back in his shirt. "If we kill them we only get 30% of the bounty. The world government enjoys their public executions," frowned Mr. 8 with obvious distaste. "I apologize," bowed Miss Monday. "So what do we do now?" asked Miss Wednesday. "Go, capture them alive," ordered Mr. 8. "Hey, sorry to interrupt." All of them were stunned as they turned around to see the swordsman sitting on top of the building with his sword raised. He had a large smirk on his face. "But could you let them sleep a bit longer? They had a long trip this afternoon and could use the rest." The doors opened from behind the tavern and 2 men ran out. "Sir, the one with the green hair and swords has disappeared," shouted the man. "He's up there," glared Miss Wednesday. "Fiend, you should have been knocked out with all the drinking you have done," glared Mr. 8. Zoro smirked. "No true swordsman, no matter how weak or strong, will ever allow himself to be knocked out by a mere drink." His smirk widened as he watched as the whole town came out, all carry weapons. From pistols to swords, to weapons he had never even seen. "I see what is going on here. This is a bounty hunter's nest. You deceive merry pirates as they come in from the Grand Line, then take them for all they're worth." The swordsman stood up. "Must be roughly 100 bounty hunters here. I'll take you all on." His eyes narrowed. "Baroque works." "How do you know that name?" yelled Mr. 8, who along with the others were surprised by this pirate's knowledge. "A while back when I was in this line of work, I was offered a position. I refused, of course. Members who don't even know each other except by codenames. Not to mention the boss's identity and location are a mystery even to its members. A criminal organization that faithfully carries out the orders of its leader." "Baroque works," finished Zoro with a wide smirk. Mr. 8 started to speak with his head lowered. "This is surprising. But, since you know our secret, we have no choice but to eliminate you. And add another gravestone to the great cactus rock." His head raised and he smirked widely. "Come on then," smirked Zoro. "Kill him," yelled Mr. 8. His eyes widened in horror along with everyone else as Zoro was nowhere to be seen. They all looked around searching for the two. "Ah!" yelled one of the bounty hunters as Zoro stood in the middle of them pretending to look around as well. A smirk appeared on the swordsman's face. "Ready," smirked Zoro. "Bastard, you dare mock us? Shoot him," they shouted. A group of 10 bounty hunters on each side raised their guns and fired, but screamed as they only hit each other. Zoro had once again disappeared.
They once again looked all over for the green-haired swordsman. "Tell me," said Zoro as the sword pointed right at Mr. 8's neck. "Do you really think that you will only have to add just one gravestone?" Soon guns were pointed at him and Mr. 8 drew his own weapon, firing his shotgun of an instrument. 7 bounty hunters dropped dead, but Zoro was nowhere in sight. "I found the swordsman," shouted a new voice.
"It is only a matter of time now before he is dead," smirked Mr. 8 as Miss Monday went to go help.
Zoro smirked as he drew his newest blades and started to take them for a test run. With a single swing he took out 6 bounty hunters. "Kitetsu-ha? Looks like you were going to be a problem child." "Got him," yelled a bounty hunter holding a bazooka. He was about to fire when a bone pierced through it and it exploded in the bounty hunter's hands. "Now you are just being selfish. Hogging all these bounty hunters to yourself." Zoro and the bounty hunters looked up to see Naruto standing on top of the building with a fox-like grin. "A bunch of weaklings like this. I don't need any help," smirked Zoro. Naruto grinned. "Bet I can take out more than you."
"Kill them both. You're on," yelled Zoro, charging towards a group of bounty hunters. "Time to show you it wasn't a fluke," smirked Naruto, making pistols with both his fingers. He took careful aim. Hone pistol. A barrage of bone finger bullets took down 7 bounty hunters. A large grin appeared on Naruto's face as 2 bone handles emerged from his shoulders. In a blur, another group of bounty hunter fell to the ground from multiple cuts. Why did everyone assume that Zoro is the only swordsman? No respect, no respect. A loud explosion made Naruto look up to see that muscular black woman get taken down. Heck, Zoro didn't even have to use his swords. Naruto fired several more finger bullets before running up, jumping from roof to roof. He smirked as he finally one of the leaders. Mr. 9, if he remembered the man's name correctly. "Hey dude. I'll be your opponent," grinned Naruto, blocking Mr. 9's path. "Fool, you will fall to my acrobatics," smirked Mr. 9, flipping forward at impressive speeds. Mr. 9 then withdrew his steel bats and struck. His bats were blocked by Naruto's bone swords. "Not bad, but you still need some work," smirked Naruto, moving at even faster speeds. Mr. 9 barely managed to keep up. "What's that matter? Where are your acrobatics now? Just you wait, hear it." Mr. 9 flipped right back into a wall. Naruto's sweat dropped a bit, having a hard time believing the man just did that. Didn't he know how to pay attention to his environment? That was just sad. "You okay, dude?" asked Naruto, poking the man with his sword, but got no response. "Don't count us out yet, you still haven't seen what I can do," smirked Miss Wednesday. She stood on top of an overgrown duck and raised her hands up. "Time for my perfume dance." A strong pungent smell started to fill the air as Miss Wednesday swung her hips in an alluring manner. Naruto just stood there and blinked. Miss Wednesday started to sweat nervously as nothing happened to the man. "You know, you are a pretty good belly dancer. It makes you look really hot," grinned Naruto. A light blush heated Miss Wednesday's cheeks and she momentarily paused in her attack. "Quiet. Flattery will not have me spare your life. Now go Karu, Peacock Crusher," ordered Miss Wednesday, spinning around a strange weapon that Naruto had never seen. He stepped to the side and Karu and Miss Wednesday went crashing into the wall behind him, just like Mr. 9. "Tell me, does Baroque Works ever capture any pirates? Or do they just turn themselves in after being annoyed from all y'all attacks?" asked Naruto with a raised eyebrow. "Ah!" A scream was heard and Naruto looked up. He stepped to the side as Mr. 8 crashed into the ground with a cut across his chest. "That makes 53, smirked Zoro. "That isn't fair, you started taking them out before I was awake," yelled Naruto. "Whatever, you lose," shrugged Zoro. He pulled out a bottle of wine and started to drink from it. "This isn't over," glared Naruto. They didn't say any more as they sensed a new presence and turned around. There walked towards them were 2 people. One was a cute woman with short blonde hair, a yellow dress, and a matching umbrella. The other was a black man wearing a brown trench coat and coal-black eyes. One was a tall black man with curly black hair and standing next to him was a pretty blonde woman with an umbrella. "How pathetic, you 3 being beat by these 2, stated the black man. "Mr. 5, Miss Valentine," wheezed Mr. 9 with a smile. Finally, reinforcements had arrived. Mr. 5 said nothing while Miss Valentine laughed. "Have you come here to laugh at us or help?" grunted Mr. 8.
Miss Valentine started to laugh. The two Straw Hat Pirates remained calm, not in the least bit intimidated. Fool, we didn't get set out to the front lines to help you take care of some weak no-name pirates. We have come here because the boss told us someone knew his secret. Seeing as how our organization revolves around secrecy, this cannot be tolerated. So we did some investigation and guess where it led us," said Mr. 5. Mr. 8 and Miss Wednesday suddenly started to shake a bit in fear. Naruto and Zoro didn't fail to notice this, earning their curiosity. "Ha ha, it led us right to members of the King's Court. Captain of the Royal Guard Ingram and the missing Princess Neferati Vivi," said Mr. 5, holding out the picture of a woman that looked exactly like Miss Wednesday. "I will not let you harm the princess," yelled Mr. 8, standing up and pulling his bow tie, firing the cannons hidden in his curls. Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine didn't even bother to move as they were hit and caught in the explosion. "Run, Vivi. Now." Miss Wednesday had tears in her eyes but nodded as she hopped on Karoo and took off.
"We should help," said Naruto. "Why, I don't know. It seems like the right thing to do."
"We are pirates. Since when do we start to do the right thing? Besides, best not to get involved in affairs that don't involve us," said Zoro nonchalantly. "Yeah, but still. I always wanted to save a princess," grinned Naruto. Zoro slapped his forehead. "Please?" Both turned down to see Mr. 8 crawl towards them. "Please, I beg of you. Help Princess Vivi. All is lost." Naruto smiled while Zoro shook his head. "Sure, I'll help." "Wait." All turned to see Nami sitting on the edge of a small building. She had a large smile on her face. "Zoro is right, we are pirates. If we are going to help, it should be for money," grinned Nami. "He already left," said Zoro, pointing at the empty spot next to him. "No," yelled Nami. Naruto was ruining her plans to make a fortune. She is a freaking princess, that meant she had to be loaded. Stupid Naruto. "Princess Vivi. Miss Monday," yelled Vivi in horror. Now two of her friends were dead and all she could do is run. They weren't really friends, but they did fight for her and that counted for something. Mr. 5 came walking out of the dust with a booger on his finger. "Time to die, princess." He flicked the booger right at her and she had no time to dodge. A small projectile hit the booger 10 feet away from the princess, causing it to explode prematurely. When the explosion died down, there stood Naruto in front of Vivi. "Dude, that is disgusting. You are a grown man. Why are you still picking your nose?" said Naruto, shaking his head. "I don't know who you are, but if you don't stand aside then you will die with her," said Mr. 5 coldly. Miss Valentine started to laugh. "I say we kill him anyway." "Why are you helping me?" asked Vivi, surprised. "You're cute and you did do a nice dance for me," winked Naruto. A blush heated Vivi's cheeks. "But mostly because that dude with all the curls asked me to." Another booger came flying at Naruto, but he shot it out of the air just as he did the last one. He then raised his hand up and fired all 5 finger bones at Miss Valentine, who was floating the air high above him. Her umbrella was shot out of her hand just as she got over him. "Take this, 10,000 kilo," she shouted angrily. Naruto blinked as bone spikes burst out all over his body. Miss Valentine's eyes widened as she realized what would happen if she landed on those spikes. She quickly lowered her weight to 1 pound, causing her to slow down. That is exactly what Naruto planned as he jumped up and delivered a powerful kick to her face. Vivi's eyes widened in awe as Miss Valentine was knocked through a building. The bones retracted back inside Naruto as he landed on the ground. As he touched the ground, he pivoted on his foot and delivered a spinning back kick to Mr. 5's face. Mr. 5 went flying through 2 buildings before coming to a stop. "I thought they were supposed to be stronger," blinked Naruto, scratching the back of his head. "He took them both out with 1 hit apiece," thought Vivi in awe. A yawn escaped Naruto as he stretched out his arms. "Okay, let's get going, princess." "No point in staying here," said Naruto, walking away. Karoo looked at Vivi, who nodded, and the two followed after the strange man who could manipulate his bones. An hour later, Luffy had woke up and almost attacked Zoro and Naruto for attacking the grateful villagers who fed them. Nami fortunately knocked some sense into Luffy, literally, and Princess Vivi started to explain everything to the 4 members of the Straw Hat Pirates. She told them that she came from the kingdom of Arbasta, a small kingdom that was about to be split by civil war, that's to Baroque works who were inciting the insurgents. She had joined Baroque Works to infiltrate the criminal organization and find out who was responsible. Nami tried to get her not to tell them who the leader of the organization was, but it slipped out anyway. Crocodile, one of the 7 warlord pirates of the sea. Not only that, but 2 messengers were listening in on the conversation and drew pictures of them before flying off to warn Crocodile. Now all of them would be wanted by this group. Zoro, Naruto, go get Sanji and Usopp so we can get out of here, said Nami after she finished crying about it not being fair. Zoro grumbled while Naruto smiled, going to see if there was any food left.
Zoro tossed Usopp aboard while Naruto dropped Sanji on the upper deck. Both turned to see Karu already on the ship. It gave them a quack and they shrugged their shoulders. Right as they finished getting them aboard, a large explosion went off in the distance it was huge. Looks like Baroque Works is a bit more resourceful than we thought, stated Zoro. Do you think they have stronger members? I mean, the ones we faced were pretty weak. I really want to fight strong people, frowned Naruto, a bit upset. Who knows, but I understand how you feel, shrugged Zoro.
Hey, are Usopp and Sanji aboard? Yelled Nami, running towards the ship. Yep, nodded Zoro. We even got a duck in case you all get hungry, smiled Naruto, pointing at Karu, whom started to sweat in fear. Everyone hopped on board the Going Merry and the ship set sail. They traveled through the dense fog. Careful not to hit those rocks. I know, thanks, smiled Nami. She suddenly froze. Was that you, Naruto? Naruto tilted his head in confusion. They all turned around to see a beautiful woman wearing a purple cowgirl outfit. She sat on the railing of the deck and had a smile on her face. Who are you? Why are you on my ship? Asked Luffy. It's you, gasped Vivi. Hello, Miss Wednesday, or should I call you Princess Vivi? Smiled the woman. You know her? Asked Zoro. Hi, she is Miss All Day Sunday, glared Vivi. Nami blinked. Whose partner is she? Mr. Zero, the boss of Baroque Works, Crocodile, answered Vivi. Nami started to shake in fear, as just the idea of a pirate warlord after them was not something she liked one bit. Tell me, how is Mr. Aid doing? Smiled Miss Sunday. That smile, the same smile he wore when he was little. This woman, she was not everything she was pretending to be. He relaxed. She was not here to start any trouble.
You killed Ingram, yelled Vivi. Miss Sunday merely smiled. The sound of a gun clicking was heard as Sanji and Usopp appeared on either side of her while Zoro grabbed the hilt of his sword. You know what is going on, Sanji? Asked Usopp. No idea, but it seems Miss Sunday is in a spot of trouble, replied Sanji. A smile appeared on Miss Sunday's face before an invisible force knocked Sanji and Usopp away from her. Zoro, Naruto, and Luffy were sent skidding backwards as well. Please don't put your weapons at me, they are quite dangerous, smiled Miss Sunday. Devil fruit user, shivered Vivi in fear. Miss Sunday continued to smile as Luffy's hat suddenly left his head. It landed on her head and he started to yell. She ignored him as she addressed Vivi. Here, this is for you, she said, tossing an eternal pose at Vivi. The princess caught it and gave Miss Sunday a confused look. What is this? Vivi asked. An eternal pose for the island closest to Arabasta. The next island you are on way to is known as Little Garden. A very dangerous island, best to stay away from it. That eternal pose will lead you down a path that none of the Baroque work agents know about it, explained Miss Sunday. How do we know you are telling the truth? Asked Nami. It sounds like a trap to me, said Zoro. A shattering sound was heard and all looked to see Luffy had destroyed the eternal pose. Nami hit him in the head. You idiot, we could have used that. You are not the one who decides where this ship goes, said Luffy firmly, looking right at Miss Sunday. She tossed his hat back to him. Too bad. Perhaps the next time we meet things between us will be different, Miss Sunday smiled. No, said Luffy childishly. Miss Sunday laughed a bit as she hopped off the deck and landed on a giant turtle. She waved goodbye to everyone as her turtle disappeared into the distance. Bye, waved Naruto, earning him a punch in the head from Nami. What if there are snow monsters? Trembled Usopp. It seems we are not very welcome here, said Naruto, looking at all the people that lined both sides of the rivers with guns. Pirates, you are not welcome in these waters. Turn around now and leave, ordered the tallest of the men wearing strange iron armor. He had a hard look in his eyes. Hey, we didn't come here to fight. We have a sick person on board that needs a doctor, yelled Luffy. Like we will fall for that one, yelled a man, his pistol aimed at the crew.
Sanji took a drag from his cigarette. Man, they really hate us, and we haven't even had the chance to meet them.
Shut up, pirate, yelled another man, firing his pistol. The bullet hit right near Sanji's foot, pissing the cook off. Yo, you are going to pay for that. Sanji was about to charge forward, but Vivi blocked his path. The man on the shore had been so scared by Sanji's sudden movement that he pulled the trigger of his gun on reflex. A bullet sailed forward right towards Vivi. It never hit her as Naruto stepped in front of her, taking the hit. He didn't even flinch as the bullet buried itself into his arm. Naruto, yelled Luffy. I'm fine, said Naruto. Luffy's eyes narrowed in anger and he was about to charge forward. No, stop, yelled Vivi, blocking his path. Fighting is not the answer, Luffy. You can't always beat people up to get your way. Vivi turned to face the people on the shores and bowed to her knees, lowering her head to the wooden boards. Please, I beg of you. Our friend is very sick and if she doesn't get treatment soon she will die. Please, we mean no harm, begged the princess. The captain of the Straw Hat Pirates looked at Vivi, then at Naruto, who gave him a nod. I apologize. Please, we only wish to have a doctor for our friend, said Luffy, mimicking Vivi.
The large man looked down upon them. Very well, we shall lead you into town. Men, put your weapons away, ordered the man.
I told you, smiled Vivi. You are a strange one, replied Luffy. Vivi ran over to Naruto and was about to take a look at his arm, but he shook his head. The bullet had already been pushed out by hardening his bones. I'm fine, Vivi-chan, grinned Naruto. She smiled. Thank you. Naruto grinned happily. Break. Zoro took a deep breath as he finished his weight training. He now looked down upon the 2-foot-long and 3-inch thick bone that is lying on the ground. His eyes narrowed upon it as he calmly drew his sword. You sure have been training a lot lately. What's up? Asked Naruto, munching on an apple.
I was weak back there. I couldn't even pierce through that wax. Yet you could do it with ease. If I am going to be the greatest swordsman in the world, then I have to be able to cut steel, replied Zoro, continuing his weight training. He was on his 2000th swing when a bone pierced the deck in front of him. Zoro looked at Naruto curiously. I can harden my bones to be as strong as steel or stronger. Right, there is a bone that is as strong as steel. If you can cut it, then you can cut through steel, explained Naruto. The devil fruit user smirked. Good luck. He swung his sword downward and nothing. His blade rested against the bone, not even a scratch on it. Naruto wasn't lying. This bone definitely was as strong as that wax he encountered on Little Garden. It seemed he needed to do some more training. Vivi, Usopp, and Dalton. Dalton-sama, shouted a villager. Dalton turned to face the man. He gave Vivi and Usopp an apologetic look at being interrupted from their conversation. His eyes widened as he recognized the man as Don, who was supposed to be on watch. Don, what are you doing here? Has something happened? He asked, worried. The man panted heavily before collapsing to his knees. It was then he noticed that the man was littered with bruises. He came back. He's back, shouted Don with a fearful look in his eyes. Wapple, he came back. Don fainted in the snow. Wapple, who is that? Blinked Usopp. Isn't that the man we met out on sea and tried to eat our ship? Whispered Vivi. Oh yeah, said Usopp. Dalton's eyes narrowed in anger. Forgive me. But I must go. I will not allow our country to be ruled by that man anymore. Vivi and Usopp yelled out, but Dalton took off at amazing speeds. Nothing in the world would stop Dalton from forcing Wapple to leave. Chimney Mountain. Man, it is cold, said Naruto, stabbing his bone claws into the side of the mountain. On his back he was carrying the knocked-out Sanji. Beneath him, Luffy carried Nami. Why did this witch doctor have to live on the tallest mountain? Leaving the middle bone behind, he climbed another step, using that bone as a foot placing. Times like these he loved that he had ate the Hon Hon no Mi. Without it, climbing this mountain would have been a real pain in the ass. Almost there, grunted Luffy. A fourth of the way left, yelled Naruto over the howling winds. Who was he kidding? He loved having ate the Hon Hon no Mi all the time.
A strong wind came by and a bone came out of Naruto's middle toe, piercing the side of the mountain to give him an extra grip. Man, it's cold, he grunted, continuing his climb. Stupid fat man with a metal jaw forcing him to carry the arrow cook. Next time he saw that fat man, he is so going to kick his ass or toss him off the edge of the mountain. Yeah, that sounded good.
Castle on top of Chimney Mountain. Nami opened her eyes to find herself staring at an unfamiliar ceiling.
She slowly sat up and placed on hand to her forehead. Her fever had gone down. A smile appeared on her face. Luffy had done it. He had managed to get her up the mountain and to the doctor to be treated. Of course he had. Luffy would never let her down. Never has in the past. She doubted he would start now. I see you are doing better, my dear. Nami turned to see a rather old woman who moved like a young person sitting at a small table with a bottle of wine. Who are you? Asked Nami. Dr. Kureha. You can thank me later for saving you by paying me all the treasure and cargo on your ship, laughed the old woman. Nami's sweat dropped a bit because that is exactly something she would say. Great. Just how much of her money was she going to lose for this treatment? Oh, she was so going to kill Luffy if he delivered her to a doctor that took all her money. You sure do charge a large sum of money for a single bug bite, said Naruto, entering the room. He looked at Nami and smiled. Glad to see you are awake, Nami-chan. Dr. Kureha scowled. A single bug bite, you say? That bug bite would have killed her had she arrived a day later. Nami's eyes widened at hearing that. Had she really been that close to death? From now on, she wore bug spray. Maybe. We don't know that for sure. This could all be a scam to get all our money, replied Naruto thoughtfully. A bottle shattered against his head, but it ultimately did no damage as he continued to look at her suspiciously. Soon a large bump grew on his head and he fell back with swirls in his eyes. Stupid kid. Good thing he is cute unlike those other two, smirked Kureha. A light giggle escaped Nami. She couldn't argue with the doctor there. Naruto may be an A-class fool, but damn, he is one of the best-looking men she had ever seen. Not too muscular, not skinny, just right. Too bad that bone ability of his gave her the creeps, or she might consider pursuing a relationship with him. Her head turned as she heard the sounds of a door opening and in walked a cute reindeer with a blue nose. Where have you been, Chopper? It is your turn to keep an eye on them. I am going to get something more to drink, said Kureha, leaving the room.
Chopper, an interesting name for a reindeer. Hi, smiled Nami. The reindeer froze and started to sweat heavily. I have never seen a reindeer with a blue nose.
Yeah, it's really cool, smiled Naruto. Slowly, Chopper turned his head to see Naruto waving and smiling at him. Ah, screamed Chopper, about to run. Two bones blocked his path and he turned his head fearfully, looking at Naruto, who had another coming out of his palm. Don't be scared. I'm Uzumaki Naruto and that is Nami-chan, blinked Naruto. You know I don't know if Nami-chan has a last name. We all just call her Nami-chan. Hey Nami-chan, do you have a last name? A bottle hit Naruto in the head and he gained a second bump within 10 minutes. Idiot, grumbled Nami. She turned to look for Chopper, but he was gone. A frown graced her lips as she had a feeling that he is no ordinary reindeer. Break. A screaming filled the castle, waking Nami from her nap. She slowly rubbed her eyes and sat up, wondering what all that screaming is about. Her eyes fell upon Naruto, who was doing some sit-ups. What is going on? Nami asked tiredly. Luffy and Sanji are trying to catch Chopper so they can eat him, answered Naruto. Nami sighed. Those idiots. Why did they have to do those stupid things while she slept? Better yet, why did they have to do those stupid things, period? The door to her burst open and in ran Chopper. He hopped right over Naruto. A second later, Luffy ran right over Naruto, swinging his head side to side. Hey, have you seen that reindeer? Asked Luffy. Ow, groaned Naruto. Why are you bothering the poor reindeer? Asked Nami, frowning. He is to become our nakama. Smiled Luffy brightly. Oh, what if he doesn't want to be? She replied with a small smile. Luffy continued to smile. Of course he wants to be our nakama. I just need to find him. He ran out of the room shouting reindeer. Chopper came out of the closest, checking to make sure that Luffy is no longer around. You know, you should join our nakama. We really need a doctor, and if you came I could leave the bed early, smiled Nami.
I can't, said Chopper. I'm a reindeer. With a blue nose. Nami frowned as it seemed that he had a rough past and didn't trust anyone. She could understand that.
Yep, that is what makes you so cool. A reindeer with a blue nose.
I wish I had a blue nose, smiled Naruto. Chopper froze, having completely forgot about Naruto.
The young man started to laugh. Not only that, but you can talk too. Dude, you are like the ultimate reindeer. Come on, join our nakama. Luffy burst into the room and Chopper screamed before running off. Nami sighed while Naruto went back to his workout. Oh well, at least she had some eye candy to watch until she got better. She licked her lips as she watched Naruto do sit-ups with those perfect six-pack abs. Vivi and Usopp, please be alive, Dalton-san, yelled Usopp, digging through the snow with his hands. An avalanche had struck the village, burying Dalton, who had been hit by several arrows when protecting the villages from Wapol and his mean. Who is he? Asked Zoro. Stop standing around and help dig, yelled Usopp. Zoro stood there doing nothing as everyone else kept digging through the snow. I found him. Dalton-sama, Dalton-san, castle on Chimney Mountain.
Dr. Kureha had just finished telling Chopper's story to Nami and Sanji. Nami had a sad look in her eyes as she heard Chopper's story. To be hated by everyone just because he is a little different. That was just horrible. Chopper burst through the doors in his beast form, doctoring. He is here. Wapol is back. There's a cold look in Chopper's eyes.
I see, said Kureha, putting down her bottle of wine. Outside, Naruto stood across from Wapol and his two minions. He smirked widely as he would finally get a chance to pay back that fat bastard. To think that he had just come out here to do some training. Since training inside the castle was to confine for the true extent of his abilities. Hee, this was turning out to be a great day. You again, what are you doing at my castle? Demanded Wapol. Your castle, I thought it belonged to that old lady, blinked Naruto, confused.
Watch your mouth, yelled a familiar voice before Naruto was kicked in the head. He face planted right in the snow with swirls in his eyes. Dr. Kureha, the only doctor to escape from my doctor hunt, glared Wapol.
Kureha smirked. This castle isn't yours anymore. It doesn't belong to a bunch of spoiled brats like you. Leave this country. The Drum Kingdom is no more. What? Glared Wapol. Wait. All turned to see Luffy running out of the castle. I am going to kick his ass. No way. I wanted to kick his ass, yelled Naruto. Luffy stopped. Oi, come on. You got to kick his ass last time. Remember on the ship, I should get to kick his ass this time, pouted Naruto. Wapol started to seethe in rage as they spoke as if he wasn't even there. But, I want to kick his ass, said Luffy.
Jaken, smirked Naruto. Luffy grinned and the two started to play. Kureha and Chopper watched with a sweat drop as Naruto and Luffy played Jaken. Sanji came outside smoking a cigarette. I take it they are arguing on who gets to kick whose ass, he said knowingly.
Aha, yelled Naruto triumphantly. But I wanted to kick his ass, pouted Luffy sitting down in the snow. Naruto grinned widely as he rolled his neck. He then started to stretch his arms and legs before pointing at Wapol, his fingers forming a gun. Bang! Wapol was sent flying as a blunt finger bullet hit him in the forehead with such incredible force. Chopper and Kureha were wide-eyed in disbelief. Sanji just continued to smoke while Luffy pouted about how he wanted to kick the fat man's ass. Wow, I didn't realize I had fired it with such force, blinked Naruto. He had used a dull bone so that it wouldn't break the skin. Did he just shoot one of his finger bones? Asked Chopper, looking at Sanji. Yeah, he ate the hon no mi. He's a monster, smirked Sanji. Chopper's eyes widened before he looked at Naruto. A monster, like him. Oi, I can beat up the other two, right? Yelled Luffy. Aren't you cold? Said Sanji, putting at Luffy's outfit. Luffy blinked as he suddenly turned around. So can I. Idiot, don't look over there. I'm cold, shivered Luffy. I just said that. It's -50 degrees Celsius, yelled Chopper. Luffy ran inside to find something warm to wear. Wapol glared angrily. You bastard. I am going to eat you. Naruto tilted his head before pointing his fingers at Wapol. Wapol, Chess, and Koromaru's eyes widened before they started to run for cover as Naruto fired multiple shots at them. 5 minutes later, all three lie on the ground riddled with bruises and holes. It is kind of boring, pouted Naruto as he took a seat on the ground. Fool, now I will devour you, yelled Wapol running forward. Chess and Koromaru couldn't move due to several bone bullets hitting them in the legs. Watch out, yelled Chopper as Naruto just sat there. Wapol smirked as he widened his mouth to swallow Naruto whole. Not a smart idea, said Sanji shaking his head. Just as Wapol was about to close his mouth around Naruto, he froze. Bones popped out of his back and the back of his neck. Kureha smirked while Chopper's jaw hit the ground. A scream of pain erupted from Wapol as he fell to the ground. There Naruto sat with 2 feet long bones coming out his shoulder blades, head, arms, and chest. They retracted and Naruto scratched the back of his head. How come I always get the weak people to fight? First the guy with the boogers, then the strange girl with the paint, and now this. It isn't fair, grumbled Naruto lying back in the snow upset. Oi! Where did everyone go? Blinked Luffy coming back out. Bastard, this isn't over, glared Wapol somehow managing to survive his wounds. Hey Luffy, you can beat him up now. I am bored, yawned Naruto. Luffy smirked, alright, Gomu Gomu no pistol. A powerful punch hit Wapol right across the jaw and sent him flying into the distance. He became a speck in the sky as he was knocked clear off the island. Wapol-sama, whispered Chess and Koromaru weakly as they tried to crawl after him. Sanji walked over to them and with 2 kicks knocked them out cold. Hee hee, that felt good, grinned Luffy happily. Is this the strength of true pirates? Thought Chopper in awe. Kureha started to laugh as she pulled out a bottle of wine to drink. Monkey D. Luffy and Uzumaki Naruto, they reminded her so much of that one man she met 23 years ago. Alright, time for you to become our nakama, smiled Luffy pointing at Chopper. One day later, castle on Chimney Mountain. Reindeer, where are you, reindeer, yelled Luffy.
Give it up already, sighed Usopp. He doesn't want to become a pirate, said Zoro.
No, he is our nakama, I want him to come along, replied Luffy. That is what you want, you idiot, yelled Zoro. The sounds of someone walking towards them made all turn around. Nami, Vivi, and a dead-weight Sanji came out just in time to see the scene. Chopper stood there with his head down before looking up at Luffy. You're back, come on let's be pirates together, smiled Luffy. I can't, replied Chopper. No it's not, it's fun, said Luffy. You haven't even heard his reason yet, yelled Zoro. I mean, stuttered Chopper, I mean I am a reindeer. With antlers, and hooves, and a blue nose, the reindeer shouted holding back his tears. I want to be a pirate. But, I can't be the nakama of a human, you know. I'm a monster. Someone like me can't be your nakama, he yelled. He calmed down a bit and with a slightly defeated look in his eyes. So, I'm here to say thanks. Thank you for the invitation, sniffed Chopper. Shut up, yelled Luffy loudly. Let's go. Chopper's eyes started to tear up and he slowly nodded. Yeah, a new nakama, cheered Naruto happily. Since when is shut up an invitation? Smirked Zoro. Break, Luffy, yelled Sanji angrily, as he stomped out of the kitchen. The Straw Hat Pirate was sitting on the ground putting on an innocent look, or at least trying to. Luffy, look at me. Mind telling me where the rations I saved for us have gone? Luffy looked away from Sanji and started to whistle. I don't know, he answered. A tick appeared on Sanji's forehead. Liar, you would at poker.
Oi Sanji, I am hungry, groaned Luffy. Sanji kicked Luffy into the side of the deck.
I guess we better fish, said Usopp around a mouthful of food.
Yeah, agreed Chopper eating a mouthful of bread. Karoo quaked in agreement as he ate some food too. Naruto nodded as he ate a sandwich he had made.
Sanji put on a fake smile as he walked over to the 3. Yes, get to fishing, he smiled before slamming all 4 of their heads together. Vivi smiled a bit at their antics as Sanji headed inside to check for any remaining food to cook. She looked ahead and her eyes widened. There was a large cloud of smoke. Her eyes widened as she was about to run inside, but a calm voice stopped her. Don't worry, what you see ahead is nothing to worry about, said Nami calmly. Really? She asked, calming down a bit. Hi, see, under the ocean there are volcanoes that produce magma. When that magma hits the water it produces steam as you see now. They are called hot spots, explained Nami. Volcanoes under the ocean, blinked Usopp. Yep, that is right. In about 1,000 or maybe 10,000 years from now there will be a new island here, smiled Nami. The Going Merry went right through the cloud of steam. All of them started to cough while Naruto was smart enough to go inside as that steam really grated on his enhanced senses. When they made it through, Luffy and Usopp yelled as a strange man dressed as a ballerina wearing a swan outfit was hanging onto Karu, whom they had started to use as bait. Ah, yelled Usopp. Is it a mermaid? Blinked Luffy. Looks like a swan, said Naruto, scratching the back of his head. Ah, what am I doing holding onto this spot-billed duck? Yelled the ballerina man. He slipped off the duck and into the water. Help, help me, I am a hammer in the water. A few minutes later, the crew had rescued the strange ballerina man. He was covered in water but otherwise fine. Thank you, I am in your debt. By the way, may I have a warm bowl of soup? Smiled the man. We don't have anything. We are hungry too, yelled Luffy, Usopp, Zoro, Naruto, and Chopper. Oh, well then I guess I will just have to wait here until my ship comes back for me, smiled the man, twirling on his toes. You said you were a hammer in the water. That mean you ate a devil fruit? Asked Zoro. Yes, I ate the main no am I, would like me to show you? Smiled the man, getting into a strange stance. Vivi stood on the upper deck looking down at the strange man. Luffy cheered for a show, making the man smile widely. Alright, here we go. The man slammed his right palm right into Luffy's face. The whole crew tensed, thinking he was about to try something. What are you doing? Yelled Zoro, drawing his blades. Wait, 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 don't attack me, it is all part of my show, said Luffy, or an imitation of Luffy. The real Luffy got up and was surprised. It's me, he exclaimed. Yes, you see, with my fruit powers I can imitate anyone. With my left hand I return to normal, smiled the man, returning his face to normal. I don't actually have to hit anyone. Watch. One by one he started to transform into the entire crew along with some other people until he stopped at Nami. See, I can imitate the body as well. He opened up his shirt to show off Nami's fabulous D-cup-sized S. Nami knocked the man over the head with a red face. That's enough, she shouted. The man stood up unharmed from the hit. Oh, there is my ship now. Farewell my friends, I must be going, said the man, hopping onto the railing. Oh no, don't go, cried Luffy. Yeah, stay, yelled Naruto, Usopp, and Chopper. Don't cry for me, for friendship isn't how long you know a person. It is how much you have enjoyed each other's time, smiled the man as he hopped onto a swan-shaped boat. Mr. Tu Bon Clay-sama, shouted the crew. Let us be off, my crew, shouted the man now known as Mr. Tu. The Straw Hat Pirates were stunned. That man was one of their enemies. He is Mr. Tu, gasped Usopp. Does that make him an enemy? Blinked Luffy. Vivi, are you okay? Asked Nami, worried. One of the faces from his memory was the face of my father, whispered Vivi in horror. Did you now know it was him? Asked Naruto. Vivi shook her head. No, I have never met the Mr. 1 or Mr. 2 pair. Just heard rumors that Mr. 2 worked alone dressed like a ballerina and wore a swan outfit with Bon Clay written on the back. You should have recognized him, said Luffy, Naruto, Usopp, and Zoro. The power to imitate anyone. It is to the point where we can't even trust our own Nakama, stated Nami, worried.
Wow, that is pretty bad, nodded Naruto. Alright, now, food, groaned Luffy. Naruto's stomach grumbled as well.
More important things to worry about, we got company behind us, smirked Zoro. They all headed to the back of the ship to see a fleet of ships. All had the mark of Baroque works on their sails. We are finally in Arbasta's climate zone. Those are the villains that work for Crocodile, stated Vivi. Oh, the bad guys, smiled Luffy. We should take them out quick, said Usopp, manning the cannon. No, we will leave the small fry alone, smirked Zoro. Sanji nodded in agreement. There is much about our enemy we don't know, we can't go rushing into this. Got it, Luffy. Naruto, glared Nami. Naruto tilted his head in confusion. Why is he being yelled at? Luffy blinked. Huh, she growled and smacked him over the head. Zoro brought over white bandages for everyone. Tie it around your left arm this way if we get separated, People like Mr. 2 can't trick us, explained the swordsman. No matter what happens, the left arm is the mark of our nakama, shouted Luffy. Arabasta, I wonder if this place has good ramen, muttered Naruto, as they hid behind a destroyed building. They had seen Mr. 3's ship, so they couldn't risk going into town or they might be recognized. Plus, anyone here would recognize Princess Vivi, so she definitely could not be seen. The only two that wouldn't be recognized are Sanji and Chopper. Sanji had been elsewhere during the Little Garden incident and Chopper had just joined the crew. Is that all you ever think about? Grunted Zoro. Naruto scratched the back of his head, not much else matters. Zoro slapped his forehead. You're no different from Luffy. That itself is a scary thought. Nami sighed, it is so hot here. Arabasta is a desert kingdom. It is one of the hottest places in the Grand Line, said Vivi. Nami Swan. Vivi-chan, yelled a familiar voice. There came Sanji carrying a large bag with Chopper at his side. Soon the group started to change into the clothes that Sanji had bought to disguise them. Zoro and Naruto were wearing heavy clothes to hide their hair. Nami and Vivi were both wearing clothes of that a belly dancer would wear. Both women looked absolutely hot, whatever used you wanted to describe them. I hate wearing such heavy clothes. It just gets in the way, grumbled Naruto, referring to his Hon abilities. No choice, can't risk being identified, said Zoro, not happy about what he is wearing either. Nami looked at Chopper, whom looked sick. What is wrong with you? The air, it stinks of perfume, groaned Chopper. Oh, you mean this? Smiled Nami, spraying some perfume on herself. Chopper yelled out angrily, so what's the plan now? And where is Luffy? Asked Sanji, lighting another cigarette. That idiot, he is probably lost somewhere, grumbled Nami. Naruto grumbled angrily, I am going to find some better clothes. I can't stand this. He walked off into the village, not bothering to wait for the others. The others watched him go with curious looks. They had never seen him get so upset in the first place. Now here he was getting angry over something as simple as clothes. Did heavy clothes like that really irritate him that much? Right, well, we need to stock up on supplies anyway, said Nami. I am sure Luffy will turn up by then. The others nodded and went into the village. Break. Naruto grinned happily, this fits so much better. He didn't mean to bail out on the others, but they just didn't understand. His skin has just got irritated by heavy clothing due to his Hon abilities. Like Luffy, whose entire body is made of rubber inside and out, his entire body is made out of bones, including his organs. That made his skin very dry, as a thin layer of bones is right underneath the surface of his skin. Heavy clothing really made him itch and heated up his body. It is already hot enough in this desert. He didn't need to be wearing heavy clothing to make it worse. He now wore a loose-fitting orange shirt, a pair of white pants, a pair of black reflective sunglasses, and his custom sandals. There now no one would recognize him. Paying the clerk, he walked out of the store. He kicked his sandals on the ground to make sure they were on tightly, then started to head back towards the others. A yelling sound filled the air and Naruto turned his head. Get Straw Hat, yelled a group of Marines. Luffy. Blinked Naruto. Yo Naruto, grinned Luffy, running right by Naruto. Shrugging his shoulders, Naruto ran next to Luffy. So, why are we running from them? Asked Naruto. Smoky back there, can turn into smoke. Attacks don't work, smiled Luffy. Oh, that said Naruto. Luffy. Both turned to see Zoro. Yo Zoro, smiled Luffy, turning and running towards them. You idiot, don't bring them this way until you lose them, yelled Zoro. It's the rest of the Straw Hat Pirates. Get them. Smoker smirked. Fall back. Straw Hat is mine. White out. A cloud of smoke came shooting towards Naruto and Luffy. The two pirates increased their speed, but the smoke was gaining on them. Just as it was about to grab them, a burst of fire collided with the smoke, causing all to stop. The Straw Hat Pirates all turned around to see what had happened. Dude, that is so cool, grinned Naruto. I see you are still getting into trouble, Luffy, smirked the man wearing no shirt and a tattoo of a skull and crossbones with a white mustache on his back. Ace, it's Ace. You ate a devil fruit, smiled Luffy. Ace smirked. Yeah, the Mara no am I. Portgas D. Ace, glared Smoker. You get out of here. I will handle this, smirked Ace, lighting his arm on fire. Okay, let's go. Luffy took off running. The rest followed him while Ace smirked widely, glad to see Luffy is alright. You know that guy, shouted Nami. Yeah, he is my brother. Ace, shouted Luffy with a large smile. Brother, shouted the crew. Naruto grinned widely as he enjoyed the nice breeze that blew through. He ate the hon no mi. That is a very rare paramesha fruit. I wonder if he realizes the true extent of its abilities, thought Ace. Then again, the Gomu no mi fruit is very rare as well, only growing on the Gomu tree once every 50 years. He smirked. Luffy had done well in choosing his crew. Vivi came out from below the deck and walked up to Nami. Nami-san, I was wondering if we could anchor the ship here for a moment. Nami turned around to face her friend with a curious look. Why is that? I would like Karu to deliver an important message for me, said Vivi. Karu turned his head and quaked. Nami pulled the ship over and dropped anchor. Karu stood in front of Vivi, who held a letter in her hands. Karu, I need you to deliver this letter to my father. It will let him know that I am alive, Crocodiles is the true enemy, and that I have brought along strong-willed Nakama to help. Can you do it? Asked Vivi. A quack of determination came from Karu. Vivi smiled. Thank you. You will have to cross the desert on your own. She gave the duck the letter, then placed a water canteen around his neck. Make sure to ration your water, smiled Vivi. You can do it, grinned Luffy. Karu took off as fast as possible, leaving a cloud of sand in his wake. Break. The plan will commence in 2 days. Is everything prepared? Asked Crocodile, as he sat in his chair. Behind him was a large aquarium filled with crocodiles, and in front of him stood Miss All Day Sunday. She smiled. Hi, without any difficulties. I have placed 150 billions on standby in Nanohana. A slight pause. Mr. 2 has been recalled as well. It seems he did not find Mr. 3. The rest of the remaining officer agents will be meeting at Spider Cafe at 8 o'clock for further orders, smiled Miss Sunday. Ah, very good, nodded Crocodile. It's past 5 already. They should be gathering shortly, finished Miss Sunday. Crocodile brought his right hand up to his chin as time slowly passed by. Has the billions that were annihilated at Nanohana been replaced? He asked in a deep voice. Hi, I have already stationed new billions. I have Aramaki runners delivering out new orders to the billions, she replied.
Good. That is favorable, he said with a cigar in his mouth.
Yuba. The group had just made it to Yuba to find out that the rebel army had already left and was stationed at Cortea. Ace had left from the group, but not before giving Luffy a piece of paper. A piece of paper that Ace said would lead them to each other when Luffy reached the New World. They were now on their way to Cortea to stop the rebellion and royal army from fighting. Or that was the plan. Luffy decided to suddenly take a break and sat down next to the tree. Naruto was the first to stop and looked at his captain curiously. What is wrong, Luffy-san? Asked Vivi, walking over to him. Meh, I quit, said Luffy, closing his eyes. Was drawn out from every. Naruto and Zoro were the only ones to remain quiet, already understanding their captain's motive. Quit, said Nami. What do you mean quit, Luffy-san? Asked Vivi, confused. Come on, Luffy, we don't have time to cater to your whims right now, sighed Usopp. We're going back, aren't we? Said Chopper. Damn straight we are, said Sanji. We are going to retrace our footsteps right back to Cateria and stop the rebel army. If 1 million people in this country clash, do you realize what that means? He walked right over to Luffy and grabbed his shirt. This is for Vivi-chan. So come on, let's go. Luffy grabbed Sanji's hand and tossed him, surprising almost all of them. Don't care. What the hell are you doing? Yelled Sanji. Vivi. Yes, I want to beat the crap out of Crocodile. Luffy's eyes were hard and Vivi gasped in surprise, having never seen him so serious. It was a bit intimidating. If we stop all those rebels, will Crocodile stop? Even if we reach Cateria, there is nothing we can do. We're pirates. You're better off going on your own. A silence reigned. Sometimes that idiot hits the nail right on the head, stated Sanji. Luffy can really surprise us at times, nodded Usopp. That's not it, spluttered Vivi. All you want is for no one to die in this battle. Not the people of this country. Not any of us, continued Luffy. You're taking on a Shichibukai in a battle over 1,000,000 people are willing to fight in. And all you want is for no one to get hurt. Aren't you just fooling yourself? He looked her right in the eyes as Vivi started to shake, her hands clenching. Nami stepped forward. Luffy, can't you try to understand Vivi's feelings? Nami-san, wait, said Sanji. She looked at Sanji surprised as he usually always agreed with her. The hood fell from Vivi's robes and she had a hard look. What is wrong with that? What's wrong with not wanting anyone to die? People die, Luffy replied simply. Vivi's eyes narrowed in anger and she walked over to Luffy. A loud smack was heard as she hit the Straw Hat Captain. Stop talking like that, I won't let you say something like that again, she heaved heavily. That is exactly what we are trying to prevent. Not the rebel army, not the royal army, not one of them is at fault. So why does anyone in this country have to die? It's all Crocodile's fault. Luffy stood up and yelled as he leapt towards Vivi, then punched her across the face. Naruto stepped in front of Sanji, knowing how he got when any woman was hit or in the threat of danger. Then why are you risking your life? He yelled. Oi Luffy, that is going too far, gasped Usopp. Damn it Luffy, growled Sanji, but didn't get far with Naruto in his way. Vivi slowly raised up to all four before charging at Luffy and tackling him to the ground. She started to hit him over and over again. From looking at this country, what needs to be done most? Said Luffy unharmed. What of it? She yelled, tears forming in her eyes. It is even clear to me, he said, muffled through the hits. You think risking your one life is going to be enough? Then what am I supposed to risk? Yelled Vivi. She continued to hit him. What am I? Her eyes widened in surprise as Luffy caught both her arms. She lowered her head in defeat. I have nothing else to risk. Nothing. Luffy's eyes became enraged and with a surge of strength he flipped their positions. Try risking our lives along with yours. We're your nakama. A stunned look appeared in Vivi's eyes. We're your nakama, right? He said, lowering his voice. Tears streamed down Vivi's face. She started to cry as Luffy patted the sand off his hat. You're the one suffering the most, and you want to beat him up more than anyone else. Nami walked over to Vivi and kneeled down, putting her arms around the young teenage princess. Now tell me, where is Crocodile? Luffy said, standing up. Rainbase. Captain, what makes you so sure that the Straw Hat Pirates will come here? Asked Tashigi after taking a sip from her cup of water. Sitting next to her was, as always, Captain Smoker. He had 2 cigars in his mouth as he drank his water. Just call it a hunch, he replied. She frowned a bit. That didn't sound like him. Going on a hunch after a pirate that had managed to escape his grasp. I don't know what Straw Hat has with Crocodile, but I know he is coming here to meet with him, said Smoker. Crocodile. But he is a government-sanctioned pirate, stated Tashigi. The two never noticed as Luffy and Usopp came shouting into the restaurant demanding water. A pirate is a pirate. Crocodile may pretend to follow the orders of the government, but I met him before he was one of the warlords. That man is no one's tool. He is using the government just as much as it is using him, said Smoker, having no lover at all for that despicable man. His eyes glanced to his right, and there, drinking a gallon of water, was none other than the person he had come here for. Monkey D. Luffy. Luffy turned to look at Smoker. Usopp noticed the marine jacket and his eyes widened. Naruto looked to the right and blinked, wondering who that man is. Usopp and Luffy spit out the water in their mouths at the two marines. It's you, shouted Luffy, pointing his finger. Straw Hat, growled Smoker. Run. Luffy grabbed the other 2 barrels of water and took off, running with Usopp and Naruto right besides him. Tashigi, call the men, ordered Smoker as he gave chase. The other members of the Straw Hat crew were waiting patiently for Usopp, Naruto, and Luffy to return with the water. They heard yelling and turned to see Luffy, Usopp, and Naruto running right towards them, with the marines following close behind. Luffy, you idiot, don't bring them this way, yelled Nami. Luffy, Naruto, and Usopp ran right by them. Run. The others quickly followed, cursing Luffy, knowing it was somehow his fault. As they ran, Luffy turned to look at Vivi. Where is Crocodile? There, in the casino, yelled Vivi, pointing ahead. Right, everyone meet at the casino. I am going to kick Crocodile's ass. Hi. They all split up, going in different directions. Crocodile's lair. How could you be so stupid? Only an idiot would fall for such an obvious trap, yelled Nami. You fell into the trap as well, pointed out Naruto. That earned him a punch in the head. They were all stuck in a small cell along with the marine captain they had been running from. Luffy felt so weak. The important thing is that I feel so weak. The Straw Hat captain collapsed to the ground extremely weak.
Oi Luffy. What is wrong? Are you hungry or something? Gasped Usopp. Smoker drew his jute and before Luffy could react nailed him in the head with it. He then brought the head down upon Luffy's stomach. Luffy, yelled Nami. Zoro gripped the hilt of his blade. Naruto sat calmly not worried about a thing. You want to fight? Said Usopp getting into a ridiculous karate pose. I helped Luffy take down a Bowman as a man. His voice got weaker by the second and he kept moving away from Smoker. What the? My strength's all drained out, said Luffy weakly. I feel like I fell into the ocean or something. What did you do to Luffy? Demanded Nami. It's his weapon, said Naruto, causing everyone to look at him. It was one of those rare moments where Naruto acted serious. No games, no joking around. The end of his jute is made out of the same mineral as this cell, Kairoseki. No one knows much about the mineral, except that it has the same effect as the ocean does on devil fruit users. Some call it the sea's solidified or a sea stone. It even works against people like Smokey. Smoker turned to face Naruto as he put his weapon away. You know a great deal about it for a lowly pirate. Naruto grinned. Bob Sensei taught me all about things like that. Says it is one of the few known weaknesses of devil fruit users that the world government discovered. This is my first time seeing it up close.
Then that means you can't escape either, said Nami looking at Smoker.
Of course. Or I would have escaped by now, said Smoker, his eyes narrowing, but not before crushing you all so that you could never go out to sea again. Zoro started to draw his blade. Wait. You two can't seriously be thinking of fighting at a time like this, yelled Usopp.
He is a smoke man. Your blades won't be able to cut him, said Nami. That didn't make Zoro stand down for a second. Naruto just continued to sit there not saying a word.
She is right, said a deep voice. All turned to look at the desk where the chair faced the large aquarium. You are all going to die here together. Why not try and get along?
Smoker lowered his weapon slightly. Crocodile. What? Gasped Luffy, his eyes narrowing. The chair spun around and a tall man with short black hair wearing a large fur coat and a cut across his nose faced them. Luffy gritted his teeth, wanted nothing more than to kick that man's ass.
Usopp and Nami hid in the corner, fear filling their bodies. So, you are one of the Shichibukai, stated Zoro. Luffy tried to get up but his energy was all gone. Our long-awaited host finally decided to show his face, glared Smoker. Oh, so the rumors about you being a wild dog are true then, Smoker-kun, smirked Crocodile.
You never thought of me as an ally. Of course, you were right. Smoker, I think I will have you die in an unfortunate accident. I'll inform the government you fought bravely trying to defeat this pathetic Straw Hat pirate. Crocodile walked towards the cage. I don't know why you came to this country, but you are obviously acting of your own accord. The government would never send you here. They believe in the Shichibukai, you see. A punching sound was heard as Luffy tried to raise himself up. So you're Crocodile. Luffy grabbed the cage. Oi you. Fight me. The Straw Hat started to faint as he felt his power being drained.
Can't you get it into your head not to touch the cage? Yelled Usopp.
Straw Hat Luffy, I congratulate you on coming this far. I'll kill you in a properly time, so please be patient. Our guest of honor has yet to arrive, smirked Crocodile. Guest of honor, whispered Nami. I've sent my partner to fetch her already, smirked Crocodile.
A few minutes later, Nami gained a tick on her forehead. Sanji impersonation. Who ate all the meat? Said Luffy, pretending to be smoking a cigarette. Naruto and Usopp burst out laughing. None were laughing for long when Nami hit them all in the head and started to shout angrily. How can you act so dumb in a dire situation like this?
But we can't get out, yelled Luffy. Yeah, we're bored, agreed Naruto. It's dire because we can't get out. We might get killed at this rate, she yelled. Zoro started to snore as he fell fast asleep. Why the hell are you asleep? Nami punched him in the head. Oh, morning already, yawned Zoro, waking up. It's the middle of the day. Why was she surrounded by idiots? You're an authoritative young woman, aren't you? Said Crocodile. Yeah, what about it? Said Nami, hands on her hips. Enjoy that little ego trip while you can, because once we burst out of this cage that guy is going to knock your hide high above the clouds. Isn't that right, Luffy? Hell yeah, bring it on. Your crew puts a lot of faith in you as captain, doesn't it, Straw Hat? Crocodile smirked. Trust. What a useless thing. Nami glared and was about to say more when another familiar voice interrupted her. Crocodile. All turned to see Vivi at the top of the stairs leading down to Crocodile's private lair. Ah. Welcome, Princess of Arabasta. Or should I say Miss Wednesday. You have done quite a job slipping through the hands of our assassins. I'd come to you, no matter where you hide. I'd come to see you die. Mr. Zero, if you had never come to my country. Oi Vivi, let us out, yelled Luffy. Vivi grabbed her weapons and ran forward, charging towards Crocodile, then Arabasta would be at peace. Peacock strike slasher. Crocodile didn't even move as the weapon came straight at his head. It collided and his head exploded, leaving him headless. All were surprised except Smoker. It's useless, sighed the Marine captain. Crocodile turned into grains of sand, yet his voice continued to speak. Are you satisfied? Being from this country, you should already know that I have the ability of the Suna Suna no Mi. The sand started to gather behind Vivi. She froze as his arms grabbed her with his hook at her stomach and his bare right hand over her mouth. Should I turn you into a mummy? Smirked Crocodile.
Hey you. Leave Vivi alone. I'm gonna kick your ass.
He's a Sandman, shivered Usopp. Reminds me of a song, muttered Naruto. Nami hit him over the head and told him to shut up.
Take a seat. Vivi was tossed into the empty seat across from where Crocodile sat with Miss Sunday behind her. It is time to start the party. Isn't that right, Miss Sunday? Smirked Crocodile. That's right, smirked Miss Sunday. She pulled out a pocket watch. It is past 12. Time for Operation Utopia to commence. Crocodile started to laugh, ignoring the Straw Hats, who wanted to know what Operation Utopia is. Vivi started to shake in rage. What are you planning to do with Arabasta?
Crocodile looked down at her with a look of superiority. Do you know what type of person I despise the most? Those who place happiness of others above their own lives. Hypocrites. You plan on killing my father. You will never be able to accomplish that.
Don't look at me like that. From his death I would gain nothing. Cobra will experience a humiliation far crueler than death, smirked Crocodile.
A fate worse than death, stuttered Usopp. This guy is really scary. The princess of this country shouldn't make such a scornful face, laughed Crocodile. I'll ask you one more time. What is Operation Utopia? Demanded Vivi. Oi, do you understand the position you are in? Answer me. Well, the plan is already in motion. I think I'll share it with you. The plan to end this country's horrible existence, Operation Utopia, smirked Crocodile. Nanohana, Your Majesty, stuttered the people. What did you just say, Cobra-sama? Spluttered another. There stood the king of Arabasta with 12 royal guards behind him. He had a hard look in his eyes as he addressed the people. I have a sincere apology to make. I am the one who stole this country's reign, said Cobra. The people were stunned. Your Majesty, you shouldn't joke about things like that. It is no joke. Cobra looked at them with a hard look. I used dance powder to make rain fall exclusively in the capital city of Alubarna. I, the lovely king. I mean, royalty such as myself must not starve. That may be true, but because of you many people have died of lack of food and water. Your Highness, did you know? Of course I knew. Many oases have dried up because of it. But sacrifices are needed in order to protect the kingdom, said Cobra emotionlessly. That is too selfish, Your Majesty, yelled a villager. One of the guards drew their guns and prepared to fire, causing all of the villagers to back up in fear. Are you giving an opinion to me, the king? That is why I have come here to apologize. I have come all the way to Nanohana. What more could you wish for? The villagers glared hatefully. There is one another thing I have come to this city to say. As you know, dance powder is prohibited under the world government. If word were to spread of its use, the Marine headquarters would mobilize and seize control of the kingdom. That must be prevented. But you remember 2 years ago, mass quantities of dance powder were found being smuggled into the country. That must never be spoken of again. Understand? said a villager. That means. That is right, said Cobra, his eyes narrowed. To erase all memories of that incident. I shall erase this town along with its people.
A mass panic went through the people. Hey King, Cobra turned to see a small little boy with a hoe in his hands.
It really is all your fault. Because of you stealing all the rain, all the towns are starting to dry up. Damn you. The boy charged forward, raising the hoe up. A powerful kick courtesy of the king sent the boy flying towards the villagers, who were once again in shock of his actions. Soldiers, reduce the rotten city of Nanohana to rubble. The king, or Mr. 2, smirked inwardly as he had just put on the best performance of his life. It is a pity no one would know the truth. Such a performance should be known to all so that its greatness could inspire others. Crocodile's lair. Crocodile laughed coldly as he explained the first part of his plan. Vivi's eyes were in horror as he had revealed the first part of his plan to her. How could one person be so cruel? To just kill thousands of people and feel nothing. What do you think? Do you like my plan? The plan that you helped set up until now is in full bloom. If you listen carefully, I bet you can hear them shouting throughout Arabasta. Their one driving thought, we will protect Arabasta, laughed Crocodile. Luffy had a hard look in his eyes. Usopp and Nami were in fear at hearing what Crocodile planned to do. Zoro frowned as he leaned against the cell. Smoker and Naruto said nothing. They both remained silent with cold looks in their eyes. Stop it, how can you be so inhuman? Yelled Vivi, tears in her eyes. Doesn't it just move you to tears? Chuckled Crocodile. The love for this country will be what destroys this country.
Ah! Screamed Luffy, grabbing the cage of the cell and trying to break free. That guy's an idiot, said Smoker. Didn't he hear what I said?
Zoro smirked. Yeah, he's an idiot. But that's why he is our captain.
Crocodile. I am going to kick your ass, fainted Luffy, his strength disappearing.
That arrogant smirk never left Crocodile's face. I still remember all the hassle I had to go through to get this far. My maneuvers to incite the people by destroying their towns. Teaching my employees to be excessively abusive to draw the attention of the royal army. And do you know why I want your kingdom so badly?
How could I understand what is in your rotten head? Glared Vivi, her voice dripping with hatred.
He chuckled. You really are a foul-mouthed princess. The chair Vivi was sitting in fell to the ground and she fell face first. She tried to free herself from the ropes but was unable to do so. Oi! What are you doing, Miss Wednesday? I'll stop them. I can still make it in time. Alubarna is directly east of here. If I can get to Alubarna before the rebel army, then I can stop them. No matter what, I will not allow your plan to succeed. Crocodile chuckled, amused by her antics and words. A clicking sound was heard. Crocodile and Miss Sunday turned to see the door to the cage open up. Luffy, Smoker, Usopp, Nami, and Zoro all looked at Naruto, who had a key in the shape of a bone coming out of his point finger. Yeah, now that I know your plan. No real point in staying in the cage. So Luffy, still want to kick his ass? Smirked Naruto. Impossible. You shouldn't be able to use your powers, glared Crocodile. I'm just full of surprises, grinned Naruto. Two bone handles emerged from his shoulders. Gomu Gomu no pistol. A fist hit Crocodile right across the face, and like when Vivi hit him, it exploded into sand particles. It reformed instantly, with Crocodile looking extremely bored. Did you really think that would work? Stated Crocodile. I am going to kick your ass. Yelled Luffy. Nami, Usopp, get Vivi out of here, ordered Zoro, drawing his blade. Nami and Usopp didn't need to be told twice as they grabbed Vivi and prepared to run. Crocodile appeared in front of the trio. I don't. Keep going, yelled Naruto, slicing Crocodile in half vertically. You're starting to annoy me. Miss Sunday, said Crocodile, reforming but being hit multiple times in the chest by Luffy. Miss Sunday turned towards Vivi, Nami, and Usopp, crossing her arms as she prepared to stop them. Not this time. Her eyes widened as Zoro hit her with the back of his blade, sending her flying into the wall.
Crocodile narrowed his eyes. I believe I have played with you enough. Now you will learn what someone who has mastered the true extent of their devil fruit powers is capable of. Luffy and Naruto ignored his words and charged forward. Crocodile, using his Suna abilities, moved faster than they could follow. Naruto was knocked away and a squelching sound was heard. Zoro and Naruto froze as they saw Luffy impaled right through the stomach on Crocodile's hook. Fool! You should have stayed in the cell. I might have made your death painless, smirked Crocodile. The Shichibukai winced in pain as Luffy grabbed his wrist. Not over yet, wheezed Luffy. Crocodile scowled as he tossed the weakling aside. White out. A cloud of smoke came from Crocodile's right slammed into the man.
Ha ha, Smoker-kun. Did you really think that your powers would have any better effect? Laughed Crocodile. Smoker glared as his arms reformed. Just like when he fought Ace. Their powers had no effect against one another. Hon hon no spear, shouted Naruto seething in rage. The skin on his arm started to ripples as a long thick spear emerged from his palm. He glared hatefully at Crocodile and spun it around above his head before bringing it down pointing at the Shichibukai. It's pointless, just accept your inevitable death, sighed Crocodile becoming annoyed.
We'll see about that. Naruto reared back his fist turned his body tossing the spear to the right. A confused look appeared in everyone's eyes. The spear traveled through the air and hit the glass that kept the water and those giant crocodiles out of the room. It pierced right through the glass and water started to leak in. Crocodile's eyes widened. Did you think I didn't notice how you winced in pain when Luffy grabbed your wrist? I then realized that his water jug had been destroyed and it got on you. Your weakness is water. A grin appeared on Naruto's face.
Though Smoker didn't show it, he smirked inwardly as well. Everyone has a weakness, that is what I was taught.
If I can't beat you, then I will at least make sure you die with me. Hon hon boomerang. The skin on his back rippled as two bones in the shape of boomerangs emerged from the back of his shoulder blades.
Crocodile charged forward, but Naruto already threw both boomerangs just as Crocodile grabbed him around the neck. Each boomerang hit the glass causing dozens of cracks to spread out from the point of impact. The glass shattered as water started to rush and filled the lair. Now I will turn you into a mummy, then I will kill everyone else in this room, glared Crocodile.
Naruto felt himself being drained. Crocodile watched happily as the man who almost ruined all his plans started to dehydrate. A splash of water hit his back followed by a powerful punch sent Crocodile flying away from Naruto, who fell to his knees breathing heavily. Don't think this means anything, said Smoker. Naruto didn't hear him as he started to drink the water that had rose to his ankles and sighed in relief. Man, that last attack sure did make me thirsty, groaned Naruto.
Naruto, we need to get out of here, shouted Zoro carrying the injured Luffy. Right, thanks again Smokey, but time to go. Naruto took off running. You aren't going anywhere, glared Crocodile. He jumped up out of the water, then turned into sand and appeared in front of Naruto. Naruto kicked up some water that hit Crocodile in his eyes, blinding him for a second. That is all Naruto needed to delivering a spinning jump kick across Crocodile's face. The Shichibukai was sent flying into the water, getting drenched in the process. Bye Croc, finish our fight later, okay? Yelled Naruto running up the stairs where Zoro was waiting. Rain Base, are you sure they are okay? Worried Vivi. They'll be fine, lied Nami with a false smile. She is just as worried as Vivi, but there is little they could do. If anyone had a chance of beating Crocodile, it was those three and Sanji. Thought she had no idea what Smoker would do in terms of fighting. The Marine captain seemed to hate Luffy and he might help out Crocodile as the man is a Shichibukai. Here they come, Usopp yelled pointing in the direction. Luffy. They all yelled. See Zoro's left shoulder covered in Luffy's blood. He's fine, just needs some medical attention is all, said Zoro running past the group. Naruto came running by them next. Let's go. None of them needed to be told twice and started to run. Which way to Aluberna?
The other way. Directly east, said Vivi. Naruto and Zoro paused, turned around and ran in the opposite direction. Idiots, frowned Sanji.
What happened with Crocodile? Yelled Vivi. Found his weakness, couldn't finish him off. Seawater drained my powers and Luffy was injured, said Naruto giving the Cliff Notes version. He has a weakness, said Nami surprised. Zoro nodded. Yeah, it's water. Don't know how that is going to help seeing as there is no water in this entire kingdom. The others looked grim at hearing that last part. It is true, there was no water in the kingdom. It hasn't rained for 3 years. They exited the city and it was then that Naruto stopped. The others turned to look at him as he looked around. What are you doing? Yelled Nami. Where is Chopper? Blinked Naruto. Ah, Chopper, yelled Usopp, looking all over. The ground started to shake and a huge mountain of sand started to rise in front of them. All tensed think it would be Crocodile, but then the sand fell away to reveal a giant red sand crab the size of a building. It had a strange smile on its face. Hi guys, yelled Chopper on top of the giant sand crab. Chopper. Cool crab, is it fast? Grinned Naruto standing next to Chopper. Yep, he has agreed to take us to Aluberna, smiled Chopper. Chopper, yelled Zoro, leaping on top of the crab and placing Luffy gently on its back. Luffy needs to be bandaged up. A horror-filled look appeared in Chopper's eyes as he ran over to Luffy while Sanji helped the others up onto the crab. Amazing, none of his vitals were hit, gasped Chopper as he pulled out his medical supplies. This crab's face looks a little shady, frowned Nami. What kind of crab had such a large Sanji-looking grin on its face? And was it just her, or did it keep looking at her and Vivi? Let's get going. We need to get to Aluberna quickly, said Vivi urgently.
Right, said Chopper as he finished bandaging Luffy up. He told the crab to get moving and it took off running sideways. Vivi smiled because at this speed they would reach Aluberna in no time. She felt something grab her waist. Ah.
I don't think so, yelled Naruto, shooting forward. He grabbed Vivi and tossed her to Sanji while allowing himself to be carried away by the gold hook. Go, I'll catch up to you all later. Naruto gave them a large fox-like grin. The claw carried Naruto all the way back to where Crocodile and Miss Sunday were waiting. You, glared Crocodile. Naruto dusted off his pants and grinned widely as he looked at Crocodile. Hee hee, I'll have to apologize to Luffy later. I know how much he wanted to be the one to kick your ass, but I guess I get to have that fun instead. Miss Sunday had an amused look in her eyes. Crocodile narrowed his eyes. This man had been the one to almost foil all his plans not too long ago. Fortunately, he managed to escape Captain Smoker before the Marine captain could take full advantage of the situation down in his lair. I will go ahead to Aluberna to make sure as everything is going according to plan, smiled Miss Sunday.
Fine, said Crocodile. Naruto appeared in front of Crocodile and slashed him in half with a bone sword. As before, it had absolutely no effect. See how you handle this. Tsubaki no Mai. Naruto hands blurred as he delivered a series of thrusts and slashes at blinding speeds. Crocodile had a bored look in his eyes as he reformed from every strike. He then slashed Naruto across the chest with his claw, spraying blood. Naruto jumped backwards, ignoring the cut across his chest. You're quite talented. A powerful swordsman from the look of it, but no match for me. Now I will kill you for disrupting my plans, said Crocodile, raising his claw. Desert Spada. He stabbed his hand into the ground. The ground split by an invisible swords that Naruto just barely dodged. Damn, can't get hit by that, mumbled Naruto. Everyone has a weakness. Crocodile's weakness is water. Only problem is he had no water. Man, this Ed. How could he beat this guy up with no water? You shouldn't freeze up in battle, said Crocodile from behind Naruto. He stabbed his hook forward, but it never hit Naruto's body. You're not the only one who trained their devil fruit power, smirked Naruto. Crocodile frowned as he saw his claw being stopped by a group of bones coming out from Naruto's back. A surprised look appeared in Naruto's eyes as he noticed something. You have a tear in your jacket, said Naruto. How sad, have you become so desperate that you are now looking at my clothes, scowled Crocodile, tearing his hook free. He made a slash at Naruto, but the young man rolled out of the way. Hone pistol. Several bone digits hit Crocodile and he winced. What? Gasped Crocodile. Naruto grinned. It isn't just water. It is any liquid, even a person's blood. What are you talking about? Glared Crocodile. A bone slowly moved out of Naruto's palm. At the very tip is a small amount of blood that dripped to the ground. Unlike other devil fruit users, my abilities cause me constant pain whenever I use them. It doesn't hurt to manipulate my bones while inside my body, but there is a small bit of pain that I have learned to block out when the bone breaks the skin. It causes a small amount of blood to bleed on the tip of all my bones, explained Naruto. He tossed the bone spike and Crocodile moved his head, but a small cut opened across his cheek. Now I can fight you. A fox-like grin appeared on Naruto's face. I don't think so. It is time I end this game. Desert Girasole. Crocodile stabbed his claw into the ground, creating another massive split. Except this time the area all around the split started to cave in and turn into quicksand. Naruto tried to jump away, but a blade of sand cut his chest open, making him scream in pain. Ha ha ha. Out of everyone I have faced, you are the only one to be able to cut me. Too bad you were foolish enough to join Straw Hat's crew. I could have used someone like you, laughed Crocodile as Naruto was swallowed up by the sand. Not only would he be buried, but the depths of the sand would crush those bones he prized so much. Crocodile prepared to leave, but a shaking sound made him turn. Suddenly, Naruto burst out of the middle of the sand, long bones coming out of the bottom of his feet. Hon hon no stilts. Naruto shot high into the air before leaping off and landed several feet away from the quicksand. I just made that one up. Pretty cool, huh? Crocodile gritted his teeth in anger, growing tired of this nuisance. Alright, I ready to fight, grinned Naruto, running towards Crocodile.
I am going to kill you. Crocodile is about to turn into sand when Naruto touched his hand to his bloody chest and flicked his blood at the Shichibukai. The blood hit Crocodile across the face. Naruto reared back his hand and punched Crocodile right across the face. Get ready to get your ass kicked, you bastard, yelled Naruto. He created a bone knife and slashed open his chest a couple times. The blood drenched his hands.
Crocodile tried to get up, but a fist to his gut made him cough up some blood. Naruto followed it up with a right hook, then delivered 3 more jabs to the stomach before Crocodile knocked him across the face with his hook. Both of them were panting heavily. Damn, losing so much blood is affecting my vision, cursed Naruto.
I worked too hard to let a weakling like you stand in the way of my goal. Time to die, roared Crocodile, raising his hand up. A sand tornado started to form above him. Naruto saw double of the man as the blood loss got worse. Die. The tornado headed right for him and he tried to escape, but it slowly ed him in. Naruto felt his strength leaving him. Shit, am I really going to lose to this bastard? He always envisioned dying while fighting the strongest of the strong. Not some bastard who had a lame ability to turn into sand. Naruto blinked as he suddenly found himself in what seemed to be some type of hallway. In front of him lay a large cage. Where am I? A dark laughter filled the air. He frowned. Why did that voice sound so familiar? So, we finally meet again. That voice, he knew it. His eyes widened as memories suddenly returned to him. Freak. Demon. Kill him. Naruto ran as fast as his little 5-year-old legs could carry him. He kept running, not even looking back. Release me, and I will make them go away, whispered a soothing voice. Who said that? Said Naruto as a beer bottle hit the ground right in front of him. He surprised himself as he was able to jump a clear foot into the air over the glass and continue running. Trust me. If you release me, then I will make sure no one ever bothers you again. You will be free, trust me, said the voice. It's a dead end up ahead. That demon has nowhere to go. Okay, I release you. Please help me get out of here, shouted Naruto. His body froze as dark crimson chakra swirled around him. Ah! The little boy screamed as his body was ripped to pieces by the vile chakra. That is all he could remember before everything went black. Konoha. That is his home. A ninja village where the villagers seemed to hate him. He gripped his head in pain. You, who are you? Demanded Naruto. His eyes hardened as a pair of blood-red eyes appeared behind the cage, followed by a row of extremely large and deadly teeth that would make a shark jealous. I am the one who gave you what you desired most. A place where you were free from those ungrateful villagers. It is I who gave you a new start. If not for me, you would have never known what it is to have a family or nakama, growled the voice. Naruto stood down. Whoever this is, he couldn't deny that truth. In the village he had been hated and beat constantly. This person had granted him a chance at a new life where he finally gained family, friends, and nakama. But he wasn't stupid. It seemed that whoever this is finally wanted to be repaid. What do you want? Asked Naruto, a bit more respectful. Freedom. Yet it is something I will never have. This seal is even more powerful than you can imagine. My power alone and your will not break it. Therefore, I want another favor. I have given you all that you desired. In return, I want you to kill a man for me. This means returning to your world, growled the voice. You plan on sending me back even if I don't agree, don't you? The dark voice laughed. Of course. Why would I let you continue to have what you desire when I cannot have what I desire? Naruto had no choice. If he didn't agree he could lose his nakama and all his friends. Okay, I will kill this man for you, but you have to promise to bring me back here. Back to my nakama after I do so.
A silence reigned between the two. Naruto stared fearlessly into the blood-red eyes of the beast behind the cage. Then we have a deal. When you are strong enough, I will send you back. You kill the man I loathe and I return you back to your nakama. Do we have a deal? Smirked the beast.
We have a deal. A deep laughter filled the chamber and Naruto felt a vertigo feeling.
He found himself back outside just as the sandstorm was about to devour him. A strange new power burst through his body. All his wounds healed in a matter of seconds and he felt even stronger than before.
In a blur he disappeared. Crocodile's eyes widened as Naruto appeared behind him with his fists reared back.
A red aura surrounded the boy as he glared at Crocodile. Hon hon no bone knuckles. A layer of bones formed over Naruto's knuckles making it seem as if he were wearing a pair of white brass knuckles. Pain. That is all Crocodile felt as Naruto's fist connected with his face. Blow after blow rained upon Crocodile as Naruto was relentless. By the time he finished, Crocodile lay on the ground in unimaginable pain.
Naruto fell onto his back panting heavily. That power, it started off feeling like the beasts he had met but then it started to convert into his own. He didn't like to rely on someone else for strength, but there was no deny that without that power he wouldn't have won. I don't want your power, thought Naruto somehow knowing it could hear him. Captain, Captain Smoker, shouted a marine. Smoker looked up from his seat on the ship and turned to look at the man. Had Tashigi and the others returned? What is it? He grunted. The marine saluted. Sir, we just found the Shichibukai crocodile. As we were searching the far side of town we came across Crocodile pinned to a building by what appeared to be bones. Smoker's eyes narrowed. So, that man who ate the Hon Hon no Mi had been able to defeat Crocodile after all. If that isn't enough, Luffy had defeated Nico Robin, and Roronoa Zoro had defeated the assassin Das Bones according to the reports. A bunch of pirates had saved the entire kingdom of Arabasta. It made him sick just thinking about it. Make sure he is properly subdued, ordered Smoker. Hi sir, saluted the marine running off to carry out his orders. Smoke let out a large cloud of smoke as he leaned back in his chair. Things were going to change from here on out. Aluberna. Vivi looked out the window of her room with a worried look in her eyes. It had been 2 days since the rebellion had been stopped and the truth had been told to the people. Ingram, Pell, her father, Luffy, and the rest were all safe. But still one person had yet to show up. Naruto, thought Vivi. Luffy and the others seemed confident that Naruto would be fine, but she couldn't stop from worrying. Why are you helping me? Asked Vivi surprised. You're cute and you did do a nice dance for me, winked Naruto. A blush heated Vivi's cheeks. But mostly because that dude with all the curls asked me to. She couldn't even count the many times he had saved her life. Or cheered her up with his silly antics. Him and Luffy were always making her laugh. He had become like a big brother to her. Please be safe Naruto-kun, whispered Vivi. With that last prayer she went to check on Luffy. He was still sick with a fever from that wound he received from Crocodile. Not to mention Nico Robin had proved to be quite the formidable opponent. Going merry. A loud yawn escaped Naruto as he woke up from his 30-hour-long nap. He stretched out his arms and legs. That nap sure did hit the spot. Jumping to his feet, Naruto started to perform some stretches. He needed to stay loose. A growl came from his stomach and he grinned sheepishly. I'm starving. Naruto walked over to the side of the deck but making sure to stay out of sight of the marine ships that were patrolling the area. Hey buddies, do you have any fish you can share with me? He yelled. Out of the water burst a whole tribe of kung fu dugongs. They started to do their martial arts that Luffy had taught them before tossing about 10 fish onto the Going Merry. Thanks guys. A few minutes later, each fish was being cooked over a fire while at the end of one of Naruto's 10 bones. He sat comfortable waiting for them to finish. Do you want some too? Asked Naruto turning around. Out the galley came the familiar face of Miss Sunday who had a smile on her face. Have you known I was here the entire time? Asked Miss Sunday pulling out the lawn chair and lying back on it. No, not really, I was speaking to the dugong over there, said Naruto pointing to the dugong sitting on the railing. A light chuckle escaped Miss Sunday. She had revealed herself when he had honestly been speaking to a dugong. Do you want some? Naruto held out a bone with a fish on it. Thank you, but I am not very hungry at the moment. Tell me, do you mind if I stay aboard under secret at least until your crew escapes from Arabasta? Smiled Miss Sunday.
A curious look appeared in Naruto's eyes as he scratched the back of his head. He then shrugged his shoulders. As long as you don't start a fight. I don't see a problem, grinned Naruto before taking a bite of his fish. Miss Sunday smiled. Thank you. Nighttime, Aluberna Castle. After a magnificent feast and a nice dip in the hot baths, the Straw Hat Pirates had finally decided that it was time to go. Tonight? Said Usopp, wanting to stay longer. Why so soon? Asked Chopper. I think it is a good idea, agreed Zoro. Yeah, the Marines are starting to get bolder with their approaches, agreed Sanji. What about Naruto? He has still not returned, frowned Nami. The others fell silent at that. The door to the room opened up and in walked Vivi. Vivi, smiled Luffy.
Vivi smiled. I brought you some good news. I have received reports from our contacts in Nanohana that Crocodile has been captured. He was found lying in the middle of the street pinned to the ground by a set of bones. The crew smirked or smiled at hearing that news. Yeah, Naruto kicked Crocodile's ass, cheered Luffy. Unfortunately, reports are that Miss Sunday or Nice Robin managed to escape from the Marines. Not only that, but the Going Merry has disappeared from the coast. I am afraid she might have taken your ship, said Vivi with an apologetic look. Arabasta could not just lend them a ship in this situation or the Marines might get the wrong image.
Luffy laughed. Nope. Naruto has it, huh? How can you be sure? Asked Vivi.
Oh come on, where else is Naruto going to go? Smirked Nami.
Zoro nodded in agreement. That idiot probably went to the ship looking for food and moved it once he saw some Marines. Sanji inclined his head in agreement as he smoked his cigarette. Vivi smiled. If they had faith in Naruto, then so would she. She just wished she would be able to see him one last time to thank him for defeating Crocodile.
Nanohana Coast. I let them handle things on their own and this is how they repay me. I am unhappy. Hina unhappy, said a beautiful woman with pink hair and wearing a red tailored suit. Over her arms hung a merino coat. She turned to look at the two next to her. Has everything been prepared?
The two saluted. Hi ma'am. A 30-ship fleet has surrounded the docks. No ship can go past without first being searched by us, reported one of the Marines.
Ma'am, bad news. The vessel belonging to the Straw Hat Pirates that was sighted at Arumalu is gone, the Marine spoke nervously. She remained calm. You were telling me that they already fled the country.
No, then find it. Search coast to coast, ordered Hina. Sandora River. Luffy. Nami-chan. Chopper. Zoro. Arrow Cook. Usopp. Yelled Naruto waving at his nakama. Sanji glared at Naruto.
Naruto. Yelled Luffy, Chopper, and Usopp tackling their friend and nakama. They all started to do a happy dance. How embarrassing, sighed Nami with a warm smile.
I have been waiting for you. Ah ha 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 ha, yelled Mr. 2 or Bon Clay. All turned to look to see Mr. 2 jump on the edge of the boat. Oh yeah, he wanted to talk to you about something. I forget what it is though. He said he talked to you over a den mushi, said Naruto scratching the back of his head. What is it now? Said Sanji getting annoyed. What do you mean, what is it now? Is that any way to talk to a friend? Yelled Bon Clay upset. Friend? You are our enemy, not friend. You tricked us, replied Luffy. No, I didn't know either, said Mr. 2 sitting down on the railing. Besides, Baroque Works has crumbled. So that is all in the past. We are no longer enemies. Huh? But didn't you try to steal the ship until you realized I was on it? Pointed out Naruto. See, you are no friend, yelled Luffy. Silly man, smiled Bon Clay with a shake of his head. What was that? Yelled Luffy raising his fist threateningly. If I wasn't on the ship right now, what do you think would have happened to it? Yelled Bon Clay. Nami placed her bags on the ground. The Marines might have taken it. Luffy's eyes widened in horror.
No, might have. It would have definitely been taken. Do you know what is happening on this island right now? It's entirely blockaded by marine ships.
So then, you protected the Going Merry from marine ships? Yelled Luffy. Nami chose to keep quiet that Naruto could have steered it away from the marines. It really didn't matter this point as long as they managed to keep the Going Merry out of the marines' hands.
Why? Asked Usopp. What for? Yelled Chopper. Bon Clay smiled widely with tears in his eyes. A slight sparkle shined off his teeth. Because we're friends. He gave them a thumbs up. A second later, the four of them were dancing while Nami sighed. Everything on board? She asked.
I nodded Sanji. So, if the marine has a blockade, does that mean you saved our ship to use us to escape? Said Zoro.
I never even thought of that. I figured we would blast our way through, blinked Naruto. Nami punched Naruto over the head. Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper had betrayed looks in their eyes as they stopped dancing with the transvestite. Yes, because we need each other. Because of the times of which we live in. In the name of sacred friendship, let us combine forces to escape. Yelled Bon Clay, overly dramatic as always. Yeah, yelled Luffy, Naruto, Usopp, and Chopper. Suddenly the ship of Bon Clay appeared and the crew yelled out their thanks. Marine ship. Tashigi exited her cabin to find Smoker in his usual seat smoking 2 cigars. Smoker-san, she said.
Hey little miss, said Smoker. She walked over to him and looked to see 3 new wanted posters on the table. I have seen the new bounties, said Tashigi, taking a seat as her eyes fell upon the one that had Roronoa Zoro. Smoker blew out a cloud of smoke. Their numbers suit them.
Monkey D. Luffy, wanted dead or alive 90 million berry.
Roronoa Zoro, wanted dead or alive 60 million berry. Uzumaki Naruto, wanted dead or alive 85 million berry.
It doesn't seem to make sense since Straw Hat-san lost against Crocodile whereas Uzumaki-san defeated him. At least that is what is assumed, frowned Tashigi. That is true, but Monkey D. Luffy took out Nico Robin and several high-ranking agents in Baroque works. Don't forget that Nico Robin has been wanted by the government for 20 years and has a bounty of over 70 million berry on her head. Her bounty is just as high as Crocodile, which is why his went up so much from defeating her. Tashigi nodded in understanding. Your friend Roronoa supposedly defeated over 50 bounty hunters at Whiskey Peak along with Uzumaki Naruto. Roronoa also defeated the infamous assassin Das Bones, originally from West Blue. She said nothing as she stared at the picture of Roronoa. Her eyes hardened as she would become stronger and defeat him. That is a promise.
Break. The Marines aren't following us anymore, said Zoro. He folded his arms across his chest and looked upon the crew. They were all lying on the ground with their heads between the railing. So why are you all down? Were they unhappy because Mr. 2 had sacrificed himself to help them escape Black Cage Hina? No, Sanji and Nami would never be that down about not having some male transvestite around.
We miss her, they all exclaimed. A tick appeared on Zoro's forehead. Then you should have tried harder to make her join us. He yelled. Idiots, if they wanted Vivi to stay then they should have made her. You Neanderthal, you, Moss Head, Baka, Santoryu. Usopp blinked. Luffy, that isn't an insult. Santoryu is a sword style. Younteryu. No, you only added one. Try something like, you stink, that is an insult. The door to beneath the deck opened up and a familiar voice was heard. Oh, have we managed to escape from the Marines? Miss Sunday walked out and everyone but Naruto gasped in surprise.
Here for revenge. Bring it on, shouted Zoro. Why are you here? Yelled Nami, clutching her bruised head as they all hit the railing in their surprise.
Take cover, said Usopp with a megaphone that suddenly appeared in his hands. Chopper ran around scared. Soon the crew gathered together and surrounded Miss Sunday. Each of them had their weapons pointed at her except Sanji, who was love-struck, Chopper, and Naruto, who sat on top of the railing. Zoro's and Nami's weapons were knocked out of their hands. Don't point those dangerous things at me. Didn't I tell you that before? Smiled Miss Sunday. She walked over and grabbed the fold-out lawn chair. How long have you been on the ship? Asked Nami. Since Naruto-san was so kind enough to invite me on at Nanohana, smiled Miss Sunday. Now everyone turned to look at Naruto, who tilted his before grinning sheepishly. I didn't think anyone would mind. He scratched the back of his head. Idiot, they yelled. Miss Sunday turned to face Luffy. Monkey D. Luffy, you aren't forgetting what you did to me, are you? A shocked look appeared on Sanji's face as he grabbed Luffy and started to shake him. Luffy, what did you do to this beautiful lady? Oi you. Don't lie. I didn't do anything, frowned Luffy. Didn't you beat her up, Luffy? Said Naruto. Luffy blinked. Oh yeah. Sanji kicked Luffy over the head, having not known that. Yes you did. You put me through some very excruciating treatment, said Miss Sunday, reclining on the chair. Take responsibility. Sanji hit Luffy even harder while Chopper hid, wondering who that woman was. Usopp continued to yell for everyone to leave while he called the Marines. What do you want me to do? Said Luffy, confused. She placed on hand on her cheek. Allow me to join your nakama.
Huh. Sure. That was Sanji, who agreed instantly.
Back then, you forced me to live when I wanted to die. That is your crime. I have no place to go or return to. So are you going to let me stay on your ship? Said Miss Sunday. I get it. I guess that is that. Okay. Said Luffy. Luffy. Great. Naruto remained silent. Luffy smiled at his nakama. Don't worry. She is not a bad person. About 10 minutes later, the crew was doing their thing. Usopp was sitting across from Miss Sunday at a small table. Okay, I have a few questions for you. Answer them truthfully. What is your full name? Asked Usopp. Naruto, Luffy, and Chopper were playing with the arms Miss Sunday had created. Nico Robin, smiled Miss Sunday, amused. Nice to meet you. I am Usopp, bowed Usopp. She smiled as she leaned forward on the table.
What is your occupation? I am an archaeologist.
Archaeologist. I come from a long line of them. Usopp started to write it down on his piece of paper. He asked her to continue, which she did. I became an archaeologist, then I became wanted by the government when I turned 8. For the past 20 years I have kept myself hidden from society, she explained. Since you were 8, and you were alone that entire time? Blinked Usopp. Not exactly. Over the years I worked for certain villainous characters as a way of protecting myself and achieving my goal. That's the story, said Robin, tilting her head to the side. Would you say Crocodile is one of these people? Asked Usopp nervously. I would. In order to locate the Rio poneglyph, she said calmly. Rio. It has given me a lot of experience in covert operations. I can be a real asset to you all, smiled Robin, leaning forward. You seem really confident in yourself. What do you specialize in? Asked Usopp curiously. She smiled. Assassination. Luffy, yelled Usopp, sweating profusely. This interview has concluded. She is way too dangerous to allow to join our crew. A stomping sound was heard. Robin and Usopp turned to look at Nami, who looked suddenly much more confident. Pathetic. Look how you are allowing her to walk all over you. She was the vice president of an enormous criminal organization until this very day. Give me one good reason why we should let her join us. Demanded Nami. Well, I did manage to bring some of Crocodile's treasure before I escaped the Marines, said Robin, pulling out a small bag full of gold and jewelry. Nami's eyes turned into money signs. Robin Neeson, you are more than welcome to stay. Zoro and Usopp's sweat dropped as they watched how easily Robin had manipulated Nami. Usopp, look, I'm Chopper. Usopp turned to see Luffy with a pair of arms sticking out of the side of each head with the hands forming antlers. Zoro gritted his teeth as Usopp burst out laughing and joined the others. The swordsman turned to see Sanji serving Robin tea and cursed inwardly. Looks like it is up to me to keep an eye on her. Dr. Higurashi turned to look at his friend with a curious expression. He took a seat in one of the stools as Grim reached under the table. Grim slapped down a bounty hunter poster in front of him. Looks like that brat of yours is becoming quite famous. Rumor is he took down a Shichibukai. Not bad for a rookie. A smile appeared on Dr. Higurashi's face as he looked down at Naruto, who had a fox-like grin on his face and holding up a peace sign. Laughter erupted from the doctor as he looked at the picture. I would like to buy everyone a round of drinks. This is a joyous occasion. A large cheer came from all the patrons in the bar. Dr. Higurashi smiled as he looked down at the picture of the boy who had become his son in all but name. Bob would be proud, my boy. Going merry. Konoha, thought Naruto, sitting on the railing and staring up into the night sky. He liked to sleep with the others usually, but tonight just wanted to be left alone to think for a bit.
All his life, he had wondered where he was from, who his parents were, what happened to him to make him lose his memory. He finally had his answers. His home village, the village hidden in the leaves. A place where he could remember nothing but misery and pain. The people had hated him. Why? He had no idea. They merely called him demon, freak, and murderer then, as if a ritual beat him whenever they had the opportunity.
The only happy memory he had of that place is Ichiraku's ramen. Ayame-chan and her father had always been kind to him, always giving him free ramen when he was low on money and even giving him some clothes to wear. They were who had helped him find happiness or a semblance of it in that hellhole. No wait, the Sandame had been kind to him too. That old man had always tried his best to make him smile. He saw the old man to be the grandfather he always wanted. Naruto sat up and stared down at his hands. If they had thought him a demon before, what would they say now with his hon abilities? Stop sulking, boy. You are a pirate. What do you care what they think? Just kill the man I want you to kill and you will be back here before you know it. Never have to see those disgusting humans again, growled the beast. Naruto grinned. The beast is right. Didn't Bob Sensei always teach him to screw what other people thought and live the way he wanted to live? Going back to Konoha would be no different. A simple side quest on his adventure. He planned on traveling the entire Grand Line with his nakama and a bunch of ninja weren't going to stop him. No one is going to stop me from having the greatest adventure ever. Grinned Naruto. Break. Why are you wearing my clothes? Blinked Naruto. They fit rather nicely, smiled Robin. She was wearing a blue buttoned-up shirt and a pair of black pants. But, they are mine, pouted Naruto.
Robin smiled. I realize that, Naruto-kun. Is it okay if I wear them?
Naruto grinned. Sure. That earned him a hit in the head. Why were you making a big deal of it then? Yelled Nami with a tick on her forehead. Is that rain? Blinked Usopp holding out his hands. I don't think so, said Sanji looking up. Hail, said Usopp. No, it looks like. All their eyes widened as they looked up to see a giant ship 3 times the size of the Going Merry falling down towards them. It crashed into the water right behind them, creating massive waves. More debris continued to fall as the waves shook the Going Merry violently. Brace yourselves. Don't let go of the ship, shouted Zoro. What is this? Yelled Nami, grabbing the mast. A dream. It must be a dream, shouted Usopp. A dream. But Chopper never finished as he and Usopp crashed their heads into another. More keeps falling, yelled Sanji. About 20 minutes later, all the debris had stopped falling and they all looked to see the giant ship resting in the water upside turned over topside. Naruto scratched the back of his head. Why is there a ship falling from the sky? It is a mystery, said Sanji through narrowed eyes. Damn, the Grand Line sure is scary, shivered Usopp in fear. Chopper nodded in agreement as he too was shaking in fear. What is wrong, Nami Swan? Nami frowned. Something is wrong. The log pose is broken. It keeps pointing straight up and won't change. What is going on, she wondered. That isn't it. An island with a stronger magnetic field is causing the log pose to change its needle. And since it is pointing up, the log pose seems to have been taken by Sky Island, said Robin. Sky Island. They all shouted. Luffy gained an excited look. There is a floating island in the sky. But there is nothing in the sky that looks like an island, stated Zoro looking up. I wouldn't say that, explained Robin. To be more precise, there is a floating sea up there. That is so cool. We have to go see it. Grinned Naruto. Yeah, yelled Luffy. Naruto and Luffy were silenced by a pair of arms covering their mouths. I don't know much about Sky Island as I have never been there myself, finished Robin.
Of course, it is all impossible. There is no way a sea or an island could be floating in the sky, argued Nami. The log pose is broken. Robin had a hard look in her eyes. No, Miss Navigator. No matter what danger befall you, no matter what panic you should face, one must never doubt the log pose. That is the ironclad rule of the Grand Line. What you should be doubting is your common sense. Wherever that log pose points, there is sure to be an island. You must merely find a way to get to it. Nami frowned as she looked down at the log pose. Crocus had said the same thing when first telling about how navigation through the Grand Line worked. Break! Naruto burst out laughing as he looked at Sanji, Zoro, and Luffy. He continued to laugh as tears streamed down his eyes. They were wearing barrels as scuba gear as they prepared to go down into the ocean and salvage the large ship that fell out the sky. "Shut up!" yelled Zoro angrily.
Ha 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 ha. Oh no, the talking barrel has spoken. Run! Naruto burst out laughing some more. Robin and Nami put their hands over their mouths to hide their own laughter. "I am going to kick your ass," growled Zoro. "No, don't do it, Barrel-san. Spare me." Luffy started to laugh too. "Why are you laughing? You're wearing this stupid thing too," yelled Zoro. "It's funny," laughed Luffy. "Okay, that is enough," smiled Nami. "It is time for you all to go down there and salvage that ship." "Hi," the three said. "You sure this is safe?" asked Sanji. "Yep, my designs are perfect," said Usopp confidently. The three nodded before jumping down into the ocean. Naruto wiped the tears from his eyes. "We should have made them do a dance." "Oh, can we make them do it when they get back up?" Robin giggled while Nami smirked. "That would be extremely funny." Chopper's ears twitched as he heard a sound. He turned and looked to see a ship approaching them in the distance. The rest turned to look as well as the singing and instruments had drawn their attention. All of them sweat dropped as they looked at the ship that is in the shape of a giant monkey with a pair of cymbals. A whistle blew and the ship came to a stop. "Yosh, is this where the ship sunk?" yelled a monkey-looking man. "Hi boss." "Then prepare to raise the ship. That sunken ship is now the property of the boss of the Masira pirates." "The Salvage King, Masira," shouted the monkey man. Nami sighed. "Why do all the weirdos show up when they are least needed?" "Hey you, what are you doing here? This is my territory."
"Territory? Yeah. Any ships that sink in this area are mine. You better not be trying anything funny over there," yelled Masira.
"Excuse me," smiled Nami, getting an idea. "Can I ask you a question?" Masira blinked. "Oh, you want to ask me a question? Very well, you may ask one. Are you going to salvage this ship?" "Hee hee, you must think I am monkeyed over." "Monkey overed?" blinked Nami, confused. "Yes, it means I am a handsome man. Don't you think so?" smiled Masira. "Sure, liar," coughed Naruto. That earned him a punch to the head. "Oh, you're too kind. Yes, I am going to salvage it. If there is a sunk ship, then I am the one who will raise it up. And if it is floating, then I will sink it, then pull it back up." "Really? Can we watch?" smiled Nami with fake stars in her eyes. Masira smirked proudly. "You want to watch? Very well, sit back and watch. There is no ship that my crew can't salvage."
Naruto scratched the back of his head. "I really want to destroy that monkey ornament. You know, just to see it explode and everything." Nami raised her fist and punched him straight into the deck. "Don't even think about it. They are about to do all our hard work for us. If you screw this up, I will kill you." Naruto nodded vigorously before hiding behind Robin. "She is scary," he thought.
Jaya Island. They were unable to find anything of use on the sunken ship, but Robin did manage to steal an eternal log post to the island of Jaya. There they would ask around to see if anyone knew about Sky Island.
Naruto and Robin had left the ship together and were now walking through the town full of pirates.
Everywhere they looked, people were fighting for absolutely no other reason than to fight. Robin glanced down at Naruto and wondered why he seemed so emotionless. She knew that he enjoyed a good fight more than anyone else in the crew. She had been the one to secretly watch his fight with Crocodile at least for a short time, and throughout the whole fight he had a look of pure joy in his eyes. So why is it he didn't join in on the fighting here? Why, for that matter, had he decided to travel with her instead of Luffy, Zoro, and Nami? He is exactly like Luffy. Impossible to read or predict. Yet at the same time he could also be very much like Zoro when it came to training and always wanting to push past his current limits. Naruto truly is a unique individual. This town doesn't look like it has any good food at all. "I bet they don't even have ramen," said Naruto randomly.
"It is a pirate town. All they care about is their own selfish desires. Come, I want to buy some new clothes before looking for information on Sky Island," smiled Robin.
"Hi," smiled Naruto. An hour later, they headed back to the ship. Robin wore a brand new purple outfit along with a purple hat and black high heel boots. Naruto was carrying a couple more bags for her. They walked aboard the Going Merry to see Luffy and Zoro a little worse for wear. "Oi! What happened to you two?" asked Naruto curiously. He tilted his head as he looked at Zoro and Luffy. "Robin-chan," yelled Sanji. "Where have you two been?" demanded Nami angrily. "I went to buy some new clothes, provisions, and find information on Sky Island," smiled Robin. One of her hands appeared in front of Luffy and held a map in it. "Here you go, Captain." "A treasure map," said Usopp. "It is a map of Jaya Island. Right now we are located in Mocktown. On the other side is an X where an outcast lives," she explained. "Outcast," said Luffy, Usopp, and Sanji. Robin smiled. "His name is Mont Blanc Cricket. He was outcast for spouting about his dreams. Makes sense, doesn't it?" Luffy smiled. Let's go." Naruto scratched the back of his head. He did not remember Robin asking anyone about a guy named Mont Blanc or purchasing a map. Well, he did drift off for a second to eat an apple from such strange man riding a horse. And then when he turned around, Robin came out of a bar where the other occupants ran away from her in fear. Nope, couldn't remember when she got that map. "Oi Naruto, you paying attention?" asked Usopp. "Huh, me, I'm fine, how are you?" smiled Naruto. Usopp sighed. Naruto and Luffy were much too similar.
Mont Blanc Cricket's house. "Oh, what a ripoff," yelled Luffy.
"Yeah, it's just a board, not a palace," yelled Naruto just as upset. They had arrived at the man's house to see this huge palace, but in truth it was just a large board in the design of a palace. It was actually just half a house. "Why was this man labeled an outcast?" asked Nami. "I don't know the whole story," admitted Robin, "but apparently he believed that there is a mountain of gold somewhere on Jaya Island." "Gold," smiled Nami with money signs in her eyes. "Hey, you never did tell me who beat you up. Was he strong? Should I got back there to kick his ass for picking on my punching bag?" asked Naruto. Zoro gained a tick and punched Naruto in the face. "I am not your punching bag." Naruto blinked. "Oh, but you have never beat me in our spars." "You haven't beat me either." "Hee hee, I forgot about that," grinned Naruto, scratching the back of his head. "Luffy." Zoro and Naruto turned around to see a large man jumped out of the water after pulling Luffy into it. They were about to go help Sanji fight the man when he collapsed to the ground, breathing heavily. "He's sick, get some cool towels," shouted Chopper, as he transformed into his hybrid form and carried him inside the house. Naruto and Zoro shrugged their shoulders as they sat back down. Chances are that was Mont Blanc Cricket, the man they were searching for. Neither of them were good when it came to asking civilly for answers, so they decided to leave that to the others. "Hey, do you think there is a way to harm people like Smokey without, tossing him into the ocean, using sea stone, or some like of weakness that Crocodile had? To hurt them using physical attacks?" asked Naruto. "I don't know," answered Zoro. He could already tell this is one of those rare moments when Naruto was being serious. Zoro raised an eyebrow. "Why? It just seems to me people that eat Logia-type devil fruit can't be harmed except for the ocean or some weakness. There has to be some type of universal power that everyone has that with the proper training one can use to harm such people. You know what I mean. Besides throwing them in the ocean or using sea stone," said Naruto. He had been referring to the beast's power, though Zoro had no clue. Somehow, with that power he had been able to land solid blows on Crocodile. A power since that incident he had been unable to call upon. The beast claimed to have awakened it inside of him, but why couldn't he call upon it anymore? That would be nice, but sometimes you just can't harm someone. "I'll still fight them because I refuse to die lying down like a dog," shrugged Zoro. "Nah, everyone has a weakness. No one is invincible," grinned Naruto. The sound of running made them look up to see two monkey men running towards the house. This island sure is filled with strange people. Nighttime. Luffy, Nami, Naruto, Usopp, and Chopper's eyes went wide as Mont Blanc revealed his gold treasure that he had found while diving. There were 3 golden ingots and a golden statue of a south bird. "Gold," smiled Nami with money signs in her eyes. "In ancient times many ships used to use south birds," smiled Masira. Suddenly Masira, his brother, and Mont Blanc gasped. "Oi, you all need to hurry into the forest and capture one of these birds," said Mont Blanc. Luffy blinked. "Why, You plan to ride the knockback stream tomorrow afternoon, right? It is directly south of here. How do you plan to reach it? Oi, we just sail south, said Luffy firmly. This is the Grand Line. Nami's eyes widened. Since we are not sailing to an island, we will have no way of knowing which direction we are heading in. How do we find it?
Some animals have an innate sense of direction. A southbird is a prime example of this. No matter where it is or what happens, it will always point in the same direction. You can use this to find your way, said Mont Blanc. His eyes became hard. If you don't find one, then you will miss your opportunity to get to Sky Island.
Ah, why didn't you tell us this sooner? Hurry, we have to find that bird. All the straw hats ran out into the woods. You have until morning to find that bird. While you are searching for it, we will repair your ship, said Mont Blanc. A snoring sound came from behind them. The three turned and gasped as they saw Naruto sleeping peacefully on the mats inside the house. He continued to snore without a care in the world.
Naruto was having a pleasant dream where he was sleeping on the Going Merry while a nice breeze blew through his hair. Strange. Most people would dream about other things, yet he dreamed about sleeping. Something he is already currently doing. He frowned as loud noises came from outside. What is all that noise? Hey, where are the others? Yawned Naruto, standing up. He rubbed his eyes as he headed outside. His eyes narrowed as he saw the old man and the two monkeys lying on the ground beat up.
Ha ha, how pathetic. The Tsuruyuma alliance is nothing but an old man and a couple of monkeys, laughed Sarkis. Mont Blanc coughed up some blood. You don't have the right to touch that treasure. Sarkis narrowed his eyes. The right? What do you know about the right? A true pirate doesn't go chasing after dreams. He takes what is his by force. Now I will show you the right. He ran forward and went into a rapid spin. Just as he was about to declare his attack, an orange blur stepped in front of Mont Blanc and stopped the blade. All of the Bellamy's pirates' eyes widened. Sarkis stood there froze in the air as Naruto held the blade between his fingers. With a twist of his wrist, the blade broke in half and Naruto tossed it aside. Oh, looks like we got a tough guy, smirked Bellamy before laughing. Naruto had a cold look in his eyes. He turned his back on Sarkis, not sparing him a second glance. That gold. Hand it over, it doesn't belong to you. Bellamy grinned widely before he started to laugh along with his crew. Doesn't belong to me, hey. If you want it, why don't you come and take it? Teach this punk a lesson, Bellamy. Yeah, stopping my blade was just a fluke, smirked Sarkis. You okay, old man? Asked Naruto, turning his back on the pirates. Mont Blanc grunted as he rose to his knees, then sat down Indian style. Yeah, can't believe I allowed myself to get beat by some shitty-ass weaklings. They shared a smirk which pissed Bellamy off. Ignore me, let's see how tough you are after I get done with you, smirked Bellamy, his legs turned into springs. He bounced off the ground at high speed straight into the forest, where he started to bounce off the trees, increasing his speed even more. Nothing but a blur he became to the eyes. Time to die. Bellamy sprung off the fake board, causing a large hole to be formed in it as he did so. Naruto had his back to the pirate who came straight at him. Bellamy reared back his fist and threw it forward. Naruto spun around, his own fist reared back and threw it forward. Their two fists collided against one another. A sickening crunching sound was heard. Every single bone in Bellamy's arm shattered upon contact and his arm bent all the way backward. Naruto raised his foot up and slammed it down on Bellamy's head. Bellamy hit the ground, forming a decent-sized crater. The entire crew of Bellamy pirates started to shake in fear as Bellamy lay on the ground, knocked out cold. Bellamy, quit joking around and get up, yelled Sarkis, his body starting to shake in fear. Naruto looked up and straight at the remaining group. They all took a step back in fear at the cold look in his eyes. He reached down, picked up Bellamy, and tossed him at Sarkis. Bellamy hit the ground in front of his first mate. Leave. Never come back or you're next. Sarkis gritted his teeth as the others picked up Bellamy and ran away in fear, with him soon following. If there is one thing Naruto hated, it is people who looked down upon others. Bellamy didn't realize how lucky he had been to escape with his life. Not bad, kid, smirked Mont Blanc, standing up. The two monkey brothers soon got up as well. Time to get back to working on the ship. Naruto yawned and stretched out his arms, smacking his lips together. Sure, what do we need to do? he asked. This is awesome, yelled Naruto. He hopped onto the railing and grinned widely. I can't believe it. We are actually sailing on clouds. Little did he know that a certain fox inside of him couldn't believe it either. Yosh, we made it to Sky Island, cheered Luffy with a large grin of his own. Naruto and Luffy started to do a celebratory dance. Nami couldn't believe her eyes either. They were actually sailing on an ocean of clouds. This should be impossible, yet here they were doing it. The log pose is still pointing up, she said. Then we must be right on top of the cloud. I am sure if we need to go higher then another route will reveal itself, smiled Robin.
Naruto grinned as he sat down on the railing. I didn't think this day could get any better.
First I find out I got my very first bounty, which by the way is higher than yours, Zoro-kun. Zoro glared at Naruto fingering the hilt of his sword. And now we are sailing on the clouds. I can't wait to see Sky Island. The clouds started to shaken out of the burst several sea monsters. Zoro charged forward drawing his blades and slicing the octopus 4 times. To his surprise, it burst like a balloon instead of being separated into pieces. Sanji took care of the other with a kick to the head knocking it out cold. Strange fish, blinked Usopp hiding far away from the snake-like monster. Robin examined the fish. It seems that the fish in the clouds have adapted living in such an environment by making their bodies less dense.
That would explain why that octopus popped like a balloon, nodded Nami in agreement.
Chopper looked through the binoculars and smiled. Oi, another ship, and a person. His eyes widened in horror as he watched the bull man destroy the ship. What did you see? Asked Zoro. The reindeer turned towards Zoro shivering in fear. A ship, but then a bull blew it up. It is coming right towards us.
Zoro raised eyebrow thinking the reindeer had lost it. Look, yelled Luffy. There coming right at them was a man wearing a large bull mask and a pair of strange skates.
He is gliding across the ocean, shouted Nami. If he wants a fight, I will give him one, smirked Sanji. That smirk didn't last long when the bull man slammed a foot into his face. He's mine, said Zoro drawing his blade, but he too was soon hit before he could even move. Naruto and Luffy had the same luck much to Nami's shock. What is wrong with you four? Her eyes widened as the bull man took aim at their ship with his bazooka. He was just about to fire it when a man dressed in knight's armor and carrying a javelin knocked the bull man down into the ocean. The knight then landed on their ship allowing her to have a good look at him. It was a skinny old man with a thin white beard and a bird she had never seen. Who are you?
I am the Knight of the Sky, answered the old man, the bird squawking behind him. He retreated.
Who was that attacked us? Asked Nami. She then turned to look at the four. What's more is what was up with that display. He beat all 4 of you. I thought you were supposed to be strong. Sanji, Luffy, Naruto, and Zoro were all panting heavily. My body, I can barely move it at all, panted Luffy. It is probably the thin air up here, said Robin.
Yeah, that seems about right, grunted Zoro, finally breathing regularly. Are you all blue sea dwellers? Asked the old knight, as he walked up to the second level of the ship. Blue sea dwellers? Frowned Nami. The knight nodded. Yes, it is the term used to describe those that live beneath the clouds. So what do we call you then? Sky dweller, blinked Naruto.
I am the Knight of Sky, a free mercenary of the skies. One whistle and I shall arrive to lend my aid for a reasonable price, that is, spoke the old knight. Kind of just ignores everyone, doesn't he? Pouted Naruto. Robin didn't much like how the knight had avoided their questions either. Especially concerning the person who had attacked them. The knight soon left after saying that he would come the moment he heard the whistle and help them in any situation so long as they had the money to pay him. Not a very chivalrous knight.
Sky Island. Angel Beach. This is ridiculous. A place such as this should not exist, growled Kyuubi. Naruto had finally learned the name of the beast that resided within him. It seemed the demon grew tired of him referring to him as the beast. Kyuubi no Yuki. That is the true name of the beast that lived within him. The 9-tailed demon fox. It does exist, so there is no point complaining about it now. Besides, you are the one who delivered me to this world. Shouldn't you have known about such places? Asked Naruto aloud. He wasn't worried about anyone hearing him. His nakama had followed the beautiful young woman, Konas, to her home to learn more about this place. Honestly, He didn't really care to learn the history, items, or any of that. All he wanted to do is enjoy his time here. I may be the most powerful being in the universe, but that doesn't mean I am omniscient. There are millions of dimensions. You landed in this one completely by luck, growled Kyuubi. Then how do you know you can take me back to Konoha, or better yet get me back here? Naruto narrowed his eyes. Once I have been to a dimension, I never forget how to find it. I merely played roulette with you because I honestly didn't care where you landed as long as I got free. A plan that obviously didn't work. Why did Kyuubi have such a problem with humans? They weren't all meatbags as he tended to see them. His nakama were proof enough that not all humans were evil. Naruto. He turned his head to see Sanji running towards him with the others not far behind. Naruto. Where is Nami Swan? Yelled Sanji. She is behind. Naruto blinked as he pointed at nothing but open cloud ocean. He tilted his head and frowned. Where did Nami-chan go? I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know? Yelled Sanji, grabbing Naruto by the shirt and shaking him. Naruto gained swirls in his eyes. I mean, I don't know where she went. Sanji dropped Naruto and started to yell all over for Nami. Oi, we can use the waiver, said Usopp. Yosh, I shall ride it. Luffy picked up the old broken down looking waiver. They all watched as he stupidly tried to activate it but merely sunk into the ocean. Luffy, yelled Chopper.
A few minutes later, Konis and her father were trying to fix the waiver while the others brought Naruto up to date. So, there is a sacred land called Upper Yard? And a god lives there? Said Naruto. Hi, or that is the story at least, nodded Zoro. A god. Probably someone with a devil fruit, laughed Naruto. That would make more sense, said Robin. Zoro had to agree. Chances are it was something with very powerful devil fruit abilities. It wouldn't be the first time such a thing had happened.
Oi, all turned to look at Luffy. Who are those guys crawling towards us? Sure enough, around 7 men with wings on their backs and wearing similar uniforms were crawling on the grounds towards them. Probably perverts, deadpanned Usopp.
Oh, so that is a pervert, said Chopper. The men continued to crawl towards them. Heisu, said the leader, making a type of bunny ears with his fingers. Heisu, replied Konis and her father. What are you saying? Frowned Luffy. You blue sea dwellers. You're the 8 people who have illegally trespassed on Sky Island. The man held out pictures of each of them. How did he get pictures of us? Wondered Naruto, looking around. Why is he calling us illegal entrants? Asked Sanji, a more appropriate question.
I think it is because we didn't pay the entrance fee. It seems that old woman led us through without telling us that doing so would make us trespassers, said Robin. Usopp hid behind Zoro in fear, not wanting to go to jail. We the White Berets are responsible for upholding the law. You did not pay the immigration fee, therefore you violated a Class 11 crime. It is a simple matter that can be settled if you pay 10 times the fee right now. 70 billion extol, said the captain of the White Berets. Naruto sat down on the ground. No way. This place is cool and everything, but I am not paying that much. Wait. We don't even know how much that is. Excuse me. How much is that in berry? Asked Usopp, not wanting any trouble. That will be 7 million berry, said the captain calmly. Nani? Shouted Luffy. Sanji released a puff of smoke. Way too much. You know what you get when you add 7 million plus 18 million? Asked Naruto, looking at Zoro. 25 million berry, said Zoro. Nope, the difference between my bounty and yours, grinned Naruto. Ever since that fat man had tried to hunt them down after showing them their new bounties, Naruto had been using it to tease Zoro. Much to the swordsman's ire. I am going to kill you. Zoro started to chase Naruto around with his sword. The captain of the White Berets cleared his throat, using a weapon while on Angel Beach. That is a Class 8 crime. He looked around and noticed that they were missing the 8th person. Hiding the 8th individuals, that is a Class 7 crime. Oi! I am getting tired of you talking. I am going to kick your ass, shouted Luffy angrily. Usopp grabbed Luffy. He is just kidding. Nami-san will be back shortly and then we will gladly pay the fee. No way. I am not paying no fee. I am with Luffy. Let's kick his ass, yelled Naruto. Get back here, shouted Zoro, swinging and missing Naruto. Nothing but cloud, laughed Naruto before ducking down to avoid losing his head. Guys, Nami Swan, My love, see there she is now. Nami, we need 7 million berry to pay for the fee to be released of our criminal charges. Yelled Usopp.
7 million berry. A dark look appeared in Nami's eyes. The captain of the White Beret's eyes widened as the waver Nami was riding crashed right into him. That is too much.
No, yelled Usopp, his jaw hitting the clouds. A sound of bodies hitting the ground were heard and Usopp turned to see Naruto standing over the remaining White Berets. Each were knocked out cold and sporting multiple bruises. What are you doing? Yelled Usopp and Nami.
What? I thought we were beating them up. You took out the captain, blinked Naruto. Idiot! Yelled Nami, hitting Naruto over the head. This is not good, gasped Konus's father. Attacking the White Berets is a Class 2 crime. Now you will be judged by the God Enel. No has ever survived the judgment of our God Enel and the 4 priests. Konus had a grim look in her eyes. Zoro, said Naruto with a hard look. Yeah. This is no job for someone with such a low bounty. If you stay here with Usopp you will be safe, said Naruto, placing a hand on Zoro's shoulder. Zoro's eyes started to twitch as Naruto gave him that look. Let us handle this, God. Be safe, my friend. Be safe, he whispered. I'll kill you. It seems we have been brought to some type of sacrificial altar. I believe this is to be our heaven's judgment, said Robin, looking around. The Going Merry now rested on a stone platform that had a large flight of stone stairs that led down to the sky ocean. In the water were sky sharks that were just waiting to eat anyone that entered the water. Zoro yawned as he looked down at the water. So we are intended to be a sacrifice, hey?
This god is really starting to piss me off. If I ever meet him I am going to kick him across the face, said Naruto seriously. He turned to see that Robin had left the ship and was looking at some strange symbols. Nami started to do one of her rants, so he decided to see what is going on with Robin. Naruto hopped over the edge and landed next to Robin. So, what you looking at?
Robin kept staring at the strange symbols. This is a poneglyph. Naruto blinked, having no idea what she was talking about. I am going into the forest. Staying here is a waste of time, said Zoro. I'll be coming as well. These poneglyph might be able to lead me to some ancient relics of the past, said Robin, heading back to the ship.
Really like learning about the past, don't you? She looked at Naruto, who stared at the poneglyph with a curious look. Hi, history is a passion of mine. I am quite excited by this find, smiled Robin.
Could this lead to treasure? Smiled Nami with money signs in her eyes. Possibly, said Robin. I'm coming, shouted Nami. Zoro looked at Naruto, who scratched the back of his head as he looked at the poneglyph. What is that idiot doing? Oi, you coming with Naruto? He yelled. No, I'll stay with Chopper-san. If this is a sacrificial altar and we are not here to be sacrificed, then something might happen to the Going Merry. I don't want anything to happen to the ship. They all sweat dropped a bit. Naruto just admitted to willing to sacrifice himself for a ship. Well, they all did have a connection with the Merry. In a way, they would want to protect the ship as well. Right, we'll see you later after we check this place out, said Zoro. Bye. Make sure to come back, yelled Chopper as the 3 used a large vine to swing across to the land. The reindeer turned to face Naruto, but he wasn't there. Naruto? He ran over to the side of the ship and saw Naruto sitting down in front of the poneglyph. Anyo, Naruto-kun, what are you doing? Trying to read. Oh. Any luck? A silence filled the air. Nope, Chopper face faulted. But I feel as if I should know this. Strange, huh? I know I have seen similar writing, just don't remember where, said Naruto.
I guess, frowned Chopper. Naruto sure is weird when all serious like that. Oh well, he needed to repair the ship. He turned to grab the supplies, but his eyes widened. There on the land about 50 feet away was a large vulture-looking bird with a man sitting on its back. The man had a large lance in his hand. Ah, Naruto. Is this all? I had been hoping for more, said the man with a disappointed look in his eyes. Naruto. Help! Yelled Chopper. Why are you screaming so loud? I am right here, Naruto said, standing right next to Chopper. The little reindeer pointed at the stranger that had showed up. Oi, are you this god I keep hearing about? The man smirked. Let's go, Fuza. The large bird soared into the sky. I am Shira, one of the 4 priests that serves the god Enel. I have come here to deal out your punishment for breaking the rules of Upper Yard. Shira raised his lance.
He then hopped off Fuza and thrust his lance forward. Naruto used the back of his hand to slap the lance away before jumping off the Going Merry, creating some distance between them. "You can't run. Burn him, Fuza," smirked Shira. Fuza flew above Naruto, opened its mouth, and released a torrent of flames straight at Naruto. "Naruto!" yelled Chopper. Naruto jumped straight into the air and delivered a kick to Fuza's face, but the bird dived down to avoid it. Shira leapt off the Merry and appeared in front of Naruto.
Ha ha, this might be fun after all. His lance moved at great speeds as he tried to stab Naruto. Naruto dodged the first thrust, but a second glanced his right shoulder followed by a third across his cheek. Each landed on the ground with Shira having the high ground. "You're pretty good at dodging, but you can't run forever," laughed Shira. The man stopped laughing when a cut appeared across his left cheek. His eyes widened as he looked down upon Naruto. Naruto grinned as a guard-less bone sword emerged from his palm, a bit of blood dripping from the tip. "Got you," smiled Naruto. "So, you possess the power of a devil fruit. No matter, that will not help you. Your death is inevitable," smirked Shira, charging forward. Naruto raised his blade and started to parry or dodge each thrust or slash. Chopper's eyes widened in awe. He had never seen Naruto fight like this. Luffy fought using brute force, Zoro using 3 swords, and Sanji with powerful kicks. Yet Naruto fought a bit more elegantly, or that is how it looked. Each move he took was perfectly calculated without wasting a single bit of energy. Naruto had a smile on his face as he fought with Shira, yet never truly attacking back. Cuts started to appear all over Shira's body, showing that the superior fighter using melee weapons is obviously Naruto. He is enjoying the fight. Prolonging it on purpose, thought Chopper with wide eyes. A pinging sound was heard as Naruto deflected a thrust to his throat, then stepped inside Shira's guard, slamming his palm into the man's chest. Shira grunted as he was sent skidding backwards from the force of the blow, almost tripping over the stairs. "You're really good," grinned Naruto. "Hey, do you think you can tell me where I can find this god at?" "Arg! How dare you mock me? I will kill you. You are not fit to breathe the same air as my god." Shira charged forward, his lance becoming on fire. He thrust it forward with all his might, but Naruto danced around it. Shira's eyes widened as Naruto appeared behind him and a fountain of blood erupted from his back. Some of it got on Naruto's shirt. "You are starting to sound like that annoying fox. Always wanting to kill something for no reason. I don't want to spar with a person like that," said Naruto, lowering his sword. Shira clenched his fists as he rose back up to his feet. He jumped up and landed on Fuza's back, flying around Naruto. "You will die at my hands. Now watch closely as you face the ordeal of string," shouted Shira. Naruto's eyes widened as he could no longer move his body. He tried move his arm but was only able to get it up a little bit. A dark laughter came from Shira as his lance became on fire. Fuza flew him straight at Naruto, who couldn't move. "Naruto!" Chopper yelled with wide eyes. Shira laughed. "Die." Blood dripped to the ground. Chopper's eyes were wide in horror. Naruto stood there with a calm look in his eyes while Shira had wide eyes. The point of his lance had pierced Naruto's chest right over his heart. But it had only gone in a centimeter. The reason for that being the stronger than steel ribcage bones that had burst out of Naruto's chest to stop the lance. "Ah!" Shira screamed as several bones pierced right through his stomach. Looking down, he saw Naruto's hand raised at him, and there were 4 very sharp and long bones coming out all around his wrist. They extended forward until they had emerged out of Shira's back. The bones retracted and Shira fell face first to the ground, with his lance hitting the ground, then rolling down the steps into the depths of the cloud ocean. Fuza flew away with a scared look in its eyes. "Is he dead?" asked Chopper, scared. "Nope," grinned Naruto. "I made sure not to pierce any of the vital organs." Chopper sighed. That had been really scary. He had thought that Naruto was dead when he didn't move to dodge that attack. "Man, I was worried for a second. Somehow he managed to bind me with invisible wire. Hee, I almost forgot about my hon abilities," grinned Naruto, making Chopper face fault. Naruto held the invisible wire up, just barely able to make it out. "Don't scare me like that," yelled Chopper. "Gomen Chopper-kun, it's not easy to fight on stairs." Gave him a huge advantage, Just look at my shirt, pouted Naruto. Chopper's eyes widened as he saw multiple slashes in Naruto's clothes. I really like this shirt too. I guess I better change. Naruto hummed a light tune as he headed back up to the Mary. Naruto is scary, thought Chopper running after his friend.
Break Ice's eyes widened as she fell into the tent containing the leaders of the Shandians. They all looked at her curiously. She came to a stop in front of Wiper. The leader of the Shandians sat in his chair with a bazooka in his hands and an emotionless look in his eyes. Isa, what is wrong with you? Asked Lackey. Two voices have just disappeared, said the girl with wide eyes. Two voices? Repeated Lackey. Hi. Both were priests, said Isa. Everyone knew that Isa had the power of mantra, an ability that allowed her to sense other people. Wiper stood up. It seems the heavens favor us. Now is the perfect opportunity to strike. The others nodded in agreement and followed Wiper out of the tent. Isa ran up to Lackey. Wait, Lackey. They were taken out by the outsiders.
Lackey kept an emotionless expression. You mean the Blue Sea Dwellers? Isa nodded her head. It matters not. All that matters is that we don't fail in taking out the remaining two. Then we will deal with the outsiders. A worried look appeared in Isa's eyes. Those outsiders were strong, very strong from what she sensed. Usopp, Luffy, and Sanji. Oi, where are we now? Looks like a swamp, smiled Luffy. This is no normal swamp. Look at all the skullheads, yelled Usopp, shivering in fear. Sanji lit another cigarette as he looked at all the skulls. This is probably another ordeal. Usopp froze at hearing that. They had already just barely overcame the ordeal of balls and defeating that priest Satori. Nani, which ordeal is it thought? Swamp? Iron? String? Shivered Usopp. We are in a swamp, stated Sanji. It could be iron, suggested Luffy. Sanji and Usopp shook their heads. An explosion was heard and they all turned to see three individuals flying towards them. They had tattoo marking on their bodies and were flying through the air via waiver skates. The leader had tan-brown skin with a mohawk and carried a large bazooka. As he passed by the Straw Hat Pirates, he took aim with his bazooka and fired. We are going to die, yelled Usopp. Luffy took a deep breath and expanded his body. Gomu Gomu no Fuusen. The bazooka cannon bounced off his stomach and shot into the woods, exploding harmlessly away from them. A paramecia, said the Shandian who fired the shot. Oi! Why are you shooting at us? Get down here so I can kick your ass. Luffy, yelled Usopp, holding his friend back. Blue Sea Dwellers, heed this warning, leave this island and return to where you came, warned the Shandian. If you do not, then I will have no choice but to eliminate you all. What was that? You want to fight? Bring it on, I'll kick your ass. Sacrificial altar Shira glared hatefully at Naruto. Release me and I promise your death will be swift. Nope, smiled Naruto. Shouldn't we be on the altar to protect the ship? Asked Chopper. Nah, if we stay there and more of him show up, then the ship will be caught in the fights, answered Naruto, fanning the flames of the fire he had created. Two halves of a skyshark were roasting over the flames on giant bones that Naruto had created. By the way, mind telling me how you were able to predict my attacks? I will kill you. Naruto scratched the back of his head. You do realize that Chopper is a doctor, right? Also the one who bandaged you up. I don't much like killing, but it wouldn't be too hard for an accident to happen to reopen your wounds. A warm yet scary smile appeared on Naruto's face. Poor Chopper might even forget how to rebandage you. The priest gulped in fear. Do your worst. Well, it was worth a try, laughed Naruto. Chopper and Shira sweat dropped. It had been a bluff. A really scary bluff. Wait, he was able to predict your movements? Asked Chopper, confused. Yep, it is why I didn't go on the offensive until he got so angry that he let it get the better of him. Bet you thought I was prolonging the fight, didn't you? Chopper chuckled nervously while Naruto grinned. I may enjoy fighting, but toying with your opponent isn't very respectful. I may not be as honorable as Zoro, but I always give a true opponent my all. The priest said nothing, as he tried to find a way to escape. What Naruto had said wasn't the complete truth. Even though he had his mantra activated, he couldn't truly predict Naruto's movements. Naruto never revealed his true intentions until the last second. It was as if Naruto didn't even think about his next move until a second before he did.
Unlike other warriors who tried to plan out their attack, Naruto just moved with the flow. How could a man fight like that? No matter, when I get free I will kill him and his little pet reindeer, glared Shira hatefully. Yo Naruto! We're back! Shouted Zoro. Over here! Yelled Naruto, waving at them from the other side. Nami, Robin, and Zoro all arrived at the makeshift camp. Their eyes landed upon Shira, who glared at them hatefully. Zoro slammed the hilt of his sword on Shira's head, knocking the man out cold. Zoro! What are you doing? Yelled Chopper. I didn't like the way he kept looking at me, stated Zoro, taking a seat on the ground. I have seen him before when I came here with the waver. He rid on a large bird and carried a lance, frowned Nami. She turned to look at Naruto. What happened? He attacked us. I beat him. Then I got hungry. Decided to go fishing. Then Naruto never finished when Nami hit him over the head. I get it. Smartass, growled Nami. A sheepish grin appeared on Naruto's face. Hey guys. We found you. All turned to see Luffy, Usopp, and Sanji. They had just come down the river on a boat. Nighttime filled the island and the entire crew were sitting around the fire with Naruto and Luffy eating the delicious sky shark. So, what did you all find out? Asked Nami, looking at Sanji. The cook lit his cigarette and took a puff before answering. We faced this priest, Satori, who used surprise balls to attack us. Not only that, but he could predict our movements using something called mantra, explained Sanji.
Mantra, huh? That dude over there was predicting my attacks too, pointing at the knocked out Shira. Sanji glanced at the priest. Did you try getting any information from him? Chopper spoke up. Yeah, but he refuses to betray his god. I wonder who exactly this god is, muttered Zoro. I am sure we will find out in time, said Robin. Nami spoke next. We found out that this island here is a part of Jaya. This is the island that Norland, Mont Blanc's ancestor, spoke of, that contained the mountain of gold. Luffy's eyes lit up. Gold. Yosh, this is great. We can find this gold. The others smirked. Wouldn't be much of pirates if we didn't go searching for treasure now, would we? Smirked Sanji. Naruto landed on the ground and looked around him. Lying on the ground knocked out cold were 3 goat-looking people in white robes and about 5 warriors with tattoos all over their bodies. He had no idea who they were, but they had attacked him and each other. It seemed a war is going on the island, and he and his nakama got stuck right in the middle of it in their search for the gold of Jaya Island. A grin appeared on his face. That suited him just fine. Fighting always made the adventure more exciting. I hope the others are okay, thought Naruto. They had split up into 2 groups. Sanji, Nami, Usopp, and that old man, Knight of Sky, made up the first group and were heading toward the coast in the Going Merry. That knight had shown up last night when Luffy started to blow the whistle for fun during the campfire celebration. When he learned of their plan, he had decided to tag along and offer his help. Naruto, Luffy, Zoro, Robin, and Chopper made up the second group. Or they had until a giant venomous snake attacked them and they ended up splitting up from each other. Now Naruto is traveling on his own with really no clue on which is the right way to go. Go south, that will take you to where you need to go, said Kyuubi. Thanks, but how come you are helping me? Asked Naruto, heading south. I wish to see this god. It should be amusing to say the least. You know, you could just admit you are bored and that you enjoy going on adventures just as much me. A growl filled his ears. I have no interest in humans' affair. Bullshit. You're locked in a cage and have been for the past 17 years. If it were me I would be interested in almost anything. At least to get my mind focused on something else. Naruto grew a bone sword and started to hack down the vines that were in his way. I'd let you out, but I don't know how. The fox said nothing. Why would you let me out? Asked Kyuubi. Naruto shrugged his shoulders. What reason do I have to keep you locked up? I figure it's the least I can do for everything you have done for me. Don't be a fool. I care nothing for your life and only sent you here in an attempt to further my own ambitions. If I could I would devour you and your entire nakama. Doesn't matter. Thought Naruto couldn't see it. A surprised look appeared in Kyuubi's eyes as the young man smiled warmly. You did a nice thing for me when no one else would. Even if it was for your own ambitions, it doesn't take away from the fact that you helped me out. In the end, you did something for me that no else would, and to me that is enough.
Kyuubi said nothing, falling silent as Naruto started to hum a tune as he walked through the dangerous war-filled island. I still fight you though if you attacked my nakama after I let you out. You wouldn't stand a chance, growled Kyuubi with an amused look.
A laugh escaped Naruto. Yeah, but since when did that matter? I just want to fight. Naruto had a silly grin on his face as he went back to humming.
Elsewhere, Chopper panted heavily as he had done it. He had finally become a true pirate by defeating the priest Gadatasu and overcoming the ordeal of the swamp. Instead of running away, he had been brave and fought. He had finally overcome his fear. Why are you so scared? Asked Naruto, kneeling down in front of Chopper. I'm not scared, gulped Chopper. Naruto grinned. Luffy didn't just invite you to be our nakama because you were a doctor. He invited you because you were strong and, more importantly, a friend. We all believe in your strength, you just need to believe in it too.
I believed, and I was able to win, said Chopper, looking over at the fallen priest. Luffy, Naruto, and the rest of his nakama. They were all probably headed to the City of Gold. That is where he would head. He would meet them there instead of looking for them. A smile appeared on Chopper's face as he started to make his way towards the City of Gold. Zoro, why the hell do you keeping following me? Shouted Zoro. The giant Southbird just kept staring at him before chasing after him as he ran. Zoro gritted his teeth in anger. Damn bird. Bad enough he had to deal with Naruto, who kept constantly bringing up his higher bounty. Now he had some dumbass bird that kept following him around. This is all Naruto's fault. He didn't know how, but he just knew that the bastard had something to do with this. Next time he saw him, he was going to kick his bony ass.
Naruto versus Genbu. A group of 7 enforcers fell to the ground, knocked out cold.
Naruto dusted off his pants and sighed. Man, these guys sure were weak. Why did he always get the weak ones? He grumbled about Luffy taking all the good opponents before walking off. An iron cannonball came at him from above and Naruto looked up just in time to get hit by it, causing a massive explosion. Blue Sea Dweller, you should have left while you had the chance, said a large man holding a modified bazooka and standing on a branch high above Naruto. The dust and smoke cleared to reveal one pissed off Naruto. He had burns and scratches all over his body from that explosion. Bastard, I am going to kick your ass for that, yelled Naruto angrily.
Take this, shouted Genbu, firing another iron cannonball. Naruto jumped up, landing on the cannonball and then using it as another platform to jump up. Genbu's eyes widened as Naruto appeared in front of him, then kicked him across the face. The fat Shandian warrior went crashing into the ground. That is what you get for sneaking up on me, yelled Naruto, calming down a bit.
Genbu gritted his teeth as he rose to his feet. Milky Dial. A river of clouds formed and Genbu used his waver skates to ride it. Naruto's eyes widened. That is so cool. An iron cannonball came at him from the side and he quickly jumped off the branch to avoid being hit. Hon hon no Gatling gun. Raising both hands, he fired all 10 finger digits followed by 2 more rounds of 10. They scored direct hits as Genbu's eyes widened in surprise before he hit the ground riddled with holes.
Axe Mountain. Naruto turned his head to see the fattest man he had ever met about to squash him like a pancake.
Hell no. Hon hon no steel knuckles. Yama's eyes widened and his mouth coughed up blood as a fist buried itself in his large stomach. Blades of wind shot out of the dial, cutting Naruto up, but he merely gritted his teeth and brought his other fist around, punching Yama away from him. Damn, it felt like hitting a huge blob of silly putty, groaned Naruto as he ripped off his shirt. It was useless now.
Genbu looked on, shocked from his position on the ground. Yama, the chief enforcer of the enforcers, had just been defeated in 2 blows by a Blue Sea Dweller. Who are these Blue Sea Dwellers? Man, if anyone finds out that 2 men weighing at least 400 pounds were able to sneak up on me, that'll be the end of it, thought Naruto, shaking his head. Seems like he still had some training to do in paying attention to his environment.
Inside the monster of the sky. We were eaten, cried Nami. A giant snake had ate her, the Knight of the Sky, Gonfall, and Isa. Why did this happen to her? She is a cute and beautiful girl with a great sense of fashion. Things like this weren't supposed to happen to her. We must find a way out before it is too late. I fear that if we do not, then whatever Enel is planning will destroy Skypiea, said Gonfall.
Isa glared hatefully at Gonfall. He is one of the people that is responsible for the continued war between her people and Skypiea. If only him and Enel never existed, then Lackey and the others wouldn't be fighting. How do we get out of a giant snake? Yelled Nami. The same way we got in, answered Gonfall calmly. There is someone else here, said Isa, hiding behind Nami. Gonfall and Nami turned to a shadow of someone walking towards them. Nami? Are you lost in these ruins too? Luffy came out of the shadows with a large smile. Luffy, smiled Nami. Wait a minute, did he just say ruins? Baka, you got ate by the snake too, and you didn't even realize it? Oi, snake? Where? Nami punched Luffy over the head. Idiot. Chandra Robin entered the center of the city and found nothing. She betrayed no emotion as she looked over the area, yet could find no sign of the golden bell. Did it make it up to the sky, or was it still sea level? If it was, then the poneglyph would be down there with it, not here. Robin-chan. She turned around to see Naruto walking towards her. Her eyes didn't fail to notice the bloodstains on his pants or the gashes across his chest. It seemed that he had got caught up in the fighting. Naruto-san, nodded Robin. So, did you find the gold? I really hope so. I think I have seen enough of this island, grinned Naruto. No, the gold is not here. Naruto face faulted. Nani? No gold? Anime-style tears fell down Naruto's face, much to Robin's amusement. That doesn't mean it doesn't exist. It just isn't here, she clarified. Oh, blinked Naruto, the tears disappearing. So where is it? I don't know. Naruto face faulted again. He then stood up and gave Robin a critical look. She raised an eyebrow as he got right in her face. You're not looking for the gold, are you? She remained emotionless as ever. Are you implying something? Yep. Robin smiled. At least he is honest. She could at least recuperate the gesture. I am looking for a golden bell that will lead me to a poneglyph I know is here. Naruto tilted his head. More strange symbols? She nodded with a small smile. Meh, fine, let's go looking for it. Oh, going to lend me your aid? Smiled Robin. Sure. This poneglyph seems to make you happy. That is more than enough reason for me to want to help, replied Naruto, looking around at the ruins. He never saw the surprised look in Robin's eyes at his comment. Her eyes softened. A new voice interrupted them in their search. Oh, I see you have found the city that the Shandians are fighting so hard to get back. Both turned to see a tall man with very long earlobes and what looked to be 4 drums above his head in a semicircle. Who are you? Asked Robin. She noticed the way Naruto's eyes seemed to narrow. That alone told her that this man was a danger to them. I am God, smiled the man. Delusional much? Grinned Naruto. The man raised his hand, it becoming charged with electricity.
A cloud of electricity formed over Naruto. Robin's eyes widened as the bolt came down. Naruto did a backflip, just barely avoided being electrocuted. Lightning, that explains what happened to those burned bodies I found. They weren't burnt but electrocuted. That means you must be this Enel the priest worship, glared Naruto, bracing himself for one tough fight. Not to mention that powerful column of blue lightning he saw earlier. Impressive, but ultimately futile. All those who defy God must be eliminated, smiled Enel. It has almost been 3 hours since the games began. Only 7 contestants remain. 8 more minutes until the 3-hour mark. Naruto gritted his teeth. A game? You consider this all to be a game? You're no different than Crocodile. I will do to you what I did to him. Lightning or not, Bones' handles popped out of his shoulders and he ripped them out the rest of the way. In held his trademark bone swords in each hand. Enel smiled in amusement. A Paramecia type. Interesting, but pointless. I think I will join you with the rest of your Nakama before I end this game with the 5 I prophesize. Naruto and Robin tensed as Enel raised his hand and started to sparkle with lightning. In a blast so powerful, he unleashed a familiar column of lightning that destroyed the cloud and ground above them. Debris started to rain down. In a blink of an eye, Naruto grabbed Robin, carrying her bridal style as he moved around dodging the debris. A few minutes later, it had all fallen to the ground. Naruto placed Robin down and looked around for Enel but could not find him. What is the weakness of lightning? He thought desperately. Everything had a weakness. Shit, I almost died, said a familiar voice. Naruto and Robin turned to see Zoro pushing off a particularly large piece of debris while holding a severely injured Chopper. That wasn't good, the doctor that healed them was injured.
"Oh, it's you guys," said Zoro, walking over to them. They didn't get a chance to say anything when a loud roar of pain was heard. All turned to see the giant snake get fried by a very powerful bolt of lightning and drop to the ground fried. "Shit, how am I going to save Nami now?"
Zoro, the swordsman, turned to see Nami hiding behind a piece of debris. "What are you doing out here?" he yelled.
"I escaped with Gonfall, but Luffy and Isa are still inside," said Nami, worried.
"How did Luffy get inside the snake?" asked Naruto.
"That idiot can't take your eyes off him for a second," grumbled Zoro.
"I believe we have more important matters to deal with," said Robin, her eyes located on a figure in the distance. There, sitting on a large piece of the ruins, is none other than Enel with that annoying smile on his face. "Stay hidden," said Naruto as the three walked over to the man. Nami didn't need to be told twice. "Careful, he is like Crocodile except his power is lightning," Zoro nodded. Robin, Naruto, Zoro, Wiper, and Gonfall all stood in front of Enel. The so-called god smirked as he looked down upon them. 3 minutes until the 3-hour mark, where I prophesied that only 5 would remain. Yet 7 of you are here." Nami's eyes widened as she realized he knew that she is hiding with Chopper. "It seems that 2 of you must go. Any volunteers, or do I choose?"
"I am going to enjoy kicking your ass." Naruto charged forward, knowing that his attacks would not work.
Enel smirked as he spun his golden staff. He raised it, blocking a strike from Naruto, but a second blade came around, separating Enel's head from his shoulders. "You still don't believe in the existence of God. I shall have to show it to you." Enel reformed on Naruto's right. His hands were shoulder length apart and lightning started to spark between them. 20 million volt. Naruto suddenly shot high into the air from a pair of bones coming out of the bottom of his feet, then leapt away just as the lightning hit the bone.
Naruto performed several flips in mid-air, landing lightly on the ground, back in his stance and ready for more. "You are talented. To be able to use your powers instantly like that means you have trained extensively. But I am a god," smiled Enel. "Nah, you're a pain in the ass," grinned Naruto. Enel frowned while Zoro smirked. "And I'll prove it by lasting 2 minutes against you." 2 minutes? Said Enel with an amused look. "Yeah, 2 minutes. It has been a minute since you claimed to have prophesied only 5 people remaining on the island. If I last 2 minutes, then I prove you wrong and all will know you are no god." Enel's eyes narrowed. As stupid as it sounded to the others, Naruto knew that to Enel that being wrong is something he would refuse at all costs. It would prove that he couldn't preordain things like he claimed and shatter the image of God he had set up. "I will not let you destroy Skypiea." Gonfall thrust his lance right through Enel. His eyes widened as Enel reformed with his finger at Gonfall's forehead. 1 million volt, smirked Enel. Gonfall couldn't even scream in pain as every pore and fiber of his being was electrocuted. Enel then turned to face Naruto. "One left. Which one of you should I choose?" Hone Gatling gun. Multiples bone bullets passed through Enel, but not one of them did a single thing. Enel continued to smile, much to Naruto's irritation. "Allow me to activate your true power and you will beat him with ease." "No, I realize that it's my power and with it I could maybe beat him. But if I am not the one to access it and keep relying on you, then I won't feel as if I really won. I told you, I want to use my own strength." "It makes no sense. You gain help from your friends, why not just accept my help?" "How can I consider this help from a friend when all you care about is yourself?" "I respect your power, Kyuubi-san, and I do admit I owe you a great debt. But I can't rely on your help. I must control my own strength, not have you giving it to me because you fear death. When I go into battle, death is something I'm willing to accept could happen. I don't fear it, I embrace it. As long as I give everything I have, then I will die with no regrets." Naruto tossed his swords away and shot forward. He went to deliver a punch, but Enel danced around it, predicting his attack before slamming his staff right into Naruto's stomach. Or he would have if Naruto's rib bones didn't stop it. Hone no claws. 3 bone claws burst out from between Naruto's knuckles, piercing right through Enel's head. Enel smiled as he channeled lightning through his golden staff. "Ah!" screamed Naruto as he was blasted backwards. Naruto bounced off the ground before rolling to stop several feet away from the others. "Stop! If you destroy this land, then you will never find that which you seek," said Robin. "Oh, you must mean the golden bell. There is no need to worry about that. I have already deduced from your movements where it is, smiled Enel. Robin's eyes widened as she suddenly realized herself where it probably is.
You thought that such information that I bow to your whims. I hate manipulative women. Enel pointed his finger right at Robin. Her eyes widened as a bolt of lightning headed straight between her eyes, but a force knocked her out of the way. Zoro, Nami, and Robin's eyes widened. Naruto. Naruto dropped to the ground unmoving. Enel smiled. As always, what God has preordained has come to pass. 3 hours, and 5 remain. The end. Now we will see you in the next video.